They're all running about the same speed. And what I've noticed out here right now, both of our pace boats are capable of speeds way in excess of the race boats. So they can stretch those guys out as long as they want to until those guys get in position to get a good, clean start, a good, fair start, and make sure nobody's slingshotting or nothing like that.
You can hear the engines are starting to rev up. We're going to step aside right now. It is our number one, sponsored by Sunshine Daydream. It's the Performance Boat Center, Lake Race 2016. We're back after this.
Performance Boat Center is the largest performance boat sales and service location in the Midwest, with a full-service repair facility and huge parts inventory to help with any boat repair needs. Their award-winning sales staff offers competitive prices on the world's most luxurious new and pre-owned performance and pleasure boats, like Cigarette, Skater, Statement, Sunsation, and Princess Yachts. Visit their sprawling indoor showroom at Redhead Yacht Club in Osage Beach, or online at performanceboatcenter.com.
Imagine your own slice of island paradise. Isla del Sol gives you the only private gated island condominium at the lake. Watch the sun rise and set to breathtaking views and savor the seclusion you can only get on a Hawaiian island. Isla del Sol offers luxurious condo living just minutes by boat to waterfront dining or a short drive to shopping and entertainment. Enjoy a lifetime of fun with your exclusive resort-style pool with splash fountains and more. Your unique island paradise at the lake. Isla del Sol.
Boat lifts aren't one size fits all, and neither is our service. It's personalized for you.
No matter how rough the water gets, you can build your boat with Somerset.
Hi, I'm Brian Schuster with Somerset Boat Lifts, and we're lifting your dreams from canoes to cruisers.
SomersetBoatLifts.com.
Dreaming about owning a Playcraft boat? Don't dream. Live the lifestyle of never being afraid of a rough water weekend at the lake, because that's when a Playcraft PowerTune Extreme shines bright. Only Playcraft boats were engineered for this lake. Plus, Playcraft boats set speed records every year at every Lake of the Ozarks shootout. Playcraft PowerTune Extreme takes you where no other boat has gone. Take a test drive at Marty's Marine in Osage Beach today. When it comes time for a new lift, it's time for an Econolift. They've provided quality boat lifts for 30 years using only the highest quality materials and the best service after the sale. Bill and his staff know that it's not enough just to make the best boat lift. They also have to stand behind it. From a personal watercraft to cruisers and catamarans, chances are if it floats, Econolift can keep it high and dry. So stop scrubbing your bottom with Econolift on Old Highway 5 in Camdenton.
If you pull a lift with Econolift and stop scrubbing your bottom, stop it.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Big Surf Water Park. It's your premier destination for total family fun at the lake. Zoom down our amazing water slides, hang 10 in our unbelievable wake pool, or kick back and enjoy a relaxing trip down Lazy River. Bring your family or come with a group and have the biggest, baddest, wettest fun of your whole summer. Big Surf is right off Highway 54 in Camdenton. Google search Big Surf. Easy to find, hard to forget at the fun lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
It's Performance Boat Center Lake Race 2016, live from the Lake of the Ozarks. Beavers at the dam. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman with you. We'll have a cast of thousands with us today as we bring you some of the highest speeds on the Lake of the Ozarks. Race number 1 is getting set to begin. Shane Sherman, the parade lap, it is in the books. So when we see these boats start to rev up their engines again, we're going to be underway.
Absolutely. I'm watching the helicopter circle out around the milling area now. That is our safety asset, the divers and whatnot for the crews out there in the boats. So they're okay to race officials via radio now. They're clearing the course, making sure everybody is set to go. That pace boat will pick them up. And like we discussed a moment ago, it's at his discretion when he gives the green flag and lets them go, because until he gets them all paired up how he would like, he's not going to turn those guys loose. And when he does, that'll be the official start of the race. They'll run around to start-finish line, and that'll be the start of lap 1. So
A boat to watch out for here in class number 7 is the Hangin' and Bangin'. That's John Hughes. It's going to be there's a few of them out there, but one of the green boats, boat number 755, Shane, Hangin' and Bangin', defending world champion down in Englewood just a few months ago. So obviously they're a boat everybody's going to have. They're going to have that target on their back, so to speak, as they put up some incredible numbers just a few months ago, and perennially one of the top boats to follow here in class number 7.
Absolutely, and through the different websites and social media over the winter, I've seen those guys completely tear the transom of that boat apart and do a lot of re-rigging, fixing. So they've either found some things that they weren't happy with or found some ways to make some improvements. Just came off of an extremely rough race up in the Northeast. Totally different setup for this race here. Very easy boat to spot. As you can see, they're getting on plane now. It's the brightest green boat in the Class 7 out there, so the Hangin' and Bangin' boat. Definitely top-notch in the class. Now, the Bay Rat boat, they are a hardcore contender as well, so I look for a good shootout in the turns between Hangin' and Bangin' and the Bay Rat boat.
We've got 6 deep in class number 7. You see them making their way right towards you, right on your television screen. It is a beautiful look, and we can say it, Shane Sherman. Lake Race 2016 is underway.
It is. We have a green flag. The boats are off. The pace boat's moving to the infield. And from what I can tell at our vantage point and what I'm seeing on the screen right now, it looks like Bay Rat on your inside has a little bit of an advantage over the rest of the fleet. And it is neck and neck with everybody. A couple of the boats on the outside falling back. Now, we do have some local guys. The Little Squirt boat is a local boat out of Lake Shores Marina. I believe they're on the outside of your screen as you're watching now. The Little Squirt boat, and look how tightly they're grouped coming down the front stretch into turn 1. You've got Hangin' and Bangin', Bay Rat, and I cannot make out the boat in the middle, all of them neck and neck. There's not a quarter of a boat length apart, and there's about 10 feet in between them. Now you got a 4th boat, a 5th boat. All 6 of these boats are less than a quarter of a second apart coming into turn 1. So it'd be real interesting how these guys navigate turn 1 and get out of there to see who comes out on top, because they're not going to give an inch. Don't let the size of the boats fool you. They are extremely competitive, hardcore racers.
At what point do you think we start to see somebody separate? This is just the first lap.
You're going to see a little separation probably coming out of turn 2, because somebody's going to get caught in a wash, caught in a wake, something they're not happy with, and they're going to be forced to lift off the throttle a little bit. And as soon as they do, they're going to lose a little bit of ground. So I look for 2 to 3 boats to still be packed up pretty tight coming out of turn 2, and then we'll start seeing some distance develop between the front runners and the guys who maybe picked the wrong propeller or something. And propeller selection today is paramount, because this is a fast, flat water race on the lake.
What you're now looking at, the pontoons, Shane.
Here we go with the pontoon boats. It looks like, from the best I can tell, we do have a green flag. We do have a green flag. We're back to the Class 7 boats, looking like they're making their way. Are they making into turn 1 right now, Brendan, from what we can tell here?
I think they've just gone beyond turn number 1 here, and it looks like Hangin' and Bangin' running second right now from what best we can tell. And I'm trying to get a look at, Shane, as to who has jumped out in front, because they're starting to get a little bit of space in between them, Hangin' and Bangin', and the rest of the field.
It looks like Bay Rat is out in front of the Class 7 right now as they make their way back up the back stretch. And you were asking a moment ago about some distance. What you're going to see as more waves start making their way onto the course, which is unique to the lake here. It's a rocky shoreline, and then we have the dam at one end. The waves that these boats make, even though they're very small, they will bounce around that track all afternoon, and the more boats that get out there, as more pleasure traffic comes into the end of the course and sends some wave action, that's going to affect these smaller boats quite a bit out there, and that's going to put some distance in between them. The Class 7 boats coming up, and it appears that Bay Rat's still in the lead. We're back on our pontoon boats. They look like they're making their way into turn 1 right now, and we've got, I can't make it out on my screen right here what we're looking at, making their way to turn 1, and they are grouped up real tight. The front 2 boats have put a little bit of a lead on 3rd and 4th place. Looks like somebody coming around on the outside. That's that twin inboard powered boat, and making their way out of turn 2 right now and coming up the track. Looks like we've got still neck and neck in 1st and 2nd place in the pontoon boats.
And the pontoon races, of course, sponsored by Playcraft Boats. And we're getting a good look here at a couple of those pontoons that have opened up a bit of a lead here in the early going of our first race of the day.
You can watch that inside pontoon boat. He has got a lot of trim in that boat. Look at the nose of that boat hang up there and fly and bounce a little bit. So as she's really getting some wave action and some air underneath her now, and they're pulling back on her a little bit now. Little hairy ride on that pontoon there. The outside boat getting a very smooth ride, much heavier boat with the twin inboard horsepower.
And I think we're gonna see that, Shane, where this pontoon race, it's gonna be a couple of the boats out in front, and the 3 and 4 in this race are gonna be a little further back.
It's looking that way right now. My thoughts are, as the race progresses and they burn off some fuel, do they have a little taller prop on those number 3 and 4 boats to where, you know, they're going to make up their ground as they burn some weight off of that boat. But definitely the 1 and 2 boats right now in the pontoon class have put a pretty good lead and a margin over the 3rd and 4th place boats. We're back to Class 7 now. Bay Rat's opening up a real good lead. It looks like hanging and banging in second. But I can tell you a moment ago, when they came into turn 1, Bay Rat probably had about a 2-second lead on the fleet, and then the rest of the fleet was all within a half a second of each other. So what I'm seeing here is some of these boats have definitely got a taller prop on them, so they're catching up at the end of the straightaways and coming into the turns equal, and it looks like your front runners are maybe running a little shorter propeller and taking a acceleration advantage as they make their ways out of the turn. So definitely different setups on all the boats, but as the race goes on, I think what you're going to see is the boats that are trailing in Class 7, they're going to be up in front because that taller prop they have on will only get better as the boat lightens up.
And Shane, that is 1 lap in the books for the pontoons. We're about a lap and a half into the Class 7s as we speak.
Back to Class 7, looks like making their way through turn 1. You got Bay Rat in first, hanging and banging in second. Second, third, fourth, and fifth is too close to call at this point. Coming out of turn 2, same position. Bay Rat in first, hanging and banging in second. Back to the pontoons. I believe Jim Doris is making his way through I believe Jim is in the red canopied boat, so he's running third right now. And Class 7 again coming up the front stretch in front of the spectator fleet. Bay Rat out front, hanging and banging is definitely making up distance quicker. So as we mentioned earlier, as the fuel burns off and the load lightens up, his taller prop is gonna be an advantage to him. And we'll see how that plays out, because the front 2 boats are now putting a pretty good lead on the rest of the fleet.
Let's go down to the docks. A few moments ago, our very own Bob May had a chance to talk it over with Jim Doris. These reports sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts, lifting your dreams from canoes to cruisers. Hello, Bob.
This is our very first dock report for Lake Race 2016. I'm Captain Bob May. It's so great to have you all with us. And we're glad to have the Playcraft pontoon boat races to kick things off today. Jim Doris is with us from Playcraft, and we missed you guys last year.
Well, Bob, we would have loved to have been here, but we just didn't have enough participation last year to give somebody a good show. We do have, we were expecting 8 boats in here this year, but we ended up with 4. 4 of them backed out on us at the last minute. So, but we're going to have a good race out there because we're racing with some of the V-bottoms also. So they're at the same time, they're running the same in a different class, but yet we're all running together. So there's about 7 of them and 4 of us, and we're going to see what we do.
You'll put on a good show, I'm sure. Tell us about the beginnings of Playcraft boats. How'd that all start?
Well, we started about 43 years ago down in Richland, Missouri, and we're family-owned operation. I got my boys working with me and that type stuff, and even some grandsons. We're doing really great down there. We just love to come down to the lake race. We love to be on Lake of the Ozarks. We built our boats for this lake, the rough waters of Lake of the Ozarks, and that's what we like.
All right, very good. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it very much. Lake race is about to get rolling, and we'll be watching these guys on make their first runs out there today. And reporting from down on the docks, this is Captain Bob.
We are in the midst of race number 1. They are 2 laps in for Class 7. In the lead right now, it's the Bay Rat with Pete Galbraith, but do not count out Hanging and Banging, the defending world champion. They are running second. It is the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We step aside right now and come back with more right after this. Welcome back. You are live at Lake of the Ozarks for the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman with you live. And out on the water right now, it is Class 7. And Shane, they are wrapping up lap number 3. And it's still the Bay Rat out in first. But hanging and banging, they have backed off to the third slot in this positioning here.
Absolutely, and I just caught a good tight shot of the Bay Rat boat looking over their shoulder, taking a look to see where second position was, and seeing if they can maybe lift on the throttle a little bit, conserve some equipment. But I don't think that'd be a good idea right now, because whoever in second place, I can't quite make it out on the screen, but they are definitely putting some distance on the rest of the field and making their way up into the first position.
We want to let everybody know and welcome our television partners, the Ozarks CW down in Springfield, MyZoo TV up in Columbia, Missouri, and our friends down in Florida, ABC7 in Sarasota and Tampa. Thanks so much for being with us. And you get a look there at the leaderboard with the Bay Rat hanging and banging. Done deal. And it had looked like, Shane, that Done Deal had moved into the second position here in Class 7. Done Deal, boat number 777. That's Hubert Lowe and Stephen Papp running right now in that second position.
Absolutely, Brendan. They've made their way around hanging and banging. I'm not sure what happened on the far end of the course, but they've definitely put some distance in there. So you've got to wonder if they had an issue in the turn in the hanging and banging boat, because they were running real strong. They're not losing any ground right now to second place to the Done Deal boat, but they're not making any ground either. So whatever happened down there definitely cost them some distance that they haven't figured out how to make back up yet. So third place for hanging and banging, and the Done Deal moved into second. Bay Rat has taken the lead from the green flag and maintained that the entire race so far. So unless they have a problem, they look like they're going to come home with the checkered flag today at Lake Race. We got our pontoon boats out there on the course again, making their way into turn 1 at Bagnell Dam. These guys have been neck and neck the entire race. You've got the Playcraft boat in first, and second place is Hampton. Third, Playcraft Extreme. Now the Hampton boat is also built by Playcraft, just a different model line that Playcraft offers.
And that's a all-in-the-family race right there, Jim, in the Shane, with the first 3 slots with the Doris family very well represented.
Yeah, they are without a doubt the pinnacle of pontoon boat stuff in the industry as a whole. They have, performance brands. They have a very nice luxury brand. The Hampton boat that you're seeing out on the course right now is a little more luxurious, a lot plusher boat. The Playcraft boat's a lot more performance type stuff, if you will, carbon fibers, a lot racier looking boat in their appearance.
I understand we have a hottie cam out there on the water somewhere. There we go, Shane.
I believe that's one of the Beavers at the Dam dock girls. I was down the dock earlier today and seen her run around helping the guys get in and out of the docks. And that is one unique thing to Lake of the Ozarks. I've been very fortunate to do a lot of boating around the country and the world, and no one else has dock girls. And let alone any dock help. You're on your own. Lake of the Ozarks, you cannot go to a restaurant or a gas dock down here without 3 or 4 people coming out to help you with the boat. So just, a great thing they offer at the lake. And, it's always nice to have the hottie cam here at the races and our shootout broadcast.
Love introducing our television audience to our hottie cam, sponsored by Porky's, open until 4 a.m. And we're about 2 laps in. We're about halfway done with this pontoon race, Shane. But our Class 7, they are now wrapping up lap number 4 by my count. And we've got the Bay Rat. We've got Done Deal with Hubert Lowe and Stephen Papp. We've got the Bay Rat with Pete Galbraith. This is looking very, very tight right now, Shane.
It is. And what we're seeing is what we talked about in the beginning. The prop is going away for Bay Rat, and the reason being is he short propped the boat for better acceleration, and that helped him in the beginning when he was carrying a heavier load. If the lake bumps up a little bit and they get some more wave action out there, that'll help him then as well. But you're seeing the Done Deal boat, he's able to reel them in at the end of the straightaways, and then as each lap goes by and they get some weight out of that boat, he'll continue to do so. And you're seeing the hanging and banging boat losing a little distance to second place right now. And it looks like Little Squirt's making their way up onto hanging and banging. I look for them to get a good third place finish. They're catching the hanging and banging boat. So the prop selection is definitely a huge factor for this class and playing into the favors right now of the gentlemen who were running in third, fourth, and fifth place at the beginning of the race, and not to the favor of your leader because his lead is diminishing.
You're looking at our Woods Supermarket turns 1 and 2 camera out on the water right now, and you can see how tight Class 7 has gotten. You can see that the pontoon race is tight as well. And again, they're about halfway done, and we're a little more than halfway done with Class 7. 7 laps. Shane, it's a 4.3-mile course out here at Beavers at the Dam, but with 7 laps, it turns out to be about a shade over 30 miles for this Class 7 race.
Yeah, and 30 miles, obviously 4 turns per lap. That's where these guys are going to notice their biggest advantages and disadvantages is in the turns, So all the spectators over, at the condos from Lighthouse Landing all the way down the shoreline past the private homes and stuff, they're getting a great view of these guys coming out of turn 2 and seeing who is taking advantage of the better turn, if you will. And speaking of the turns, we're back to the pontoon boats.
We're deck to deck here, Shane.
Yeah, the inside boat really put a nice maneuver on him there. And our inside boat, it looks like it's
that's Hampton, I believe.
That is the Hampton boat on the inside. And he...
just ahead of Jim Doris.
He has figured out something in the turns that the other boat can't get. He definitely has a distinct advantage through the turns. He's turning the boat a lot better. And then the other boat reels him back in on the straightaway. So... he's figuring something out. I mean, he's got that boat dancing on its tail a lot like a little tunnel hole boat would, and just something you don't ever see a pontoon boat do, but it sure is entertaining to watch, and they've got it figured out. Those first couple laps, he had a lot of porpoising and bouncing going on, and he figured it out a little bit and got acclimated to the course here at Lake Race, and he's got that boat dialed in and just running beautifully. She has a beautiful set, just hanging the nose out, much like what we'd see at our shootout event. He's really got the boat hung out nicely.
And that's Jim Doris starting to edge back in front by just a little bit. And again, we're starting to wind down this pontoon race sponsored by Playcraft. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this winds down. And if it's Hampton, if it's Playcraft, that finds a way to come away with the checkered flag.
Well, and not only the checkered flag, the bill at dinner, because the loser's buying dinner from what I understand in that class. So little internal rivalry amongst the family going on there. And, I don't think any of them boys are wanting to buy dinner, but I'm sure they're all going to be at dinner.
So coming back around in front of our broadcast booth, it's class number 7. And Shane, it is once again very, very tight between the Dundee and between the Bay Rat.
Brennan, I was about to say, where did Dundee go? Because I didn't see him when the screen came on, but they were so tight to the Bay Rat boat that you couldn't make it out in the screen. And they are back and forth across the wave trying to get around Bay Rat. So look at them in the spray right now. They are right there. I mean, one little mistake out of Bay Rat, and they're going to be in second place. And they know that because you can catch them, you can catch them looking over their shoulder. They know that guy is there. And hanging and banging now coming up under your screen in third, the green boat, and Little Squirt in fourth. Little Squirt's some local guys, the Zaleckis here off the lake. What a great race these guys have put on for Lake Race and the fans out here today. The Dundee boat and the Bay Rat boat really going at it, and neither one of them have any room for error right now, or they're going to lose their position because, in your screen, you're not seeing hanging and banging right now, but they are right there. They're less than 2 seconds off of the pace, so they can easily come up there and run with the front runners if either one of them make a mistake.
A great look on the Isla de Sol turns 4 and 5 camera. You're getting a great look at the Bay Rat. And I should say this about the Bay Rat. We mentioned, they weren't the world champions last year down in Inglewood, Shane, but they won on Sunday. They won that race. They just did not have quite enough to come away with the overall points title on that weekend.
Absolutely. Multiple days of racing for the title down there to distinguish the world champion. So they did win one of the races, but overall the Hanging and Banging boat was able to edge them out on points and walk away with the world championship.
And Hanging and Banging still hanging in this race right now. And you're getting a look there, at least we had it for a second on our pontoon. Of course, the pontoon race is sponsored by Playcraft, and we look back out on the water right now, and here we bring our standings up with Playcraft Hampton and Playcraft Extreme, and this is starting to wind down, Shane. I believe these are our final unofficial standings.
I've noticed them pulling to the infield. That is for the pontoon class. As you see on your screen, it says unofficial. What they'll do is make sure there were no infractions, a turn penalty or a lane change infraction, and the officials will dictate all that and then bring down your official results as to what the finishing position was. But unofficially, as you've seen on the thing, it was a stellar day for Playcraft and Hampton, running 1 and 2.
And Shane, by my count, I've got us through 5 laps in class number 7. So wrapping up the final 2, and we've got Bayrat, we've got Done Deal, and we've got Hanging and Banging all right there with a shot. And we're going to step aside and we'll catch the end of this very exciting race when we return. It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We're back after this. And we are live from Lake of the Ozarks. Beavers at the Dam is the site. It's the second race of the OPA racing season, and we have got a barn burner here in Class 7, Shane Sherman.
Coming down to the final stage of this race, right before we came back from break, the second place boat in Class 7, the Done Deal boat, right through the spray, maybe 10 feet off the transom of Bayrat. I mean, they are trying everything they can think of, every trick in the book to get around these guys, and it is going to be an incredible finish. They are still side by side as they're making their way down the front stretch into turn 1. Hear a little of that big horsepower firing up in the background now. But Class 7 is the action on the course right now, and it is Bayrat and Done Deal. See, Bayrat made it through the turn a little better, but Done Deal made it to the inside. So if they can maintain that line coming up the front stretch back into turn 1, they may have taken over first place, but right now it's Bayrat, where they've been since the drop of the green flag, in the front at Lake Race 2016 Class 7.
Yeah, it looks to be a two-horse race. This is it by our count. This is the final lap. This is to determine the winner in Class number 7, our first race of the day. It has been amazing. The pontoons are in the books.
I don't want to say there's been any blocking going on, but they're doing more driving in their mirror than they are out the front of that boat in the Bay Rat right now, because Done Deal is less than a half a second away. There's probably about 3 boat lengths between the two of them as they make their way up to the start-finish. It looks like it's going to be Bay Rat from our vantage point. What you guys are seeing at home on the camera is clearly showing Bay Rat out front, Done Deal in second, and it looks like they're going to finish that direction on the course as well. So Bay Rat, your wire-to-wire leader and winner at Lake Race 2016 for Class 7. We'll wait for those unofficial results to come across, but as we're seeing right now, Bay Rat is in the front of Class 7.
What a race. What a race in Class 7 to start off our lake race Saturday here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Coming up that front there is still right there. I mean, and what a difference from what these guys experienced a couple weeks ago, because like I said, they were out there in those small boats in 6-foot seas just taking a beating. And flat conditions here at Lake Race 2016, as a lot of the guys have dubbed this race the fastest race in offshore because of our long straightaways and flat conditions. So these guys got a little bit of a break today with the flat water conditions versus the extreme offshore conditions they witnessed a couple weeks ago up in the Northeast.
And they're still putting it out there right now, Shane. Again, this is wrapping here, but we could be in for just a couple of seconds more. Hanging and Banging running third. And again, the defending world champion, in fact, at the very end here, it looked like they were trying to hold off a late comer here to try to move into the top 3.
You can see in the background of the shot Hanging and Banging if they pan back to the right. But what's interesting about that is the Little Squirt boat. Some local guys here in Little Squirt, Jason and Joel Zalecki, are making a move on Hanging and Banging. So an equal race going on there for 3rd and 4th place. They look to be neck and neck right now out on the track. And from what we can tell, yeah, they are neck and neck right now. Little Squirt has the advantage going into the turn. They are on the inside line, and that is the Zalecki brothers right here, local Lake of the Ozark guys. And they are pulling up alongside of Hanging and Banging, and it looks like they're going to take the position. It looks like they're going to make it into a podium finish, and that's great to see the local guys here be able to get up there and get on the podium. And they definitely did not have their work cut out for them today. They worked hard to get up there. They were not in the front at the beginning and worked their way through the field and back up to a contention for 3rd. And Hanging and Banging is not going down quietly. They are fighting for that position, but Little Squirt has the advantage coming into turn 3 with the inside line. And from where I can tell right now, there is no distinct advantage from either boat. They are running just about even, making their way into the turn 3 down there. So all the folks at the condos along the North Shore over there are getting a good vantage point of that racing.
And this is, if it isn't over already, this is the final lap right now.
It'll be some interesting action right now. Watch what these guys do coming into turn 3. We'll see if Little Squirt can take over Hanging and Banging as they're showing now. Bay Rat out in front. He's got a pretty decent lead now over Done Deal. So he's got I don't want to say a comfortable lead, but he's not as nervous as he was on the last lap. So we got Bay Rat out front, Done Deal in second, and it'll be interesting to see when our cameras go back to 3rd and 4th position how that turn worked out for Jason and Joel Zalecki, because from our vantage point, when we went away, they had the inside line and we're going to take over that position. So the way we see it right now on our screen, Bay Rat out front, Done Deal in second, and our last vantage point, 3rd and 4th, was too close to call between Little Squirt and Hanging and Banging.
And it's going to be a win for the Bay Rat. And Pete Galbraith.
As we see right there, Little Squirt has made it into 3rd. They've got about a boat length over Hanging and Banging. That probably equates out to maybe a second. Not a very big margin, but all they got to do is be in front of them, cross that finish line, and that'll put the Zalecki brothers on the podium here at Lake Race 2016. And they worked for it today. They were second to last place coming out of the first turn and worked their way all the way up to third in a class that from first to last place there's probably not 15 seconds. And I see some arms in the air now on the Bay Rat boat. They believe their race is over. And I see Done Deal turn in too. It looks like everybody had accurate lap counts, and that's one thing we haven't touched on today, Brendan, is the lap counting can make or break you out there. You can lead the whole race and pull in early, and you're done. You're not a winner anymore at that point. And looks like all of our Class 7 boats coming off the course now. So from unofficial, it looked like Bay Rat in first, Done Deal in second, and Little Squirt in third, Hanging and Banging in fourth, and that looks like to be your unofficial results.
So, we saw Jason Zalecki, the Zalecki family out there, Shane, and, it's for these guys, they've been involved in this thing, and let's go back to some coverage that we had earlier in the week from this event leading up to this race today.
So a lot of guys come from the East Coast, and they got to race 2 weeks ago in Point Pleasant Beach. We didn't make it, and that was a big rough water race. So this will be calm for them, but I think they'll be shocked at how soon it gets here at the Ozarks.
And thank you very much, and that's courtesy of the Ozarks CW and some great inside looks, and we'll be taking a look at some of those as we go throughout the afternoon here. And race number 1 in the books, and again, we'll get the final unofficial, and again, we want to make sure we get that point out there. These are unofficial final standings, Shane, that they have to be approved by the OPA before it becomes official later on today, possibly as late as tomorrow.
Exactly. A lot of things can come down that we're not aware of. Weight infractions, speed infractions, overtaking or cornering infractions. I didn't see anything. The cornering infractions are pretty obvious. If we're missing a buoy, that means somebody hit it. They all appear to be back out there on the course, so I don't think we had any turn infractions other than possibly a lane change. But everything that we've seen here and from both the camera shots and the live view, no infractions. It was good, clean racing the whole way. So barring any weight infractions or a breakout penalty on the class, it looks like that'll probably finish your official results the same as what we've seen on our screen. We're going back to a little bit of a hottie cam on a nice 52 Sea Ray support boat out there. Enjoy that.
We'll have a lot of those as we go throughout the day. This hour is sponsored by Sunshine Daydream. It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We are back after this.
Wake Effects has the best water sports gear, lessons, rental, and apparel. We sell premier brands offering the best performance and quality in wakeboards, surfboards, skis, and paddleboards. We're headquarters for the best lake living apparel with brands like Quicksilver and Billabong. Wake Effects is Lake of the Ozarks exclusive Mastercraft and Crest dealer. New to Wake Effects is high performance NTI boats. Our Mercury Racing certified service department is professionally trained to work on all boats at your dock or ours. See us at Highway 54 and Passover Road or Topsider Cove near the Grand Glaze Bridge.
Beavers at the Dam, a family place with great food, a waterfront place with great docks, a fun place where you can bring your friends, a party place with great bands and entertainment all season.
Let's have some fun.
Everyone knows when the sun goes down, beavers come out to play. Beavers at the Dam on the Bagnell Dam Strip, the lake's hot spot with something for everyone.
You'll always have a damn good time at Beavers.
Beavers, home for Lake Race with speed, power, and excitement. Beavers at the Dam, rockin' the Strip.
Big Thunder Marina is back, and with it the most iconic brands in performance boats, Fountain, Donzi, and Baja. We also have the popular Tri-Toon market covered with South Bay, Manitou, and JC Tri-Toons. When it comes to sports boats and cruisers, think Big Thunder and Monterey Boats. We're your full-service marina on the lake with sales, service, storage, and rentals. With 3 locations at the lake, Big Thunder is your boating superstore. Big Thunder Marina, Glen Cove Marina, and Tri-Toon Town. Call 573-365-4001. Follow us on Facebook or at BigThunderMarine.com.
Polylift Boat Lifts.
Your boat is a major investment. Make sure it sits on a poly lift.
When you need a boat lift to raise your boat out of the water, choose the one voted best boat lift at the lake. Choose Polylift. Any size, built with the best quality construction, a lifetime warranty on the tanks, and the service to stand behind it. We don't just build boat lifts, we build Polylifts.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
Dreaming about owning a Playcraft boat? Don't dream. Live the lifestyle of never being afraid of a rough water weekend at the lake, because that's when a Playcraft Power Tune Extreme shines bright. Only Playcraft boats were engineered for this lake. Plus, Playcraft boats set speed records every year at every Lake of the Ozarks shootout. Playcraft Power Tune Extreme takes you where no other boat has gone. Take a test drive today at Pope's Boat Sales or Marty's Marine.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Bridal Cave. It's the cave for lovers and lovers of natural beauty. Rain or shine, Bridal Cave is the best all-weather entertainment at the lake. Take a guided tour on concrete pathways and see why so many people fall in love with the cave and get married there. Enjoy a refreshing 60-degree walk through room after room of millions of years of history. Bridal Cave is a family adventure you'll never forget. Google Bridal Cave. See you at the fun lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. Just outside Beavers at the dam, the 0-mile marker, Lake of the Ozarks, Bagnell Dam Strip. Folks are filing in on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon. Shane Sherman, we could not have really lucked out anymore with our weather. And we'll get you a weather forecast here in just a couple of seconds. I want to run through our final standings there in race number 1, Shane, in Class 7. It was Bay Rat 1, Done Deal 2, and Little Squirt 3. Little Squirt, a great comeback there to close the gap on Hangin' and Bangin' and knock the defending world champion out of the top 3.
Yeah, that was a great finish for our local guys, the Selecki family, and they worked for it. They worked their way from the back of the pack all the way up to that podium finish. So congratulations to those guys, and of course Bay Rat leading from wire to wire. They definitely had the setup on point today. They did everything right. It was one of those days of racing that you hope you can have every time, and just worked out great for them.
And in our pontoon race, and of course that was sponsored by Playcraft, it's an all-Doris top 3 with Playcraft 1, Hampton 2, and Playcraft Extreme 3. So I do believe it was Jim Doris, Shane, that comes away with the victory.
Well, then Jim's getting free dinner tonight from what I understood about the banter in the pits, and as well as should be. You know, you can't go out there and beat up on Dad and the boss. So, you know, and you got to think Jim left a little in the bag for his boat there. Didn't let all his tricks out of the bag to the other guys.
All right, let's take a look here earlier this week at the Festival of Speed. And this was sponsored by LO Environmental, their one-stop shop for wastewater needs. And it's a brand new event to this year's lake race. It's the Festival of Speed. It originated on the Osage Beach Parkway, of course, formerly Highway 54, Shane, for those folks that are familiar with that portion of the Lake of the Ozarks. And just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge, it's referred to as the Parkway West by the business community now. A committee of business and community-minded people come together to offer up all things related to speed and to add another family-friendly event to Lake Race. This year's event featured some cars, boats, even racing pigs. I don't know if the losing pig ended up on the grill or not, but the Festival of Speed also included some great vendors, some food, a dunk tank that I know our very own KB was involved in, and the event will continue to grow each year, and it's very exciting to add this other piece to a very exciting week of Lake Race, Shane, and just like so many other events at the Lake of the Ozarks, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
And it's great to bring it in because there are so many different events. I mean, not only is the lake good for water sport activities, which obviously, is the big draw here. We have some of the nicest muscle cars and custom cars down here, some incredible builders down here. There was, everything from classic muscle. I've seen a beautiful lowered Lincoln Continental suicide door car up at the Festival of Speed, trucks, race boats, but it gets the whole community involved, and not just the boaters and the marinas. And, the lake and the summertime festivities down here have a lot of that. So I look forward to that event next year to be, triple what it was this year. And this year was phenomenal. The volunteers, everybody did a great job of putting that event on for the inaugural year.
Lake Locator, also a sponsor of that event. Find their app on your smartphone and find restaurants and so much more here at the Lake of the Ozarks. So we've got more racing action coming up, and that will be in mere moments. That'll be Class 4 and Class 6. That'll be coming up. Right now, let's head back down to the docks, and his reports are sponsored by Somerset Boatless. We say hello again to the one and only Mr. Bob May. We'll say hello to Bob here in just a couple of minutes. Bob is getting regrouped, and I understand Bob is going to be visiting with Rusty Rahm, Shane, and I have a feeling he's going to have a lot of interesting things to say.
Rusty, I met him 20 years ago down here as a pleasure boater when I was a teenager pumping gas at Big Thunder Marina. And over the years, various high-performance boats, just a boating addict, and has worked his way up to be able to get into the premier class, the unlimited class. And what a training situation he has. He's in the CMS boats, which are undoubtedly some of the best prepared boats in offshore racing, hands down. And then he's in the cockpit, I believe, with Jeff Harris, who has 20 plus years of experience in high performance stuff, and he's got lessons from Randy Sisson, Johnny Tomlinson. I mean, the list goes on of the top echelon of offshore, helping Rusty get introduced to the sport.
So Shane, let's go down to Bob right now. He is ready, again sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts. Hello, Bob.
Great to have you here. You guys are sort of new with this new boat, so tell us about it.
Well, it's actually, the boat's been around. It's had a pretty successful season the last few years. So this is my first year in the boat. So Jeff's been around. Jeff drove the boat last year. It's a 48 MTI, twin 1650s. Jeff was the driver last year. He's moved over to throttles, and I'm the new driver as of today. So.
Well, we'll be watching you close. Tell us a little bit about these boats. The thing I think is
are located, of course, and it's the 2016 Lake Race. And Shane Sherman, let's start to look ahead to our second race of the day. It's Class 4 and it's Class 8. Some familiar names. You've got the Smith brothers and Early Detection in Class number 6, the Smokin' Section in Class 4. These are teams that perennially contend at these events.
Absolutely. Smokin' Section is a local boat here, two local guys, Charlie and Ed in the boat. A beautiful 38 cigarette. I believe have ran every lake race that we've had. Simmons Marine, if you were here at our street party last night, you could not have missed these guys. They were the only one in the pits with two boats stacked on top of each other on the trailer. So, those two guys, just pure love for the sport. That's why they do it out here. And, they look forward to it every year from 5 minutes after the last race ends. So, great guys there in Class 4 with Simmons and Smokin' Section. Class 6, we've got some new guys and some guys in there with a whole lot of seat time. And, you're looking at a 5-boat fleet in Class 6, so should be some real good racing in there as well, Brandon.
So we want to welcome into our broadcast booth right now. I think folks were tired of looking at Shane and myself, and we want to welcome in from the Ozarks, CW, Miss Yulia Whittington. Hello, Yulia.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much for welcoming me here. I'm excited to be here. It is my first lake race. It's my first boat race ever, so I didn't know what to expect at first, but I'm enjoying it so far.
Well, you know, and as a rookie, she spotted out a problem we had earlier that none of us realized, and she caught, you know, we had a little incident earlier, a boat caught on fire, and Yulia was able to pick that up, and long before I figured out what happened. So she's picking up real quick and doing an excellent job here. So we're going to introduce her to racing at Lake Race 2016, and hopefully we can get her to join us on some future broadcasts. But
I'm looking forward to that. Thanks.
What are your impressions so far?
The boats are really fast. That's my first impression. And it's just a little bit overwhelming because like I said, I didn't know what to expect at first. But how fast are these boats going? Like, what's the top speed?
What we've seen so far today, those boats are running probably no faster than 75 miles per hour.
Okay, cool.
And what we'll see later on in the day, from what I've heard from some of the teams, they're seeing speeds in the 180 mile per hour range in the straightaways in the unlimited class. We won't see anything over 200 here. That's usually reserved for our shootout event, but you'll see upper 170s to maybe a mid 180 mile an hour straightaway speed.
But Yulia brings up a good point, Shane, in that, you know, each class, we should remind everybody that there's a cap on those speeds. So you cannot exceed a certain speed, and we see that sometimes, or you will be disqualified.
Correct. Some of the class racing is spec to a breakout, if you will, and they have onboard GPS, as you can hear us talk about the unofficial and the official results. So what they're looking for there is, hypothetically, let's say the class is limited to 70 miles per hour.
Mm-hmm.
If you go 71, even if you won, you didn't win because you created an infraction and you're penalized by time. And as close as we've seen the other classes finish, any infraction would have put them in the back of the pack. So when they review those GPSs and download those speeds to see if there were any breakouts, that'll give them the official results. But in the unlimited class, where we're talking about the big speeds and the superboat and the cat outboard, there is no limit. They're going to go out there and go as fast as they can possibly go.
And what about the boat we just saw on the screen?
The one we just saw is actually one of 3 boats that is part of the CMS race team. That was the pleasure boat that we've seen, and not that anybody is having trouble seeing today. There are 3 of them. They're all painted to match. We just had a doc interview with Bob May and Rusty Rahm. You see the one boat now, Wake Effects. That's the only difference between that and the other boat as far as aesthetics on the outside of the boat. The Wake Effects boat is a 48-foot MTI. The one just behind it is a 52-foot MTI. And I believe the one in front of it is also a 48 MTI pleasure boat. So those boats, all capable, including the pleasure boat, of running over 170 miles per hour on top speed. And we'll see them in our unlimited class of racing today.
Okay, and what about the fuel? How much fuel do they use?
An unlimited boat will burn about half a mile to the gallon. So in extreme class today we are running, I believe they run a 90-mile race. Let me verify that. They'll probably burn a couple hundred gallons in the race, but they're burning race fuel, so it's about $11 a gallon. By far the cheapest aspect of this whole thing, you're looking right now at a pleasure boat, you know, in excess of $1 million. The race boats all in excess of $1 million.
Wow.
And the latest and greatest technology, both through the layup and lamination schedule, the Merc Cruiser Power is the latest and greatest stuff that is available to anybody in the boat. So what you're seeing here is the top level of the sport.
Now, Yulia, you and some of the other staff from the Ozarks CW and KY3 were with Jim Simmons earlier in the week. Tell us about what we're going to see here in a moment.
That's right. He's actually been racing for a long time, and he's won world and national championship titles, all in the powerboat racing associations. And he says that racing gets in your blood, and he's racing 2 boats, and he's also bringing the next generation into the sports.
Once you get into it, you can't get out of it. It just stays with you. I mean, I'm 65. I should be done racing, but I'm not. I'm still here, still doing it, and still want to race. So I'm not quite sure how many more years I want to do this, but at 65, I'm still doing it. So I'm happy. In fact, this is the first time I've got my stepson that's going to actually be running in the boat this year with me. So.
It looked like there were some issues with audio.
Oh, no, I think we don't hear it here, Yulia,
okay.
but... Yulia, that again we'll be seeing a lot of throughout the course of the afternoon. And we're so happy to have you folks with the Ozarks CW
Thank
on.
you so much.
And I know our audience down in Springfield, they see you, they recognize you, and they see you all throughout the week there on the Ozarks CW.
Yes.
And it's a where do folks find you during the week, Julia?
The Ozarks CW. I actually do promotions, and I talk about different events and shows. And
Do we see you on the news at all?
not on the news, but in promos that we do.
Very cool. Very cool. I know the Ozarks CW guys. I understand you got Supergirl on.
Yes, it's
you're bringing
actually
it.
coming up in
That's
the fall.
awesome.
Yes, we're
That
bringing
is
that. So
awesome.
now we have all of the DC comics. We have the Arrow. We have the Flash, of course. Super fast, relatable to the boats.
And we have a
And-
Batman out here. So.
Yes, we don't have Batman, but that's not DC Comics. I don't. Oh, maybe it is.
So we're gonna have
But-
have a chance here, guys, to take a look at the volunteer party. It is sponsored by Pinnacle Real Estate Partners and the volunteer party here at the Lake Race. We got so many great folks that help us out, and this event does not happen without the assistance of all of our great volunteers, folks that sign up to do really whatever, and it can it really depends what they're asked to do. They do it. Most of the volunteers have no idea what tasks await them until they have to do it. The night of the volunteer party, which was held at Beavers at the Dam on Wednesday, they're picking up trash, they're directing traffic, they're helping in any way they can to make Lake Race a successful event each and every year. We sincerely thank each and every one of you for volunteering your time. And if you happen to run into one or more of these great people, tell them thank you. Thank you for helping out, and thank you for making Lake Race 2016 possible. And that was just a small look there at the volunteer party. We are stepping aside. It is the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We're back after this.
When it comes time for a new lift, it's time for an Econo lift. They've provided quality boat lifts for 30 years using only the highest quality materials and the best service after the sale. Bill and his staff know that it's not enough just to make the best boat lift. They also have to stand behind it. From a personal watercraft to cruisers and catamarans, chances are if it floats, Econo lift can keep it high and dry. So stop scrubbing your bottom with Econo lift on Old Highway 5 in Camdenton.
If you pull a left with the Econo lift and stop scrubbing your bottom, stop it.
Big Thunder Marina is back, and with it the most iconic brands and performance boats, Fountain, Donzi, and Baja. We also have the popular Tri-Toon market covered with South Bay, Manitou, and JC Tri-Toons. When it comes to sports boats and cruisers, think Big Thunder and Monterey Boats. We're your full-service marina on the lake with sales, service, storage, and rentals. With 3 locations at the lake, Big Thunder is your boating superstore. Big Thunder Marina, Glen Cove Marina, and Tri-Toon Town. Call 573-365-4001. Follow us on Facebook or at BigThunderMarine.com.
Beavers at the Dam, a family place with great food, a waterfront place with great docks, a fun place where you can bring your friends, a party place with great bands and entertainment all season.
Let's have some fun.
Everyone knows when the sun goes down, beavers come out to play. Beavers at the Dam on the Bagnell Dam Strip, the lake's hot spot with something for everyone.
You'll always have a damn good time at Beavers.
Beavers, home for Lake Race with speed, power, and excitement. Beavers at the Dam, rockin' the Strip.
Wake Effects has the best water sports gear, lessons, rental, and apparel. We sell premier brands offering the best performance and quality in wakeboards, surfboards, skis, and paddleboards. We're headquarters for the best lake living apparel with brands like Quicksilver and Billabong. Wake Effects is Lake of the Ozarks' exclusive Mastercraft and Crest dealer. New to Wake Effects is high-performance MTI boats. Our Mercury Racing certified service department is professionally trained to work on all boats at your dock or ours. See us at Highway 54 and Passover Road or Topsider Cove near the Grand Glaze Bridge.
Polylift boat lifts.
Your boat is a major investment. Make sure it sits on a poly lift.
When you need a boat lift to raise your boat out of the water, choose the one voted best boat lift at the lake. Choose Polylift. Any size, built with the best quality construction, a lifetime warranty on the tanks, and the service to stand behind it. We don't just build boat lifts, we build Polylifts.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Big Surf Water Park. It's your premier destination for total family fun at the lake. Zoom down our amazing water slides, hang 10 in our unbelievable wake pool, or kick back and enjoy a relaxing trip down Lazy River. Bring your family or come with a group and have the biggest, baddest, wettest fun of your whole summer. Big Surf is right off Highway 54 in Camdenton. Google search Big Surf. Easy to find, hard to forget at the Fun Lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. This hour is sponsored by The Property Shop. Welcome inside our broadcast booth, Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, and the one and only Miss Yulia Whittington from the Ozarks CW. And I should tell everyone right now, we are getting close to our second race of the day, but they're replacing a buoy onto the course right now, Shane. And as it would appear, we're going to be delayed ever so slightly.
Yeah, it'll be a quick fix. They'll get the anchor back down, the buoy tied off, and we'll be back to racing action very shortly. But it'll give us a chance to answer some questions for Yulia that she may have being new to the racing. So fire away, Yulia. What question may you have that we can help you with here on Racing at the Lake?
Well, obviously it is a dangerous sport. They're going super fast. And what are the safety measurements that they take?
Quite a bit, actually. So we'll start with the open cockpit boats. Those guys will wear what they call an impact jacket. So if they do get pitched out of the boat, thrown out of the boat, they can resist the impact to the water. They all, obviously, as you've seen on the cameras, they have helmets on. The boats without a canopy, those guys are not strapped in. So in the event of an accident, the preference is to get thrown free of the boat to where the boat itself doesn't do damage to the body. The boats you see with a canopy, whole different measure. Those boats, they have a 5-point safety harness, much like what you see in NASCAR when they're strapping those guys in. They'll wear neck braces, Hans devices, full-time oxygen on board some of the boats to where it's like an F-16 fighter pilot mess. They're breathing the oxygen. In the event that boat flips over, they're still on oxygen, even if they're unconscious.
Oh, wow.
One thing we hopefully will not see today at all, most of the catamarans out here today have an escape hatch in the bottom of the boat, which becomes the top of the boat when they flip over. So if everything goes well, in an incident, the guys will get wet from about the ankles down, and they'll exit out the bottom of the boat, which is upside down, and the safety crews will come to them. And the preparation for that is a very unique and very nerve-wracking experience. The guys in the Gone Again boat, I know they're very new to racing, and they went over to the dunk test, which we have a simulated canopy that they put in a swimming pool local to one of the hotels here, and they actually strap the guys in and put them through a simulated rollover and make sure they escape the proper way without an escape hatch, because in some instances it is a mechanical device, it can fail, so they have to make sure the guys can release themselves from the harness, escape out the hatch, and get to safety. So OPA does a phenomenal job of training these guys of what to do in the event of an accident. So anything from we want to get thrown out of the boat to we want to stay in the boat and keep breathing the air that's full time.
Yulia brings up a great point about safety, and it allows us to remind everyone heading off the course today, it's no wake until from 5 until 6 o'clock after the race. So long after the race is over, Shane, people have to be very mindful of the no wake here in and around Beavers at the Dam.
Absolutely. I mean, with this number of spectators and the fleet that we have here, the wake damage could be unmeasurable leaving the course. So if you're out there listening, guys, please respect the wake as you're leaving the course, and make sure you stay within that. I know Water Patrol will be watching for that real close out there today.
Let's have a look at the course out there. The course is 4.3 miles long, and with all of the turns, with all the intricacies, Shane, you and I talked about this on radio last weekend, and comparing the water here, Lake of the Ozarks, to what a lot of these guys see offshore. If they're in the ocean, if they're in the Gulf, if they're off Florida, it's a different game.
Absolutely. The boat we just seen on the screenshot there is a 28 skater, 110 mile per hour boat in flat conditions. But in rough conditions, that boat will be limited down to, say, 85 to 90 miles per hour. So as we're looking at the course right now, you'll see we have a dog leg in each of our straightaways, just due to the natural contours of the lake. But when they're coming in, you'll see marker number 3 there coming on the north side stretch there. I'm sorry. the south side stretch. That will slow those boats down 25 miles per hour as they make that little veer to the left in the catamarans, the unlimited catamarans, I should say. A catamaran is very sensitive to any steering input. It wants to go straight. It wants to have its drives perfectly straight, and any steering input will knock off a bunch of speed on those boats. So it's both a good thing and a bad thing for the guys, because they can't set up for an ultimate top end number, because they do have to navigate those turns on each straightaway.
And that outer ring, you saw the outer ring, that was the safety ring. And again, until 6 o'clock today, that no wake will be in effect after the race is over. So it's a phenomenal course, and Shane, we're starting to hear the revving of engines, and we're ready to begin race number 2.
You know, one of those engines we heard, I just got a text message from General Manager and partner Brett Manier of Performance Boat Center. That tan Outer Limits out there is one of our pace boats, and it is for sale at Performance Boat Center. So any of you guys out there watching, if you want to get a taste for racing, that boat could run in one of our spec classes of racing. It is for sale, and it's probably one of the few boats that runs over 100 mile an hour with a generator and a stand-up shower.
So, as we look at class number 6, we have a defending champion in the Smith brothers, Shane, that won this race here at Lake Race a season ago. In class number 4, it's just a 2-person class, but the smoking section returned. They were winners here at Lake Race a year ago as well.
And those guys, you know, this is their home lake. They have, you know, I know Charlie and Ed have got to have close to 1,000 hours apiece of time, or time apiece on this lake in various different boats. And there's another beautiful shot of that Outer Limits that Performance Boat Center has for sale and using today as one of our pace boats. So as you can see the flag in that boat right there, that is our hold flag, if you will. That means you do not pass the pace boat. It's not time to go racing yet. What will happen inside of that boat is they'll pull that red flag down real fast, and someone else will throw the green flag up, and that's the go sign. So we're going to see our parade lap first. They'll make their way around the track, come back to the milling area, and then start just as we've seen earlier today. And you like we were talking earlier, they won't let those guys start until they're even. So what they're looking for is all the boats to get even, and then the pace boat will turn them loose.
Oh, nice. And how many laps do they do?
In this particular class, looks like we're running 8 laps in Class 6.
It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We're back after this.
Class.
Oh, no worries. I hear KB. KB tells me. We bring you back live. It is a Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. I want to let you know that PDQ Marine is our sponsor for our weather forecast, and they have locations at the 1 mile marker and on the Bagnell Dam Boulevard. Our weather forecast for the rest of the day, high temperatures in the low 80s. We've got the rain out of here, we think, just a very, very slight chance for a shower. And that weather update sponsored by PDQ Marine. We are live inside the Midwest Tinting broadcast booth. And Shane Sherman, we are nearing the start of race number 2, featuring Class 4 and Class 6.
Yes, we are. We're watching the pace boats. You see the 28 skater pacing the Class 6 boats back down to the milling area right now. So as you're watching out there, you'll see the boats come back down to the Bagnell Dam area. They'll come off plane. They'll regroup. They'll verify all the safety assets are in place. And then the pace boats will get back up on plane. And what you're looking for is that tan outer limits that we just mentioned. That'll be your pace boat for Class 4. And then the 28 skater, the yellow one, will be your pace boat for Class 6. And both of those pace boats, as we mentioned earlier, plenty capable of running faster than the boats that are in the race. So it guarantees a good start at that point, because the race boats cannot outrun the pace boat. And the starter in there will make sure those guys are all lined up evenly before he gives them a green flag. And it's at his discretion. He can run them all the way around the course if he wants to, or give them a green flag immediately if he wants to.
And how's it decided which class each boat races in?
They're dictated in these respective classes mainly by speed. One interesting story, the Bat Boat, which we'll see later in Class 2, he holds the record for the most breakouts in OPA racing, which means he broke the speed rule more than anybody else. It was here at Lake Race, and hypothetically, let's say we have a 70 mile per hour speed limit. All the boats in that class are probably capable of running 80 miles per hour. So they want to run as close to 70 miles per hour as they can the entire time. But as soon as they go over, they're penalized. So that's the hardest part about racing, because as a racer, when another boat's beside you, you want to go faster. And the only thing keeping you from going faster is not being able to. That's not the case with most of these boats in the breakout style of racing. They're all capable of going faster, and the crew in the boat has to restrain themselves from doing so. Otherwise, they get penalized and back to the back of the pack again.
Shane mentioned that the Smith brothers are the defending champions in Class 6 from last year here at Lake Race. Boat number 677, keep an eye on. It's a red and white boat with Warren Exner, Mike Boccanino. They were the winners in the Point Pleasant Beach race here earlier this season, Shane. So there's somebody to watch out for as well, see if they can make it back-to-back wins here in Class 6 to start their season.
Anybody that can, 1, finish a Point Pleasant Beach race, and then 2, win it, has definitely accomplished something, because Point Pleasant is notoriously a rough water race, and this year was exactly the same. Like I mentioned, I seen a photograph online of Hanging and Banging just coming out the inlet, not even to the race course yet, and he had to have that boat 6 feet in the air. That 677 boat, you're going to learn. You're going to learn. They're going to see something totally different than what they've seen. It's, not to detect from them, but it sounds like and looks like we have a start now in our Class 4 smoking section in Simmons Racing. Yeah, your outer limits pace boat is pulled to the inside, and those guys are underway. Now, not to get confused as you're watching, they have to go all the way around the course and back up to the start-finish line, which is a blue water yacht anchored out in the middle of the course. That is the start-finish line. So these boats will have to go through 1 and 2, back up the straightaway. That will be the official start of the race.
That is the start of lap number 1. And to tell you, Class 4, it's a 10-lap race for the 2 boats involved, Simmons Marine and Smoking Section. And in Class 6, it's an 8-lap race with Smith Brothers, Early Detection, Ultimate Racing Experience, Allen Lawn Care, and again, our winner to start the OPA season, You're Gonna Learn.
And it looks like Class 6 is underway, and the 2 boats we've been speaking of, Smith Brothers and You're Gonna Learn, are out to 1 and 2 right now in Class 6, and looks like a little red velocity in 3rd place, but your 1 and 2 boats, Smith Brothers and You're Gonna Learn, and they are running side by side. There is no distance. It looks like the 2nd place boat is pulling up a little bit on the outside right now, so There's your pace boat making his way back into the infield after he turned the Class 6 guys loose, and they just went back to Class 4. Simmons has opened up a little bit of a lead over Smoking Section. Looks to be about a 1 second lead in that 34 Phantom over the Cigarette with Charlie and Ed in there. So, like I said, Cigarette is plenty capable of running the speeds it needs to run to get around that boat, but it cannot break out of the class, which at this point, if he feels the Simmons boat is broken out, it's even harder because he knows that the boat has went too fast, that they're going to be penalized, but he can't catch them. And that rule of we can't break out, it goes out of every racer's mind. They don't want to hear that. They just want to go. And they can't, otherwise they'll lose. And that's the hardest part about this type of racing. But what makes it nice is it allows a lot of people to get into the sport with their pleasure boats and get their feet wet without having to buy a full-blown race boat and the time and the investment. So a lot of these guys, I know I've seen Smoking Section out on the lake several times, to the restaurants for dinner, all that type of stuff. So it gives them a chance to experience real racing without having to make the total commitment of a full-blown race boat. And as they make their way through the Bagnell Dam turns 1 and 2, Simmons still out in front of Smoking Section. And you can hear them in the background making their way behind our broadcast booth. And Class 4 leader right now, Simmons, with Smoking Section in second place as they make their way back down the north shore of Lake of the Ozarks. And your Class 4 boats, probably about a second and a half in between those boats. So, again, like we discussed, the breakout is very important in this class of racing. So they can't break out trying to catch the guy in front of them. And that's the hardest thing because they have enough speed and horsepower to do it. But mentally, they can't. They have to tell themselves, we cannot go there because we'll lose. So, Julia, these boats obviously a little different than the orange boats you were seeing earlier.
That's right.
And as we see Smith Brothers coming into turns 1 right now, the top 3 boats, maybe 2 or 3 seconds between them. You can hear them making their way behind us. As you watch them on our screen and both in person, the turn is the crucial part of that. So how smooth that boat goes through the turn can give that guy an extra 1 or 2 seconds without increasing any speed versus a boat that's flopping and banging and bouncing, having to fight with waves and other stuff. So being out in front is very crucial to how quickly you can make your way around the track.
So is there a big chance that they can flip over during the turn?
Yes, there is. This class of racing, generally you won't see those boats flip. You'll see them do what they call spin out, which is when the nose of the boat comes in a little too hard and it bow steers and the boat will spin, much like a car on ice would do. It'll do a 360 and hopefully not throw the guys out of the boat and not hurt anything too bad. Generally what happens is it tears an outdrive off the back and their day of racing is done and it's back to try another day. But as the race goes on, if they're really fighting for position and crisscrossing the waves, that's when the possibility of that comes in.
Is it pretty physically demanding to race?
Very, especially in an open cockpit boat because you have no seat restraints to hold you in the boat. So not only you're focusing on driving or throttling depending on your position in the boat, you're focusing on holding yourself in. So, you're using your legs to press yourself up against the seat, and you're using both hands to hang onto either a handle or a throttle, and the driver obviously has both hands on the steering wheel. So in the straightaway, not so bad, and here at this race where it's smooth water, not so bad. When they were up in New Jersey that we just talked about, Point Pleasant, it was hang on for dear life because it was ocean conditions and very, very rough water racing.
And you're looking at Class 4. Smoking Section has a halfway decent lead here, Shane, as 1 lap is in the books for Class 4. They've got 10 laps to complete. And Smoking Section and Simmons Marine are the 2 boats there in Class number 4. And we're going to be coming up here, and we'll see Class 6 shortly as they wrap up their first lap of this race as well. They have 8 laps to make up 34.4 miles to finish in class number 6, Shane. And again, that was Smith Brothers, U-Gun Learn, and Allen Lawn Care had made their way into the top 3 as well.
Yep, we're on screen now is Simmons Racing running first in Class 4, closely followed by Smoking Section. And That's how they've ran since the green flag, and be curious to see if there's any breakouts in this class, because the boats are definitely both capable of running the exact speed they need to run to not break out. So it'd be interesting to see if Simmons indeed did break out, or if they just made it through the turns cleaner and quicker to establish that lead.
Shall we mention that Allen Lawn Care, they had made their way into the top 3 here in class number 6. Yulia, you had a chance to catch up with this team, the Allens.
Yes, both Billy Allen and his son Andre, they have racing experience behind the wheel, but not on water. And they've both raced cars. And actually, Andre was adopted from Russia, which I can relate to because I'm also Russian. So let's take a look.
And exciting, but then once I get out there, I know that it'll be a lot of fun.
I'm probably the most excited about racing this boat than it was the first stock car that I bought in 1988. We have did a lot of poker runs with our cigarette together, and with our wife also. But this is the first time that we have competed, like I say, in the boat together, and I'm very excited. I'm probably more excited about this, like I say, than I was for the...
Great stuff, Yulia, and it's, again, you've got certainly some interest in these guys with the connections to your home country out in Russia, and it's certainly a very interesting story.
Yes, and I'm definitely rooting for them.
And they are, again, running third right now. As you take a look at the standings, Captain Mike Finks Marina giving you a look there, and it's Smith Brothers, You Gun Learn, and Allen Lawn Care. Again, Smith Brothers, the defending champions here at Lake Race, as You Gun Learn, winners in the first race of the season at Point Pleasant Beach here in the OPA season. So they were the likely front runners, and that's exactly where they're at right now to start this race as a Class 4, Class 6. Class 6 now 2 laps in the book, and Smokin' Section, Shane, continuing to maintain their lead.
Actually, Brendan, we've got Simmons out in front in Class 6, and right before, actually, we're back to Class 6 now, I'm sorry, Class 4 has Simmons out in front. And watch this turn on the screen right now. On the straightaway, the Allen Lawn Care boat did pull up side by side with your second place boat. So it'll be interesting to see how they navigate this turn now and see if they can maintain that position, because they've definitely gained some ground. Okay, coming through the turn, they did keep third position, but they were on the outside. So watch the Allen landscaping boat as it comes up on the straightaway. They really are trying to get that boat up on the pad. That's why she's rocking back and forth a little bit. It is a pad bottom boat. It's a velocity boat designed to run on the very back section of the boat. So they're trying their hardest to keep it up on that pad, which is a hard thing to do as the waves start affecting the boat side to side like it is. And you'll see it rocking back and forth. You can see now they've got a little bit of a lead. They have moved into second place. But the overtake rule in racing is you need to have, I believe, 2 boat lengths before you can overtake the line. So that's why you see them guys maintaining that outside line. They want to get to the inside, which will give them a better line through the turn and force their competition over the wake and to the outside. But right now, they've moved into second place.
Guys, let's head down to the docks right now. His report sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts. Hello again to Bob May.
We have great crowds down on the docks, and we are here today with another dock report during Lake Race 2016. This is the iconic boat for Lake of the Ozarks. We see you a lot. Elliot Gray is the driver and owner, and Elliot, it's good to see you guys at the Lake Race.
Oh, thank you very much.
Tell me a little bit about the 4 years that you've owned the Bat boat.
Well, we started racing in the OPA racing circuit. The last 2 years we won the world title, 14 and 15. Hoping to repeat that this year down in Englewood, Florida, past November. So, been points champions the last 2 years also.
Congratulations to you. And I know we missed you last year at Shootout. What happened?
I had a bent shaft in my gearbox, and we could not get a part. Actually, I had to have one made by a machinist, and we just, it was throwing off the knock sensors, it was out of balance. So when the computers are throwing off the Guardian mode, it just shuts down the engine. So.
All right. Well, good luck today. Tell me the class that you guys race in.
We're a Class 2. It's 105 breakout speed. It's a bracket racing because I'm open canopy. And they won't let me run any higher class like the Extreme because we're open for insurance reasons, safety.
Absolutely. All right. Well, good luck to you guys out there today. We thank you so much for coming to Lake Race.
Oh, thank you.
And we hope to see you at Shootout.
Okay.
All right. Very good. We are having a blast down here with our dock reports at Lake Race 2016. Back to you now, Brendan, and our good friend Shane Sherman. I'm Captain Bob May.
Thank you, Captain Bob May, and sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts down there on the docks. And we pick up our racing action here, Shane, in Class 6. Smith Brothers, Allen Lawn Care, You Gonna Learn. That's a great race right now in Class 6.
Great race. Allen Lawn Care moving into second position as we get ready to go to break. So they were able to overtake and get up into that second position.
It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We're back after this. It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. This hour sponsored by The Property Shop in Class 6. You see it. Smith Brothers, Allen Lawn Care, and You Gonna Learn in a race that is, you've got 5 boats, but Shane, you've got 3 boats right now that are really contending for that top spot. And over the last few minutes, Allen Lawn Care has really threatened Smith Brothers for that overall lead.
Absolutely, they have. The only thing keeping Smith Brothers out in front right now is that inside line, and they really put some distance on the boats when they come into the turns, taking advantage of their inside line, and they're going to protect it and not let those guys get around them. So the Allen Lawn Care boat has the speed to run with them on the straightaway, and as soon as they come into the turn, they're doing an excellent job turning the boat, but they're taking the longer way around, and until they can figure out a way to get to that inside, that's where they're going to stay. So you see it right now, Smith Brothers and Allen. You can see Allen pulling up on them. They definitely have the speed to do so. And Smith Brothers is going to protect that inside line all they can.
And how hard to keep the boat level?
On this water with that size of a boat, they are really fighting a battle of trimming it out enough to get the speed they want and not trimming it out so much to where it bounces too much. As you can see, both of these boats right now have leveled back out. You'll watch the red boat. It'll want to rock side to side a little more. Like I mentioned earlier, it's a pad bottom boat, and what that means is there's a section about 16 inches wide and about 20 inches long that they're trying to get that boat to sit up on top of and balance that entire 4,000-pound boat on top of that. So what they're fighting is the wakes hitting the boat from the side as she just rocked right there, going over the wave, and the torque of the propeller, trying to flip the boat over to one side. So the driver in a single-engine boat really has his hands full to keep the boat from chine walking any more than he doesn't want it to chine walk at all. So his goal is to make it run just like it's running right now, no chine walking at all, and trimmed out beautifully. And as soon as something upsets that boat, it knocks it off of that pad. The boat in the front, the Smith Brothers boat, not as much of a pad bottom. If I'm not mistaken, the Class 6 Smith Brothers boat is a Joker power boat, more of a traditional deep V, so it won't try to get up on a pad and rock back and forth as much. But they are definitely working hard in there. They're not out for a Sunday drive by any means.
And You're Gonna Learn is a little further back now in third place. And how about in class number 4, Shane, and the work that the Simmons Marine has been able to do to maintain a lead over Smoking Section that won this class last year here at Lake Race?
Yeah, Simmons Marine has led wire to wire in class 4 right now. And like we've discussed already, both boats plenty capable of running faster than the breakout or the maximum speed allowed in that class. So, either Smoking Section has had an issue and they're not running at top speed, or possibly Simmons has broken out of the class already. But the turn navigation is what is so crucial in the spec class racing to put distance between the boats, if you will. And Simmons is doing an excellent job of getting through the turns, so they're really expanding on their lead now over Smoking Section. And if they don't have any infractions, they're going to run away with the win today and knock Smoking Section off of the Lake Race winners from last year. So looks like we're going to have a changing of the guards this year in Class 4.
Certainly would appear that way. We're live inside the Midwest Tinting broadcast booth. They have film for your home and business that saves money and increases comfort. Visit MidwestTinting.com. And in Class 6, you saw the leaderboard there. Class 4, Simmons Marine maintains their lead. And as Shane mentioned, the opportunity to knock off a defending champion here at Lake Race. And that is a big deal as we continue in our second race of the day. And by the way, this hour of Lake Race 2016 is sponsored by The Property Shop.
We're back on screen to our Class 6 racing, and Smith Brothers doing an excellent job of maintaining and protecting that inside line, because every turn they'll put 3, 4, 5 boat links on the second place boat of Allen Lawn Care. And as soon as they get back to the straightaway, the Allen Lawn Care boat is able to pull up on them. So tells me a couple different things. Tells me the Smith Brothers probably have a shorter prop, which is giving them some better acceleration out of the turn. And then, of course, they have that inside line, so they're taking the shortest distance around the track. And there just isn't anything that Allen can do about that until they get up side by side and can challenge for that inside line. And looks like Smith Brothers has got a little more of a lead on them this lap. So they could be playing a game of cat and mouse, knowing how many laps they have left. Just sit back and relax. They may have seen something out there on the track that says, okay, here's where we can make our move at. We'll let them guys get a little comfortable, and then we'll sneak back up and try to put our nose in the inside to get that inside line that they desperately need to get around these guys. So unless Smith Brothers messes up, Allen Lawnscaping is going to need to get that inside line to get around them.
And they're finishing lap number 5 right now in class number 6, Shane. So, at what stage of the game, if you're Allen Lawn Care, heck, if you're going to learn, a move has to be made, and you're starting to close in on do or die time here.
My thoughts would be, as close as these two boats are competing with each other, they're going to do it on the last lap, because whatever they do, Smith Brothers is going to counteract to, and, they're professionals out there in that boat. They're going to try to combat whatever they see these guys attempting to do. So much like in NASCAR, you might be leading coming into turn 1 of the last lap, and then all of a sudden here comes the freight train. So, they don't want to make their move too soon and give Smith Brothers a chance to take advantage again. But yet again, like you mentioned, Brendan, they don't want to wait too late in the race, because they're running out of real estate. They're running out of time to make that move and get into that first place position. So, right now it's Smith Brothers' race to lose. They're doing an excellent job. They're doing everything perfect right now in that boat, protecting their line, smooth, well-executed corners, and Alan Lawn Care is just right there to take advantage of any mistake they may make. And up to this point, Smith Brothers has not made one. They have led since the drop of the green flag.
A defending champion, and certainly what they're able to do at the World Championships as well this past year. They finished second at the World Championships down in Inglewood. Shane, that was a tremendous battle with Whoa Mama, as they were locked up in a tight one all weekend long last November. But right now, Smith Brothers and Alan Lawn Care continuing to really battle it out here. And as I mentioned, 5 laps in. We're 6 laps in Class 4, and it looks like a coronation at this point for Simmons Marine, unless, as you said, Shane, something happens
Brendan, watch
technically.
this turn coming up. The camera guy will stay on that turn. They're going to get into some big boat wakes coming through that turn, as you see right there. The Class 4 boats making their way around to lap these guys. So going to throw some waves in there they have not had to contend with yet, and they're going to have to deal with it for these 2 turns, and then it won't be an issue anymore until it starts to bounce back off again. But you can see Smith Brothers fighting to keep on that inside line and inside of that wake, and Allen Brothers chose to go ahead and follow the path of the Class 4 boat that went around. What that did for them was it didn't upset the boat. They didn't have to fight that wave trying to get back inside.
It is the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. Smith Brothers in the lead. Simmons Marine in the lead. We're back after this.
Dreaming about owning a Playcraft boat? Don't dream. Live the lifestyle of never being afraid of a rough water weekend at the lake, because that's when a Playcraft PowerTune Extreme shines bright. Only Playcraft boats were engineered for this lake. Plus, Playcraft boats set speed records every year at every Lake of the Ozarks shootout. Playcraft PowerTune Extreme takes you where no other boat has gone. Take a test drive at Marty's Marine in Osage Beach today.
Your dining destination is just down the road. Enjoy the relaxed atmosphere of the lounge with a seared tuna or cheese board to start a memorable evening. And the dining room is the place to be, with exciting menu options that will have you salivating. Eating is only half the journey, so we hope to have you dine with us soon to experience fine dining being redefined. That's JJ's at the Copper Pot.
Performance Boat Center is the largest performance boat sales and service location in the Midwest, with a full-service repair facility and huge parts inventory to help with any boat repair needs. Their award-winning sales staff offers competitive prices on the world's most luxurious new and pre-owned performance and pleasure boats, like Cigarette, Skater, Statement, Sunsation, and Princess Yachts. Visit their sprawling indoor showroom at Redhead Yacht Club in Osage Beach, or online at performanceboatcenter.com.
Imagine your own slice of island paradise. Isla del Sol gives you the only private gated island condominium at the lake. Watch the sun rise and set to breathtaking views and savor the seclusion you can only get on a Hawaiian island. Isla del Sol offers luxurious condo living just minutes by boat to waterfront dining or a short drive to shopping and entertainment. Enjoy a lifetime of fun with your exclusive resort-style pool with splash fountains and more. Your unique island paradise at the lake. Isla del Sol.
Boat lifts aren't one size fits all, and neither is our service. It's personalized for you.
No matter how rough the water gets, you can build your boat with Somerset.
Hi, I'm Brian Schuster with Somerset Boat Lifts, and we're lifting your dreams from canoes to cruisers.
SomersetBoatLifts.com.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Bridal Cave. It's the cave for lovers and lovers of natural beauty. Rain or shine, Bridal Cave is the best all-weather entertainment at the lake. Take a guided tour on concrete pathways and see why so many people fall in love with the cave and get married there. Enjoy a refreshing 60-degree walk through room after room of millions of years of history. Bridal Cave is a family adventure you'll never forget. Google Bridal Cave. See you at the fun lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. This hour is sponsored by the Property Shop at the Lake for all your real estate needs. Property Shop at the Lake.com. And we are 7 laps in Class 4, 6 laps in Class 6, Shane Sherman. And it is going to come down to the wire in Class 6 anyway. Looks like a coronation for Simmons Marine in Class 4.
It's looking that way right now. And while we were at break, Yulia was asking some great questions. Yulia, go ahead and ask back what we were talking about during break.
Yeah, the lake conditions. Is it easier to race on the lake versus offshore, somewhere in the ocean?
Different, I would say, would be a proper word. They're totally different situations, from saltwater versus freshwater, tide, wave action, wind action. Completely different parameters to deal with. In the ocean, you'll see the waves will be symmetrical and generally all coming from one direction. So if you're coming into turn 1 and the waves are coming, at a quartering sea, they're generally going to be that way throughout the whole race. What these guys will experience here on the lake that's a little different is the more laps they do and the more wakes that they cause themselves, those waves start to bounce back and forth, and there is no direction, if you will, or rhyme or reason to the waves. So a totally different scenario for them each lap around the track. And that is one of the interesting things about boat racing in general. The track is ever changing, whether it's the ocean or the lake. It changes every time around because the water is not static like a NASCAR track would be. It changes on these guys every lap.
Guys, this is it in class number 6. 7 laps in, and we are still tight. Smith Brothers and Allen Lawn Care.
Yeah, very close racing right there. They're definitely trying to make a move around that first place finisher, and look at them go. These guys are deck to deck racing. They must have figured out that their move was on the straightaway as they were making their way towards start finish. So of course we got to wait for that official result to see if anybody's broken out, but look at those guys deck to deck. They look, from our vantage point right now, to have a little bit of a lead.
And we wondered at what point would they make their move, Shane. Now is the time.
Yeah,
now is the time.
They are out of time. So yeah, Yulia, you're correct. They look like they've made the move. So be interesting to see if they were able to stay within the bracket of the speed required for the class and get around Smith Brothers, because if that was the case, they made a great move at the right time to put themselves out in front. So we'll be interested to see what OPA reports back to us here on that.
And what's the speed cutoff for this class?
I believe this is a 70-mile-per-hour class. And like we had mentioned before, the boats will all be capable of running in excess of the maximum and have to refrain themselves back to the speed of the class.
How important is the inside track here for the Smith Brothers, Shane, because they've had this inside track seemingly the whole time?
And I believe they just lost it, Brendan, from what I've seen on the screen right there. To answer your question, it was the most important thing to have. It was what was keeping them. Now, another thing, a lot of these guys, if they miscalculated on fuel to try to be as close to possible as the weight, you get towards the end of the races and start throwing that boat into a turn real hard, the fuel will slosh away from the water pickup, from the fuel pickup, and starve the motor for fuel, and they'll start spittering and sputtering, just like your car would when it's running out of gas. And whatever happened right there, whether they were running an extra lap or they had an issue, but Allen Lawnscaping is definitely out in front by a bunch. Could be something as simple as a miscalculation on the lap count, or Smith Brothers may have had an issue late in the race, knocking them off that first position.
And if we can stay on Allen Lawn Care there, guys, as it looks like they're going to win class number 6, the 8-lap race, more than 34 miles.
I'm looking, we can't see it on screen, but I'm looking at the start-finish boat, and I seen Allen take the checkered flag. So what an incredible race for them. Sat in the catbird seat the entire time, waited for the right time to make their move, went around Smith Brothers to get that first-place finish. So you're good luck. Those guys are probably going to be dragging you around the entire circuit now, so you may have to get some frequent flyer miles built up because, superstition is big amongst all of these racers, and you may be their new good luck charm.
And just from past performance, guys, you had to consider Smith Brothers. You're going to learn the 2 favorites, and they opened, if you recall, those two boats opened with the lead for about the first lap, and then we saw Allen Lawn Care move up, establish themselves as the clear-cut number 2, Shane, and they maintained that position the rest of the way, made their move on the final lap.
Absolutely, and as Julia mentioned earlier, a lot of racing experience, but no water racing experience. So they may have used those first couple laps as a, just getting acquainted. They really didn't know what to expect out there, and it doesn't matter how many times you've driven your boat out there on the water, it's never the same as racing it side by side. And as you can see, the Mystic Powerboats finish line cam just went off of the checkered flag, but as we've discussed, Allen Lawn Care and Landscape, your first place finishers in Class 6, and I don't have an official reading back on your Class 4, but from what we've seen from our vantage point at the broadcast,
they were wrapping up.
Simmons,
it was Simmons
was your first place finisher in Class 4 with smoking section,
and that's an upset too. That's an upset too with the defending champs here at Lake Race in this class, smoking section, finishing in the second spot, the second position in Class number 4.
Exactly. We're back on the Mystic Powerboats finish line cam, and you can see the Simmons Marine boat making its way to the infield to accept their checkered flag. And, I was on the docks earlier, and the Mystic Powerboats Center Council is going to be your pace boat in an upcoming race. And what a gorgeous machine that is. And, I want to thank Mystic for sponsoring Lake Race 2016. We see Smith Brothers, interested in wondering what's going on that boat right now.
I wonder if they're surprised, or if they
could be under the impression maybe Allen Brothers broke out because they had a burst of speed right at the end.
That's fair, yeah.
So,
again, there's our final unofficial in Class 4. It is Simmons Marine and Smoking Section. Be interesting to see if the final unofficial in Class 6 any different than what we saw out there on TV, on the course. If, like I said, if there was a breakout and that cost Allen Lawn Care a possible win.
And one thing that happens a lot, Julia, in this racing, these guys still count laps with duct tape. So they have 9 or 10 pieces of duct tape, however many laps they're going to run on their dashboard.
Oh, wow.
More races have been lost by a miscount than I can even think of over the years because they think the race is over, so they slow down. And then they don't want to go too many laps because they burn off extra fuel and they may not be heavy enough to make the weight requirements. So it's amazing the number of races over the years that have been lost by miscalculating the duct tape. So you'll see as you walk down the docks later on, even at the top level, the Wake Effects CMS boats will have duct tape on the dashboard, and they have the best technology that money can buy, crew guys, radio, everything. It's still down to duct tape.
Wow.
We're going to go down and get another dock report sponsored by Somerset Boat Lift. They're coming up a little bit later in the Supercats. It's Bob May with Kenny Mungle.
We are back with another dock report, and it's getting noisy down here on the docks, but we found our good buddy Ken Mungle. Kenny, you got a brand new boat. Let's tell them about it.
I do. I've got the retired Steel 388 Skater. The Steel guys bought him a new boat. I bought their old boat, and we are having a blast, man. She's a fast little lady.
Now, you are from Texas, down around the Gulf, and you've been having a lot of flooding and stuff down there. Have you had some time to go out and do some test runs?
We have not done any testing. When they give us the green flag, that'll be our test lap.
All right, well, you put it to them, I can tell you.
That's it. We're just going to lay it on the wood and see what happens.
All right. You come to Shootout every year. We've seen you many times. What's your top speed? Now, that one's in the other boat.
Yes, sir. Our top speed in the 32, we ran 188 last year. This year, we've made a few changes, so we're trying to get north of 190. Keep your fingers crossed. This boat, we're actually going to run it in the Shootout. So there's a little rivalry going on. We're going to have another drag race with another local competitor here. These boats run about 140 or 145 if they're propped correctly, so we're just out having a great time.
All right, and I think we'll see you at Glock too, right?
Yes, sir. We'll be at Glock, and we'll have both boats at Glock.
All right, very good. Kenny, thank you, sir. Appreciate it very much. Best of luck.
Thank you. It is a skater nation.
Yeah. All right, we're done here on this one. We'll talk to you soon down on the docks. I'm Captain Bob May.
Thank you, Bob. And his updates are sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts. You're taking a look at the final unofficial standings, and there it is. Again, officially, unofficially, it's Allen Lawn Care. Shane coming away with the victory. Smith Brothers. And then again, the winner just a little while ago at Point Pleasant Beach. You're going to learn they finish in third.
Yeah, great race for Allen Lawn Care and Landscape out there. Worked their way up from, I believe, a 4th position start up into the first place position. So those guys did an excellent job in that boat, and Smith Brothers did everything they could to make that boat as wide as possible to keep those guys from getting around. Be interesting to hear later on if they had an issue, maybe a lap miscount, what transpired for the overtaking of the Allen Lawn Care boat, because it appeared from our vantage point that Smith Brothers clearly had the advantage. They had plenty of speed to stay out front, and they had the inside line. So something definitely took place out there that that we couldn't see from here to cause the position change, and Allen Lawn Care was there to take advantage of it. So good for those guys.
Guys, it is just past 1 o'clock. Our title sponsor also sponsoring this hour. It's Performance Boat Center here at the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. And again, our television partners with us here in the 1 o'clock hour, the Ozarks CW in Springfield, MyZoo TV up in Columbia, our friends at ABC 7 down in Florida, Sarasota, and Tampa. You're getting a look here outside at Beavers at the dam, but there's so much else to do here at the Lake of the Ozarks. It's just one of the go-to destinations. The golf, the beautiful golf all over the area, the water parks for the kids. So many great family-friendly activities that are offered here at the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the scenery, the miniature golf, the caves. It's an incredible opportunity to visit with us. And we want to thank the Lake of the Ozarks Convention and Visitor Bureau for this footage that you're looking at right now. And for more information, if you want to visit us here at the Lake of the Ozarks, check out funlake.com. That's funlake.com. It's an incredible weekend just right here for Lake Race, and it's really just the start of a phenomenal summer here in 2016 at the Lake of the Ozarks. So we are inside the Midwest Tinting broadcast booth. It is Brendan Matthews. It is Shane Sherman. It is Julio Whittington from the Ozarks CW down in Springfield. And guys, we are now 2 races in, and again, Yulia, for somebody like yourself, you're involved in this for the very first time. What have you thought so far about these first 2 races? A lot of excitement. You've been right here front and center.
It's amazing how fast the boats are and how prepared the guys are. I just love it.
Yeah, the drivers, the experience that they bring to the table. And again, we see 2 upsets in our last race, at least in terms of who you kind of pegged was going to be the favorite. It didn't necessarily work out that way. So it's been a lot of fun, very exciting so far in the 2016 Lake of the Ozarks Lake Race. And again, it's all sponsored, our title sponsor, Performance Boat Center. And what's coming up next, our 3rd race of the day. And this is going to be kind of a jam-packed race, Shane. We got the Super V Lights. We've got Class 5. There are going to be some big-time competitors in that before we start to think about the big-time speeds later on in the afternoon.
Absolutely. And as you mentioned, Class 5, we lost one of our competitors this morning due to a problem. We don't exactly know what happened yet. I seen the boat come back into the crane. It was the Wings on Water 503 bat boat. Had a pretty serious fire. From what I've been told, the crew members are all okay. The boat's definitely not okay. So we're going to be 1 boat short in our Class 5. And, just want to wish those guys the best on getting everything back in order in the Wings on the Water boat.
Do want to also mention the street party that we had, I believe, last night, Shane, and sponsored by Lake Locator. We don't have any footage for you right now, but just to tell you about everything that goes on, the folks, the fans have a chance to kind of meet up close and personal, the drivers, the throttlemen, and the boats that you get to see real close. An opportunity that maybe you don't always get to have in these beautiful pieces of machinery that exceed really your wildest dreams in terms of the speed on the water. The Bagnell Dam strip comes alive with all of this excitement, and we've done it the last few years here leading up to the race itself. And if you're coming down for the event next year, make it a point to get here for the street party, for all the events that lead up to this lake race. And again, it's sponsored by Lake Locator. Again, check out the Lake Locator app on your smartphone to not get lost at the lake again. They'll have all of your locations set for you. We look out on the water right now, Shane, and again, we're just kind of in between races here. Race number 3 coming up very shortly.
Yeah, and some of the things that are going on right now, as the folks are wondering what the delay is, the helicopter has to refuel, which provides us with our safety divers. The divers have to take a break in there, and I see we've got a hottie cam going on from Porky's out there, and it appears to be some team members off that beautiful blue 40 MTI that the hottie cam has found out there on our docks. So those guys are definitely doing a great job of that. But Brendan mentioned the street party, and it is really becoming an event in its own. It's a great opportunity for the sponsors and everybody to bring their stuff out, their boats. We've got T-shirt tents, we've got vendors. Wake Effects has an incredible booth set up over there. Performance Boat Center has a display, rivaling their showroom over on Osage Beach. And, then I know tonight, Beavers at the Dam, one of my favorite bands ever. I've been listening to the guys for 15 years. It's called Disco Dick and the Mirror Balls. And if you're within earshot or can hear us talking, you've got plenty of time to get here. And the thing about the Disco Dick and the Mirror Balls, when the dance floor gets full, it's anything from 20-year-olds to 50-year-olds, all enjoying the music those guys put on, and they put on a heck of a show. It's not just some music on a stage. So if you can hear as the party tonight, new to our format this year, is going to be at Beavers at the Dam with Disco Dick and the Mirror Balls. So it's definitely going to be a good time out here, and we're going to try to talk Yulia into staying for that and enjoying some of the festivities tonight at Beavers at the Dam.
I would love to, but unfortunately I can, but it sounds like a blast.
It's a great time, and again, a part of that whole entire weekend here, Beavers at the Dam, Lake Race 2016. We've got such beautiful temperatures here, too. Currently 81 degrees. Your weather forecast sponsored by PDQ Marine. Locations at the 1 mile marker and on Bagnell Dam Boulevard. We're going to stay in the low to mid 80s. There is just an outside chance of a shower. Our Storm and O radar started to pick up something, probably a good 100, 150 miles to our northwest. It is something to keep an eye on because I know there's still a front in the area. We'll continue to monitor that, but if those stay away, again, we do have some kind of puffy cumulus clouds out and about here on the water, but we're staying in pretty good shape here. And again, that weather forecast sponsored by PDQ Marine.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the optimistic approach and call those puffy clouds a beautiful backdrop for some of the pro camera guys I've seen here. I know I've seen Pete Bowden, Nikon Miami here doing some shots, and that'll be all over social media, later on this evening from the boats and the sites and everything. And, as I'm looking from our broadcast booth here, it just, you can't get anything prettier than this. It just, we have beautiful puffy clouds. The lake is ideal. The temperature, it's like the rain blew through yesterday, washed everything off, and gave us a great venue for today.
We really lucked out, no question about it. It is the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We're back after this.
Dreaming about owning a Playcraft boat? Don't dream. Live the lifestyle of never being afraid of a rough water weekend at the lake, because that's when a Playcraft PowerTune Extreme shines bright. Only Playcraft boats were engineered for this lake. Plus, Playcraft boats set speed records every year at every Lake of the Ozarks shootout. Playcraft PowerTune Extreme takes you where no other boat has gone. Take a test drive today at Pope's Boat Sales or Marty's Marine.
Boat lifts aren't one size fits all, and neither is our service. It's personalized for you.
No matter how rough the water gets, you can build your boat with Somerset.
Hi, I'm Brian Schuster with Somerset Boat Lifts, and we're lifting your dreams from canoes to cruisers.
SomersetBoatLifts.com.
Performance Boat Center is the largest performance boat sales and service location in the Midwest, with a full-service repair facility and huge parts inventory to help with any boat repair needs. Their award-winning sales staff offers competitive prices on the world's most luxurious new and pre-owned performance and pleasure boats, like Cigarette, Skater, Statement, Sensation, and Princess Yachts. Visit their sprawling indoor showroom at Redhead Yacht Club in Osage Beach or online at performanceboatcenter.com.
Imagine your own slice of island paradise. Isla del Sol gives you the only private gated island condominium at the lake. Watch the sun rise and set to breathtaking views and savor the seclusion you can only get on a Hawaiian island. Isla del Sol offers luxurious condo living just minutes by boat to waterfront dining or a short drive to shopping and entertainment. Enjoy a lifetime of fun with your exclusive resort-style pool with splash fountains and more. Your unique island paradise at the lake. Isla del Sol. Dreaming about owning a playcraft boat? Don't dream. Live the lifestyle of never being afraid of a rough water weekend at the lake, because that's when a Playcraft PowerTune Extreme shines bright. Only Playcraft boats were engineered for this lake. Plus, Playcraft boats set speed records every year at every Lake of the Ozarks shootout. Playcraft PowerTune Extreme takes you where no other boat has gone. Take a test drive at Marty's Marine in Osage Beach today.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Big Surf Water Park. It's your premier destination for total family fun at the lake. Zoom down our amazing water slides, hang 10 in our unbelievable wake pool, or kick back and enjoy a relaxing trip down Lazy River. Bring your family or come with a group and have the biggest, baddest, wettest fun of your whole summer. Big Surf is right off Highway 54 in Camdenton. Google search Big Surf. Easy to find, hard to forget at the fun lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
We welcome you back live just outside Beavers at the Dam. Little bonus hottie cam for you as we bring you back. It is a Performance Boat Center 2016 lake race. And all sort of beauties out there on the water this afternoon. Shane?
Yeah, Brendan, if you guys are listening out there in the Baja 32 caliber with the red bimini top, look over your left shoulder. You are on live television on the hottie cam. They're right down there on the crane and dock right now. I believe that's one of our safety assets, but that is a beautiful 94 32 Baja that was sold new by Big Thunder Marine down here in 1994. So one of our crane sponsors, and you're going to see them guys coming up on the track here a little later on, and they have put a lot of power boats out here on this lake, and it's great to see the new owners in there bringing the place back up to speed and really bringing back a lake icon, and that's Big Thunder Marine over there. And, we can't say enough about Performance Boat Center and Redhead Yacht Club and the facility they've put together at the 21-mile marker here on the lake. It's, in my opinion, redefined the pinnacle of performance boat marinas in the world. I mean, not just in America or Missouri. In the world, they have set a new benchmark at Performance Boat Center of what top-notch is. And if you have the opportunity, whether you're a boat owner or not, to go over there, the facility is, there isn't anything else you can compare it to in the boating world, because they've just reestablished the top level of service and professionalism and showmanship on what they put together at Performance Boat Center.
I want to thank Dick Aki Construction and a lot of those great overhead camera views that we get. They certainly help us with. And take a look at builddocc.com. That's builddocc.com. And all sort of great looks out there right now. And again, we are in anticipation of our third race of the day, guys. It'll be the Super V Lights. It'll be Class 5. And just to let everybody know, I mean, this is really just the start. We've got 2 races in, but before we're all said and done, we've got, I think, 7 races? 7 races before it's all done here, guys.
I think
and,
so.
And we got a ways to go and some great speed, some great competition still to come. And as I mentioned, that last race was just spectacular.
As you can see on the screen right now, the Somerset Boat Lifts helipad. Somerset put that together for another event we have down here called Super Cat Fest, held during our shootout weekend. And one of the customers wanted to park his helicopter and boat close to one another. So the great guys at Somerset Boat Lifts were so kind to put a helicopter pad on top of a mobile dock. And it's become quite the popular thing. As you can see now, we have it here at Lake Race with our medical and photography assets able to land right here at the dock. Something else great for the spectators to watch and witness. A helicopter landing on a boat dock is not something you see every day unless you're around Somerset Boat Lifts, and then, it's pretty par for the course at that point. And real nice to be able to have so many diverse different things here for the spectators to enjoy as Lake Race 2016 is happening. And as we're going back over to the Big Thunder Marine crane cam, if you make your way down to the end of the Bagnell Dam Strip when they're craning these boats in and out, that's another sight in its own when you see a 10,000-pound, 50-foot long catamaran hanging 200 feet up in the air as it's getting lifted from its trailer over into the water. Not something you get to see every day, Yulia.
Yeah, that would give me a heart attack, that's for sure.
Take a look at Big Thunder Marine Crane Can there. They're another one of our great sponsors and giving you some of those looks that we don't always get to see. Big Thunder Marine back with 3 locations at the lake: Big Thunder Marina, Glen Cove Marina, and Tri-Toon Town. Take a look at that view, guys. We took a look at the strip and the water all at the same time. And this hour, by the way, of the 2016 Lake Race is brought to you by Performance Boat Center. And, of course, our title sponsor as well. Let's, guys, we're going to have a chance here in just a second, and we're going to see him out in just a little bit, I believe, in the Super V-Light class coming up in just a little bit. And I'm going to double-check that, actually, because I believe it's the Super Cats. It's the Super Cats. And it's the extreme class as well. But it's Myra Coyle. He had a chance to talk it over with our very own Bob May. It's our dock report sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts. Hello, Bob.
We are here on the docks at Beavers at the Dam for Lake Race 2016, and we are standing next to the winner of the 2015 shootout, the Top Gun, Myra Coyle. Hi, Myra. How are you?
Hi, how are you guys today?
We are doing great. You're getting ready for Lake Race. When do you guys run?
We run at 2 o'clock. Sitting here, went out on the course a little bit earlier in one of our little rib. Just looked it over, see how it looks, and pretty excited to get out there.
All right, tell me about your boat.
The Performance Boat Center, Jimmy John's boat, was at Cocoa Beach a couple weeks ago, and we were fortunate enough to win that race. It was the first of the season for us, so this is our second race of the season. A little bit different. It was nice to get back to fresh water so you can see all your equipment getting all flushed out, which this is home for us, so we're always excited to give our fans a good show at home. The boat's a 388 skater, has twin 750 horsepower Sterlings, number 6 drives, and we have a lot of specs in our class. A lot from everything from compression ratios to gear ratios to the type of fuel and everything like that. So it's a really cool class to keep the competition close.
Well, best of luck to you out there today, and we thank Performance Boat Center for sponsoring Lake Race 2016.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Bob.
All right. We'll be back soon on the next dock report right here at Lake Race 2016. I'm Captain Bob May.
Our Somerset Boat Lift dock reports. That's Bob May talking it over with Myra Coyle just a few minutes ago. It is the 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by the Performance Boat Centers. We just saw a second ago, and some beautiful looks out there, and get a lot of people enjoying this afternoon. The weather has really behaved itself. We were at least mildly concerned about what could be some rain, but it came through last night, Shane, as you talked about, and really kind of cleared things out and set us up for just a fabulous weather day Saturday at the Lake of the Ozarks. You're not always guaranteed when it's June. It's a wet month historically in the state of Missouri, maybe the wettest month of them all. So to get a dry day like this, it's we count our blessings and enjoy a fantastic weekend.
You know, and we've been blessed with that, and we've joked around over the years, but I like to say that it was God's way of resurfacing the track for us out here and giving these guys a fresh racing surface to run on, and we've had that the last couple years, and we just experienced Memorial Day down here, and want to thank all of our veterans and our troops that are currently serving for giving us a great opportunity to put on an event like this in, without a doubt, one of the greatest countries in the world. I just had the experience to spend about 12 weeks in a different country and could not wait to get back to America, and more importantly, very happy to be back in Missouri right now. So just thank you to all of our veterans and servicemen out there for letting us do this and having the opportunity to do it.
That's Shane Sherman, Yulia Whittington. I'm Brendan Matthews. It is the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. We're back after this.
But I am excited. I get to I'm doing 7 days in Moscow and 7 days in St. Petersburg in September. Yeah, I've wanted to for years, and when I finally I'm real funny if I can't go with somebody who's native. I won't go. Like, Next year I'm going with my Norwegian friend I met to Norway. But I've always been fascinated with the architecture.
Live just outside Beavers at the Dam. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, Beulah Winnington from the Ozarks CW with us in our Midwest Tinting broadcast booth. It is hour number 3, and this hour is sponsored by the Performance Boat Center. And guys, we're getting ready for our third race of the day. It's the Super V Lights, and it's Class 5 getting ready to take to the course, Shane.
Yep, we're looking out right now. You see both of your pace boats. You see that beautiful tan Outer Limits boat by Performance Boat Center out there, and the great little yellow 28 Skater pace boat. I actually had the chance to drive that boat around yesterday for about 70 miles. The owner, Brett Miller, asked me to just go out and drive it around and burn some gas through it. And Brett, I want to thank you for that, because that was quite a fun day out there. You know, you don't get too many phone calls of, hey, can you go burn some gas through my boat? But you know, that Outer Limits pace boat out there, what a gorgeous machine it is. And like we mentioned earlier, it's for sale at Performance Boat Center. You can see they have the red flag up. So what they're doing right now is they're telling the racers in their respective class that they're responsible for, hey, guys, gather around us. We're getting ready to start our parade lap. So since we have 2 races like we've had all day long, you'll have a pace boat for each class, and the Outer Limits will pick up one of the group, and the Skater will pick up the other group. Now, as the day goes on, the boats are getting faster. And as we mentioned earlier, these pace boats are capable of outrunning all the boats in their class. And this is probably going to be about the last class where that's going to be the case. So the next 2 classes of racing after this, these pace boats won't be able to outrun the boats in the race. So, you know, what they'll do in that situation, if the guys are not lined up properly, they'll just make them do another lap, which is really aggravating to the guys in the boat, because now they're burning fuel that they weren't planned on, a lot of things they hadn't planned on doing because they didn't get in line properly. So,
and how much fuel do they actually use for each race?
Well, each race, depending on the number of laps. So, like right now, we're looking at 8 laps, and it's a 4-mile course. So, call it round off of 35 miles. In Super V Light, those guys will probably burn about 40 gallons of fuel, and the Class 5 boats will be real close. They'll burn about 40 gallons of fuel too. And here at the sea level, or I'm sorry, at the elevation level that we're at, fuel weighs about 6.6 pounds per gallon here. So they don't want to waste any more fuel. So they'll burn off, you know, on one lap, they'll burn approximately 5 gallons of fuel, which is 30 pounds.
Okay.
And if you come out of the race underweight, it doesn't matter if you're underweight by a pound or 500 pounds. If you're underweight, and you're penalized for it, and that puts you in the back of the pack again.
Oh, wow. Okay. And Shane, I actually noticed that some of the boats, whenever they're on a trailer, they're actually sideways. Why is that?
Yulia, great question. A lot of the people new to the sport ask if something's wrong with the trailer. And what it is on the larger catamarans, they're over the legal towing limit, which I believe is 9 feet. A lot of these catamarans are 12 feet wide. So they'll put the boat on a tilt trailer and tilt it up sideways so they don't have to deal with wide load permits and escort cars as they're transporting these boats around the country. And I won't lie to you, it's a show-off thing. The trailers that put these boats up on tilt are, in excess of $100,000, some of them up to $200,000 just for the trailer. And it's definitely part of the show to have your boat up on tilt. And as we're looking out here to the left, the Wake Effects MTI Pleasure Boat is on full tilt for display for everybody. Last night, the Performance Boat Center skater was on tilt, and it's just a spectacular sight to see a $1 million boat flipped up on its side, and especially going down the highway.
That's really cool.
Guys, let's talk about our favorites for this race. And in class number 5, was up 2, Nick and Anthony Smith. They're defending champions here at Lake Race, and they're defending world champions. So obviously a lot of expectations on top of a very recognizable green boat onto the water, Shane.
Yeah, the green boat is not hard to spot at all.
Not at all.
Those guys have been at this for a long time. The Was Up boat, no stranger to racing, rough water, smooth water. They've experienced just about everything. So they've been here at Lake Race before. Anthony Smith, son of Ed Smith, and, just a lot of seat time for those guys out there in the Was Up 2 boat. And as you can see right now, the skater pace boat is getting us underway and getting the boats up. We're going to see a parade lap, and then we'll be underway. They'll bring them back down to the milling area as we have all day, and then we'll get off to racing. So you see to the inside, the catamaran is the little skater. That's our pace boat. All the other boats in this class are V-bottom, so a monohull with just a single contact point on the water, versus the catamarans have 2 spots, and they actually trap air up underneath them. And as we get to some of the catamarans later on in the race, you'll get a great vantage point here where you can actually see right down the middle of the boat underneath it, and it's about 2 or 3 feet of air under the boat, lifting the boat up in the air. It's a very unique thing. You see your OPA official in that Outer Limits pace boat, and he is the one holding them at bay right now, and also the one that ultimately decides when he's going to turn them loose with the green flag. So that is the guy in charge of all this horsepower out there.
In the Super V Light class in this race,
here.
as sounds like we've got Dave Scott on the line here. We're going to hear from Dave in just a second. But in the Super V Lights, boatfloater.com, they are the defending champion in this class, and they are back to try and defend their title successfully. Octane, the other boat in that Super V-Light class that goes off here, and as well with these Class 5 boats.
You got a copy over there, Dave Scott?
Dave Scott, do we have Dave on the line? Dave, can you hear us?
Great view of the...
We'll get to Dave here in just a second. It sounds like the legendary Dave Scott is going to be with us on the broadcast. It is the 1 o'clock hour. It's sponsored by Performance Boat Center. And a nice wide look here. Captain Mike Fink's Marina gives us that look in the Class 5 boats. And again, take a long look. That green boat, Nick and Anthony Smith, Was Up 2. Going to be the favorites, I believe. From everything we've seen in the past, they're going to be the favorites here in Class 5. Boatfloater.com, your favorite in the Super V Lights. The defending champions here at Lake Race.
And as we're looking at that shot, Brendan, the next boat over, the blue and white boat out of Lake Ozark Marine, Mike Wright, one of my good friends and somebody I'm pulling for. And then the very next boat is a 30-foot super boat. I know they're out of the St. Louis area, local boaters as well, and out here doing battle with these guys that run on the national circuit. So, again, a great way and class to get some of the local guys out there with their pleasure boats and give them an opportunity to go racing and see what it's actually like to be out there on a track with the race boats in a racing environment.
And again, the boats that we have, and again, one boat we had knocked out, Shane, in this class.
I believe it was the 503 boat, Wings on the Water.
Wings
It was
on
one of
Water
those small
out right
bat
now.
boats. Yeah.
So the rest of the class looks like this. Boat 506, My Dixie, wrecked. Brian Conley and Jared Roseman. Boat 502, the Wanna Race with Jeanette Allred and Chris Reindl. Boat 513, again, it's the favorite. It's Was Up To with Nick and Anthony Smith. It's the green boat. In Boat 517, it's the Midwest Boat Party with Mike Wright and Jason Barnes. Boat 566, the American Outlaw with Jeff Muehlhauser and Andy Miller. In the Super V Lights, it's BoatFloater.com with Stephen and Steve Keedall. And boat number 4, it's the Octane with Jay Coons and Jim Simmons. Well, we're excited here inside the Midwest Tinting broadcast booth to welcome the legendary Dorsey Schrader. And, of course, you saw him on Speed Channel, on Fox Sports for years. He is a huge fixture here at the Lake of the Ozarks, and we're thrilled to have him with us in our Midwest Tinting broadcast booth to add a little analysis this afternoon. Dorsey, how are you, sir?
Doing good, man. Thanks so much for accolades, and I love it. This is my home.
This is your home, and it's again, it's a sport that obviously you're very familiar with. This gives you, again, it's kind of a different perspective, a different angle on the type of speed you can get from a high-powered machine.
Racing is racing. It's inbred. It's in our veins. It does everything. I love this sport. And of course, there's some dangers with it and so forth. But,
sure.
Even that being said, you and my brothers, my buddy Shane over here, it's good. And this is a very big draw for the whole community. And I want to be here, and I'm lucky to be here this week.
We're getting ready. Again, the boats are out of the water right now. They're getting set to begin. We're waiting for the green flag, and we're going to be underway in our third race of the day here in this 1 o'clock hour, sponsored by Performance Boat Center. You can hear those engines revving behind us. What do you look for out there, Dorsey? Again, compared to what being an analyst, watching the auto racing, watching NASCAR, what have you, and then you come into a place like this. What are you looking for as somebody with a very trained eye?
It's really similar to racing on a track. The teams have all looked at the lake, they've looked at the conditions of the lake, and they've adjusted their propellers, not just propellers, but they've adjusted their boat to go as fast as it can be in this situation. Pretty smooth out there looking back there, and so everybody's going to be trimmed up. Everybody's going to be going as fast as they can go and running laps by.
We've got the parade lap now just about in the books, so they're in the milling area right now, and we're going to have this race for you in just a couple of seconds here, live from Beavers at the Dam. It's the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. Dorsey Schrader is kind enough to be one of our guest analysts right now, and it's getting very, very close. And Dorsey, you're somebody that spent so much time at the Lake of the Ozarks. To have an event like this, what does it mean for the entire lake area as somebody that's been down here for a long time and seen it all?
It's a big build. As the lake has progressed, and I've been here since I was a kid, this is a huge event, and it's getting bigger every year. Everybody comes down here for this race. They want to see it. Not everyone understands how it works. Not everyone understands the speed of the boats or whatever. But that being said, it brings a lot of people, a lot of revenue, a lot of things to this into this community. Shane, you go all over the country. You're down from Miami like I am. I'm in the Keys, and this is something that brings those people to us.
It is, and it always fascinates me to hear the way they speak of our lake here, because as growing up here on the lake and weekends and stuff, to me, Miami, and that was always the epicenter of powerboat racing and power boating. And to go down there and listen to the local Miamians and stuff talk about the lake, it's amazing. I was actually just on the phone yesterday with Peter Halledin of Skater, who has built more world champion race boats than anybody, dating back to the 80s. And just so much accolades about our lake here and the event and what goes on. It's just, we're really blessed with what we have, to call home.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, people from around the world, really, and certainly through this country, look at the Lake of the Ozarks in a different manner than the people who live here. The people who live here, sometimes this is a nuisance, sometimes it's, it's a little bit noisier, maybe whatever. Doesn't make any difference. We are bringing in a community from all over the world that comes here, and they understand that this is the power boat center of the world. The fastest boat in the world is here.
Yeah.
It ran here. You know, when Qatar came here, it went 244 miles an hour. That's a monster statement.
Huge.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That's faster than the Indy 500. That's faster than Daytona 500, which I've done both of them.
Yeah.
You know, that's unbelievable. And the race is on.
Yeah, we're on. And, as Dorsey was saying, the 244, there is no other venue where they went over 200.
No.
This is it. Lake of the Ozarks is where they run over 200 miles per hour. And looks like our Class 5 boats, Midwest Boat Party, right out in front right now. So, was up to Midwest Boat Party and the Superboat. What name do I have on the Superboat? Class 5, where did that go? My Dixie. I'm going to have a hard time with that one all afternoon.
Superboat is
Sound it out slowly, Shane.
My Dixie, as in the flag.
Superboat
and
is a manufacturer of boats in New Jersey.
Right.
I owned one. My triple engine boat was a Superboat. And that is they still build boats. They still build hulls, and they run construction like this.
Yeah, it's a unique boat here to the lake, and I know those guys are out of the St. Louis area where they boat with that boat as a pleasure boat, both up on the river, the Mississippi River, and here, and they're running in second place, real close to the Was Up 2 boat. And there's where you'll see a little difference between the guys who race all the time and the guys who only get an opportunity to do it locally when they go through the turns, Dorsey. And tell us about apex and entry and exit and how crucial that turn is to putting distance between your competitors.
What you would like to see is the narrowest or the shortest distance around the course. So you'd come inside and stay inside. But that in itself makes too much of an arc. It takes speed away. The guys on the outside are going a lot faster.
Sure.
And you want to stay out of the wake of the other boats. You want to get out of that turbulent water and stay to your own, if you will. So there's a compromise all the way through there, and you hear that wonderful V8 sound, which I love, and always have one, you know.
And that was the boatfloater.com boat, guys, and they've got a considerable lead opening the first lap of this race over the Octane boat with Jake Coons and Jim Simmons. It's Stephen Keedall right now in the boatfloater.com boat with the lead, and that's in the Super V Light. That's a two-boat race. Class 5, we've got 5 boats out there. And again, they're going to be coming up by our broadcast booth. Again, it was up to our favorite, certainly the odds-on favorite to win this one, and they've opened up a lead. But as we saw in the last race, certainly somebody we didn't peg in the Allen Lawn Care boat that came away with a win over 2 guys with a lot of credentials.
Yeah.
This thing is, you never really know. And we've, again, at least today, it's been difficult to peg a winner. So was up to, though, in command at the moment.
These V-bottom boats, different than a cat, okay? There's no air that comes underneath there. The way these make speed is that halfway back, there's these different steps. And what you do is you lift the nose of the boat with the trim, and then you step off a step to the next step. And what I mean there is you just keep leaving the nose higher, higher, higher. And ultimately, you get the trim like this boat has right now. You look how fast that thing's going.
Yeah, he just, the front 2 strakes are completely clear of the water, and he's kicked back on the tail and running beautifully. And you'll see the Midwest Boat Party boat. It's a single-step boat, and versus taking 2 or 3 steps to cut the difference, he's doing it in one larger step. And the goal is all the same, to try to introduce air to the bottom of the boat. Which, the catamaran does by the giant tunnel. These guys are trying to get as much air under there as they can to reduce the wetted surface.
Shane, I'm not sure if we didn't lose another boat in Class 5, as I'm only counting 4 Class 5 boats out there at the last, with their last pass. I know we had one knocked out earlier with the fire, and that was Wings on Water. I'm not sure if we didn't lose another one here in the course of either right before the race started or here on the first lap.
My guesstimation on that, Brendan, is I believe there were 2 bat boats scheduled to run in our Class 5 as well. I'm wondering if the other bat boat just went to the aid of the boat that caught on fire, the Wings on the Water boat.
It's the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. Race number 3 is underway. We're back after this. And we're back live on the water, where Wazop 2 continues to maintain their lead, followed by My Dixie, Wrecked, and Midwest Boat Party. American Outlaw running 4th. They're in Class 5, commanding lead for BoatFloater.com, Shane Sherman.
Yeah.
Stop laughing down there.
Yeah,
I've had to say it twice now.
Boat Floater running way out front of the Octane boat in the Super B light class, and I'm not too sure that Octane is still under power. I have not seen or heard them come around the last 2 laps, so Boat Floater may be running unopposed now, which will clearly give him the win, unless...
I saw Octane make the pass the last time around. But
here we go. Okay, you're right.
Yeah,
here
they're
comes
still
Octane.
here.
Yep.
They're way behind.
Yeah,
I mean,
something happened in the Octane boat for sure, because they're clearly running a good pace right now. So whatever was wrong, it looks like they've gotten figured out. But about
Here's
a half a
your,
lap down to Boat Floater now.
Yeah, here's your straight-on look of Boat Floater, the number 2 boat, and it's just flying right now, guys. It's making a great pass.
Yeah, as Dorsey mentioned earlier, the steps, you can really see him on the Boat Floater boat as they gave that close-up shot and how they try to inject air into the center and bottom of that boat.
This hour is sponsored by the Performance Boat Center. You just saw it a second ago, Wazop 2, the defending champion here, the defending world champion down in Inglewood. It has a pretty solid lead over the 506 boat and the 517 boat. And there's another solid look here as they're going to be making their pass, and that's 2 laps in the books now for Class 5.
Yep, still running 1, 2, 3. Was Up 2 and My Dixie Wrecked and MidwestBoatParty.com. Both your second and third place boats in Class 5 are local competitors, followed up by the
American Outlaw
flag boat, the American Outlaw boat. No denying or missing that one.
Nope.
She's a 30-foot-long American flag. So
that's
that
a great
boat
looking
is
boat.
really a phenomenal rough water boat. So these conditions are definitely not, what they are looking for.
Exactly.
Look at this boat right now, and it's absolutely perfectly trimmed. It's up on its back end, if you want, and the nose is high, so it's taking all the drag coefficient out of the water, and it's running on the back end of that last step, if you will.
Yeah.
And that will make it as fast as it can go. Look, there's more air under the boat than there is toward the rear. The rear is carrying all the weight, engine's back there, and these guys have got it trimmed. It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. And, for the folks at home looking at that boat, I'm not 100% sure on the year, but I know it's a mid-'80s
Yeah,
at
it's an
best
older boat, like me.
Boat. And it's running out front. So that's what's great about the P class or the bracket class racing in OPA, if you will. You don't need a brand new $1 million race boat to come out here and compete.
And these guys, you can see from the trim, know their boat. They've been there for a long time. They know what's going on. They've got it trimmed perfectly, and that is as good as you can get.
Yeah,
that is Stephen Keedall there, guys, with the BoatFloater.com boat, and opening up a lead that, again, we come down to it, barring technical issues inside the boat. This is a coronation right now in the Super V Light for the BoatFloater.com team, as we're looking down the straightaway here, and there's no sign of the Octane boat at the moment. So BoatFloater.com, a commanding lead at this point. It looks like the race in this third race is going to be in class number 5, and it all depends on how big a lead Was Up 2 can open up for itself as BoatFloater continues to establish itself here. Great look here from the Mystic finish line.
Interesting to see the different years of boat. Obviously, this is a complete encapsulated boat, much more safe, if you will, than the older boats that you see.
Sure.
This boat, designed for racing, not for pleasure. This boat is born to be fast.
Yeah, it's a race boat from day one. 2 seats, seat belts, and no creature comforts. I remember a funny story. Gary Blue, who we'll see later on in the F&J. Actually, Gary just making his way by our broadcast booth now. He got himself a pleasure boat and was ever so excited that it had a cup holder in it, because all he'd ever had was race boats, and the cup holder was, that was pleasure stuff right there. So we'll see Gary out on the course later. 13, 14-time national world champion. Currently running in the UIM circuit overseas. Him and John Tomlinson running in the Abu Dhabi MTI boat in what is without a doubt the top echelon of the sport, Class 1 in the UIM circuit, and dominating those two guys. And between the two of them, I think they have over 30 world championships combined. So going to see some great talent out here later on with a lot of seat time behind them.
So Was Up 2 and My Dixie Wrecked and Midwest Boat Party all going around turn 1. And guys, Was Up 2, a decent lead. Second and third right now, pretty tight.
Third looks to be pulling up on second a little bit, and out on the course right now, the Class 5 boats, the Was Up and the Dixie Wreck and the Lake Ozark Marine and American Outlaw, those are still a spec class boat. They can break out speed-wise, so they have to watch that. The Boat Floater and the Octane boat are not. They can run whatever speeds they want. Their two concerns are, one, course infractions like a lane change or a buoy, and then weight. So, they're not limited to any speeds today.
Talk about weight, and weight is fuel. Fuel is 7 pounds per gallon, and as you go around the circuit, you're burning fuel, 7 pounds a lap, say, and then as you get toward the end, boats get faster.
Yes.
Because of that just alone.
And, we were talking earlier about propeller selection and weight.
Right.
They have to make weight, so a lot of times they'll have movable ballast in the boat. So a couple weeks ago when OPA was in New Jersey and it was 6-foot sea conditions, they'll take that movable ballast, which sometimes can be as simple as a bag of quick concrete from Home Depot, some lead shot, some sandbags, and they'll move it up front in the center of gravity to keep the nose down. Here, any weight they've got to add, they've got it all in the tail end of the boat.
I got that covered. I had a girlfriend. Never mind.
They're going around turn 2. It is the third race of the day. It's the 2016 Lake Race. We're back after this.
Polylift boat lifts.
Your boat is a major investment. Make sure it sits on a poly lift.
When you need a boat lift to raise your boat out of the water, choose the one voted best boat lift at the lake. Choose Polylift. Any size, built with the best quality construction, a lifetime warranty on the tanks, and the service to stand behind it. We don't just build boat lifts, we build Polylifts.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
Wake Effects has the best water sports gear, lessons, rental, and apparel. We sell premier brands offering the best performance and quality in wakeboards, surfboards, skis, and paddleboards. We're headquarters for the best lake living apparel with brands like Quicksilver and Billabong. Wake Effects is Lake of the Ozarks exclusive Mastercraft and Crest dealer. New to Wake Effects is high performance NTI boats. Our Mercury Racing certified service department is professionally trained to work on all boats at your dock or ours. See us at Highway 54 and Passover Road or Topsider Cove near the Grand Glaze Bridge.
Beavers at the Dam, a family place with great food, a waterfront place with great docks, a fun place where you can bring your friends, a party place with great bands and entertainment all season.
Let's have some fun.
Everyone knows when the sun goes down, beavers come out to play. Beavers at the Dam on the Bagnell Dam Strip, the lake's hot spot with something for everyone.
You'll always have a damn good time at Beavers.
Beavers, home for Lake Race with speed, power, and excitement. Beavers at the Dam, rockin' the Strip.
Big Thunder Marina is back, and with it the most iconic brands and performance boats, Fountain, Donzi, and Baja. We also have the popular Tri-Toon market covered with South Bay, Manitou, and JC Tri-Toons. When it comes to sports boats and cruisers, think Big Thunder and Monterey Boats. We're your full-service marina on the lake with sales, service, storage, and rentals. With 3 locations at the lake, Big Thunder is your boating superstore. Big Thunder Marina, Glen Cove Marina, and Tri-Toon Town. Call 573-365-4001. Follow us on Facebook or at BigThunderMarine.com.
When it comes time for a new lift, it's time for an Econolift. They've provided quality boat lifts for 30 years using only the highest quality materials and the best service after the sale. Bill and his staff know that it's not enough just to make the best boat lift. They also have to stand behind it. From a personal watercraft to cruisers and catamarans, chances are if it floats, Econolift can keep it high and dry. So stop scrubbing your bottom with Econolift on Old Highway 5 in Camdenton.
If you pull the left with the Econolift and stop scrubbing your bottom, stop it.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Bridal Cave. It's the cave for lovers and lovers of natural beauty. Rain or shine, Bridal Cave is the best all-weather entertainment at the lake. Take a guided tour on concrete pathways and see why so many people fall in love with the cave and get married there. Enjoy a refreshing 60-degree walk through room after room of millions of years of history. Bridal Cave is a family adventure you'll never forget. Google Bridal Cave. See you at the fun lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race this hour, sponsored by Performance Boat Center. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, legendary racer Dorsey Schrader with us as well. A cast of thousands just outside Beavers at the Dam. It is a day chock full of racing. And for those of you that may be tuning in, remember last year we had 2 days of racing. Well, guess what? It is all jam-packed into one day today, gentlemen, which is why we're here through 5 o'clock this afternoon.
Absolutely, and to crown off that one day of racing, they are going to have a band that's out of this world tonight at Beavers at the Dam, so make sure you stick around for it. It's going to be Disco Dick and the Mirror Balls at Beavers at the Dam later tonight, and those guys put on an out-of-this-world show, so break out your disco clothes, if you will. You're going to hear everything from some funk and some disco, some rock and roll. Curtis and the guys and Disco Dick and the Mirror Balls, his son Sebastian, they do an excellent job. So make sure you get out to Beavers tonight and listen to those guys.
And boys have been here like 4 or 5 years, as long as it's been running. And guess what? It's not raining.
Exactly.
It's dry.
Yet.
It's sunny.
Yet. I'm gonna put that caveat in yet, but they're
Don't
for the
say that
moment.
yet. No, yet. It is dry, sunny. Come on down here for sure. This is a party going on. We got race boats. Hear that? Big V8 going by. I love it.
That's Was Up 2. We're 5 laps in, and Was Up 2 maintains their lead. And, guys, there hasn't been a ton of change here in the order. Obviously, there's no change in the order, but there really isn't a change in how the boats are stacked up right now, Shane, in terms of spacing.
Not a lot. I mean, it appears that every lap the MidwestBoatParty.com puts up a little distance or makes up a little distance on the Dixie Wreck second-place boat. But the question will be, are they going to run out of real estate before that checkered flag flies to get into second place?
Well, you never know that. I mean, that's the deal with boats. The boats take on much more stress than a car does. You watch a car race, those cars are built to do one job only. Boats actually have more stress. They have a lot more stress through the drivetrain. The engines are not a problem usually, but then you go through a transmission, go through an outdrive, go through a propeller, and the grip level there is much higher than a car does. You know, that's hard to believe, but it's true.
BoatFloater.com continues to just open up a ginormous lead over the Octane boat and the Super V Light. They're 6 laps in, and it's, again, that's more like a coronation at this point in the Super V Lights. We saw if there is anything different in the spacing, it would be that the American Outlaw boat has fallen even further back. And, Shane, we've talked about that at times this afternoon. But you look out on the Lake of the Ozarks, and you talk about rough water, and there are times where the water could get, rough-ish on the Lake of the Ozarks. But just compare it to the ocean or the Gulf of Mexico, this thing is as tranquil as it gets, and some of the shots really bear that out. And as you mentioned, for a boat like the American Outlaw, it doesn't really translate to this type of race.
No, it's an older V bottom. It's a true deep V, 24-degree dead rise all the way to the back. He's wanting some rough water. I mean, he needs at least 2-footers, and I have to laugh at some of the social media and websites I read. Some of these people say they've seen 8-foot waves on Lake of the Ozarks. Well, I've been in 8-foot waves, and I assure you, there has never been one on Lake of the Ozarks in the 40 years I've been here. And it's a shame to hear those people talk about our lake that way, because they just give some an 8-foot wave on Lake of the Ozarks, and I don't think there's ever going to be an 8-foot wave on Lake of the Ozarks.
I got to disagree. I had a rogue wave from Nellie, Nellie being the monster, and it sent me airborne once, and I'm sticking to that story.
Well, that would be an occasional, because we've got some large catfish here in the lake. Nellie may have rolled over on the bottom and kicked up an 8-footer down the channel. Lake race is notoriously and always will be known as a fast track race. It's going to be a flat race. It's going to be smooth. My first boat race I attended on Lake of the Ozarks was in 81 or 82, right here at Bagnell Dam. It was the unlimited hydroplanes. So they can maintain a course smooth enough to run those type of boats on here that they can't do in the ocean. So we're not ever going to see ocean-like conditions here. And some of these guys, that are out here, I know American Outlaw being one of them, they're vying for a national championship. They're going to all the races. So, they may have very well said, hey, this is not our day to win. This is not our water. We're going to conserve our equipment, get to a race where we know we have a feasible chance of winning, and not blow our engines up and spend unnecessary money. The classes of racing that we're seeing right now, I don't want to say they're on a budget or on an unlimited budget. They're more conscious of what they're spending out there than, say, an unlimited class would when they just get out there and just let it go.
There's so many things that can go wrong that you don't see in a boat. You could nick a propeller and that one drags down, and then now all of a sudden, if it's on the left side, you start pulling left. You can hurt a transmission. You can start to plug wire come off, whatever. We can't tell that from here.
Right.
We cannot see that from here. But there is definitely, to the driver and to the people on the boat, a distinguishable mess that they have to deal with. Exactly. So you have to adjust to it. You're trying for survival. You're trying to get to that finish line. You're trying to get to the checker flag as soon as you can. But things go wrong.
Absolutely, and you know, a lot of it's a little thing. You know, like Dorsey mentioned, a hose clamp can break, a wire tie can come loose. It doesn't have to be a big dollar part to knock you out. It can be a 50-cent piece that eliminates $1 million boat from finishing the race or even starting, for that matter. And we've seen it a lot at all different levels over the years.
If you only knew how much that 50-cent piece has cost me.
Oh boy.
We won't go there.
Yeah. Hate to interrupt, guys. This hour is sponsored by Marine Service Company, providing complete marine transportation services. Visit marineservicecompany.com. And we're 7 laps in the Super V lights. We are 6 laps in. In fact, you know what? I think we're 8 laps into the Super V lights. And again, the boatfloater.com boat is absolutely dominating this race right now, but we are 6 laps in Class 5, and it's sort of wash, rinse, and repeat. But there you go, Super V Light, the boatfloater.com boat, and what the lead that they've opened up, and we saw the Octane boat just go past our Midwest Tinting broadcast booth area, and they've got a lot of ground to make up at this stage of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, barring something happening to the boat floater boat, that's not going to happen today for those guys. And like Dorsey and I were just discussing, you know, it can happen. I mean, you know, the littlest thing can just take that boat out of commission, you know, and it can be as small as a little particle off the fuel tank getting clogged up in a fuel pump, and that's it. Your day's over.
My boat's down right now with what I thought was a transmission problem, which is a very expensive situation, but it ended up being just nothing more than a nut that came off and the linkage broke. And so that could happen to any one of these boats. This boat is absolutely trimmed, perfect, beautiful.
Yeah, there you go, guys. That's Was Up 2, and its lead is very comfortable. And in fact, I'm willing to say it's a slightly bigger lead than what they've had. But again, it's wash, rinse, repeat. These guys are stacked up almost identically to what they've been the last 4 or 5 passes, and they are getting ready. This is it. This is the final lap, and Was Up 2 has a chance to repeat as Lake Race champion in this class. And of course, they're the defending world champions, so they continue to add to the accolades that have been with that team for quite some time. And the rest of these boats, that being Midwest Boat Party and the team with Brian Conley and Jared Roseman, they're running out of time.
Look at the attitude of the boat. It's constant, nose high. It's sitting on the back step, if you will, rooster tail down. It's pure power. It's perfect.
She's getting, you know, maximum traction, if you will. There's not a lot of prop slippage going on, which in car terms would be as the tire's spinning.
Yeah.
So the prop slip is real low based on the attitude of the rooster tail. The attitude of the boat is just perfect for, you know, you couldn't ask for anything better for that. And that correlates into the advantage they have on the track. And, you know, a lot of people look into racing and think you need so much, you know, such a spectacular difference to make a difference. And that's not necessarily the case in the spec class racing. You know, if you can make it through the turn, you know, a quarter second faster, and there's 4 turns on a lap, well, now all of a sudden you pick up a second a lap, and after 10 laps, you're 10 seconds ahead. And 10 seconds is probably 5 or 6 boat lengths, and that's a pretty marginal lead.
That's the American Outlaw boat, a good distance behind the top 3 front runners in class number 5. And it looks like a win for Was Up 2. We're going to get a look here in just a second as they wrap up their afternoon, wrap up this race. And it looks like another championship for Nick and Anthony Smith, guys.
Beautiful. Look at that. Come around the corner. No big rooster tail. I mean, they're sitting down. They know where they're at. The car. That's car. See, I'm a car guy. I'm a boat guy, too, though. That boat is trimmed perfectly. And they're looking back and seeing where the competition is.
Yep.
They've got it covered. They're doing their job.
I think we're going to see a checkered flag here in a second.
Kudos to those guys from the water conditions they just came out of in Point Pleasant. 6-foot seas up in the Atlantic to a flat race here on the lake, and able to make the changes they needed to make their boat not only competitive, but win.
These, you know, you're talking about going to the Atlantic and as the amount of waves that are there. Wow, look at this.
Yeah, boat floater overtaking our Was Up boat, 2 different classes, but gives you an idea of the speed difference out there that they're dealing with.
2 different classes, 2 different horsepower levels, and that one is flying.
Yeah, probably a good 10 to 15 miles an hour difference between the Super V lights and the Class 5 boats.
And they're pulling off. That is a win for Was Up To Nick and Anthony Smith in Class 5, followed by My Dixie Wrecked and Midwest Boat Party.
Party on at night, boys.
You know,
Good
and
job.
the Midwest Boat Party guys, they brought a bikini team in last night for the street party. So it's my understanding that bikini team's going to be at Beavers at the Dam tonight. For,
I didn't see them
for the Disco Dick concert. So Dorsey, you'll have to stay tonight at Beavers and get a look at the MidwestBoatParty.com bikini team.
I
here
closed
at
one eye.
Again, these are unofficial results. They are to be approved by OPA later on in the afternoon, possibly as late as tomorrow. But again, our unofficial results give it to the Was Up To team, Nick and Anthony Smith, back-to-back years here at the Lake of the Ozarks and Lake Race, the defending world champions in Class 5. They are at it again.
You guys wear makeup?
I didn't make it to the makeup booth in time this morning.
I want eyelashes.
They told me I had a face for radio, so that's where they stuck me.
Well, you know.
You know, you got to get
no
what you
comment
get.
on the makeup.
Yeah. You know, I've noticed that we get more television time when Eula was on the broadcast with us, and I'm starting to feel a little offended by that.
Where's our makeup? Makeup.
When she's on a broadcast, we get more TV time. I can't figure out that ratio a whole lot there, Brendan. I think they're trying to tell us something.
Yeah. Well, I've gotten that word time and time again.
Good shot here.
Message loud and clear.
Good shot here of our winner. Look at that.
Yep. Just give you an idea of the speed difference in those classes.
So elite roofing and siding instant replay here as you take a look at the Was Up To boat. Our elite roofing and siding. When we do replays, they are right here in front of you. It's important to know who's on your roof. Visit eliteroofingandsiding.com.
So as we're at a little bit of a break, and you folks walking around the docks over here at Beavers, you're not having trouble with your eyes. There are 3 beautifully painted MTI catamarans, all identically painted, hanging out on the side of the dock down here.
Bob Bull.
Part of the Bob Bull race team.
Comes by my house in the morning to wake me up, which I love, by the way.
You know, you can't get a better alarm clock than that.
No, it's like living in Daytona Speedway and just laying on the side of the track when you go to sleep, which I have.
Guys, race number 3 in the books. BoatFloater.com, unofficially your winner in the Super V Light. Was Up To, unofficially your winner in Class 5. It is the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. We're back after this.
Dreaming about owning a Playcraft boat? Don't dream. Live the lifestyle of never being afraid of a rough water weekend at the lake, because that's when a Playcraft Power Tune Extreme shines bright. Only Playcraft boats were engineered for this lake. Plus, Playcraft boats set speed records every year at every Lake of the Ozarks shootout. Playcraft Power Tune Extreme takes you where no other boat has gone. Take a test drive today at Pope's Boat Sales or Marty's Marine. Beavers at the Dam, a family place with great food, a waterfront place with great docks, a fun place where you can bring your friends, a party place with great bands and entertainment all season.
Let's have some fun.
Everyone knows when the sun goes down, beavers come out to play. Beavers at the Dam on the Bagnell Dam Strip, the lake's hot spot with something for everyone.
You'll always have a damn good time at Beavers.
Beavers, home for Lake Race with speed, power, and excitement. Beavers at the Dam, rockin' the Strip.
WakeFX has the best water sports gear, lessons, rental, and apparel. We sell premier brands offering the best performance and quality in wakeboards, surfboards, skis, and paddleboards. We're headquarters for the best lake living apparel with brands like Quicksilver and Billabong. WakeFX is Lake of the Ozarks' exclusive Mastercraft and Crest dealer. New to WakeFX is high-performance MTI boats. Our Mercury Racing certified service department is professionally trained to work on all boats at your dock or ours. See us at Highway 54 and Passover Road or Topsider Cove near the Grand Glaze Bridge.
Polylift Boat Lifts.
Your boat is a major investment. Make sure it sits on a Polylift.
When you need a boat lift to raise your boat out of the water, choose the one voted best boat lift at the lake. Choose Polylift. Any size, built with the best quality construction, a lifetime warranty on the tanks, and the service to stand behind it. We don't just build boat lifts, we build Polylifts.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build Polylifts.
Big Thunder Marina is back, and with it the most iconic brands and performance boats, Fountain, Donzi, and Baja. We also have the popular Tri-Toon market covered with South Bay, Manitou, and JC Tri-Toons. When it comes to sports boats and cruisers, think Big Thunder and Monterey Boats. We're your full-service marina on the lake with sales, service, storage, and rentals. With 3 locations at the lake, Big Thunder is your boating superstore. Big Thunder Marina, Glen Cove Marina, and Tri-Toon Town. Call 573-365-4001. Follow us on Facebook or at BigThunderMarine.com.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Big Surf Water Park. It's your premier destination for total family fun at the lake. Zoom down our amazing water slides, hang 10 in our unbelievable wake pool, or kick back and enjoy a relaxing trip down Lazy River. Bring your family or come with a group and have the biggest, baddest, wettest fun of your whole summer. Big Surf is right off Highway 54 in Camdenton. Google search Big Surf. Easy to find, hard to forget at the fun lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
It's the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. Coming to you live just outside Beavers at the dam, the Bagnell Dam Strip at Lake of the Ozarks. So glad to have you with us. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, Yulia Whittington is back with us from the Ozarks CW in beautiful downtown Springfield. We appreciate Dorsey Schrader spending some time with us. We might catch up with Dorsey again a little later on this afternoon. And guys, an incredible race, really domination by the 2 winners, Shane, just a little while ago. Was up 2, Nick and Anthony Smith, and then the boatfloater.com with Steve and Stephen Keedall absolutely rolled in the Super V Light.
Absolutely. They just picked everything right today. They analyzed the course and made all the preparations necessary, and they got it perfect, and that resulted in a checker flag for both those guys. And like I said, thanks for Dorsey for coming in, and for those of you guys listening that don't know Dorsey, if you get a chance, go to Google and Google Dorsey Schrader passing the grass at Daytona. He actually was passing Dale Earnhardt in an IROC race, and a spectacular crash ensued. So a little entertainment on YouTube later for you guys with Dorsey, and always entertaining to have him here. We're back with Yulia now. And giving her a first-hand crash course into boat racing. So
yes,
you've had a break,
do.
You've had a chance to analyze and look around. What questions do you have for us, Yulia?
Well, I guess I'm into fashion, so I'm going to ask, is there anything specific that the racers wear while on a boat?
Safety-wise, of course, they'll all have on life jackets, depending on if they're in a canopy or an open cockpit boat. Will depend on what jacket they wear. Generally, they'll wear similar to what we have on here in the booths. Shorts and a polo shirt. And a lot of time you'll see them in a very brightly colored race shirt. But unlike car racing, there is no. I shouldn't say there is no. There's a small risk of fire problems because you can get out and instantly get in the water.
Okay.
And I say that on the heels of a boat catching on fire this morning, but most of the teams don't wear fire suits. You'll see a few of the teams wear them. Some of the other sanctioning bodies, mostly the European ones, mandate that the driver and the throttle man wear a fire suit. So that's the fashion breakdown.
Guys, we're gonna head down to the docks here. His report sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts, lifting your dreams from canoes to cruisers. Visit SomersetBoatLifts.com. We say hello again to Bob May.
One of the great things about Lake Race is local racers. We've got Jim Watson and his son Mitch. Jim, tell me a little bit about your boat that you're going to be running today.
We're running a 40 skater. We run it in the P2 class. It's a 105-mile-an-hour breakout class. Pretty exciting, pretty fun. You get the traffic out there, multiple boats running 105 mile an hour. It's pretty exciting, good adrenaline rush.
Tell me about the first experience with your son racing last year.
So we had to wait till my son was 16, although he's been driving boats since he was 4 years old. He's a great kid. He's a very disciplined kid. And last year was the first year he got to race. So we raced the same boat, same class last year. 16-year-old kid piloting a boat 105 miles an hour. It was awesome. Great time with family.
Let me talk to you, Mitch. Tell me about the experience of racing that boat last year.
It was a lot of fun. First race, a lot of new things to learn, but it was a lot of fun going out there with the other racers and just, it was just exciting.
Is this a career path? path or just something for fun?
I mean, I'd love to do it as a career. It's a lot of fun, but I'm not really sure yet.
All right, very good. Well, best of luck out there today to both of you guys. Best of luck today. Thank you so much. We'll be back shortly as we continue our Doc Reports right here at Lake Race 2016. I'm Captain Bob May.
Thank you very much, Bob. And again, we'll be checking in with him again later on in the afternoon. He's got some great updates for us from down on the docks. Let's get you up to date one more time for a PDQ Marine weather update. There are some showers and storms starting to make their way from the northwest to the southeast. I told you earlier we'd have to watch for it. And if you look out on the water right now, and you look off to your left, if you're looking out of the water from Beavers at the dam, look out to your left and you see some of those darker clouds. That's some of the storm activity. We hope they stay to our north. But we'll certainly monitor it. Closer to Columbia, there's some pretty sizable storms right now. So we'll monitor that again. That could be an issue later on in the day. But as we speak right now, sunny skies. We're in the 80s, and we hope to stay that way. That weather update sponsored by PDQ Marine with locations at the 1 mile marker and on the Bagnell Dam Boulevard. Let's bring Yulia back into the fold here. And Yulia, you had a chance to talk it over with one of the throttlemen in this competition, Ryan Beckley.
That's right. Ryan actually said that he won their class a couple of weeks ago in Cocoa Beach, Florida. And he also says that his class is the most competitive, and there's always luck involved. Is that correct? Yeah. And he also thinks that the competition, it has a sense of family. Let's take a look.
Different classes pretty much would do anything to help the other guy out or make sure they get to the race course and help and stop on the side of the road on the way to a race to help somebody. And it is very close-knit, despite being from around the country. When you converge on a place like Lake of the Ozarks, it's good. It's all friends, family, people you've known for a long time. So yeah, it's a good group of people.
And we're going to see Ryan a little later on. In fact, he's going to be coming up in race number 5, Yulia, racing with the PorcelainUnlimited.com boat.
Okay, he's actually, he also told us that with powerboat racing, it's not always who got the fastest boat, but who doesn't break down. Is that?
Absolutely.
That's
I mean,
big,
when people ask me what my goals were when I was racing or what the racers are looking to do, very first thing, finish. You know, and that sounds so cliche or so understated, but it's an obstacle, and it's a huge hurdle. Finish. So you can't be first unless you finish.
Is it very common to break down?
Very. You know, as we were talking about earlier with Dorsey, it can be something very simple. A nut comes loose on your battery cable. You know, it's a 5-second fix, but it takes you out of the race. Mm-hmm. And, you know, a hose clamp or a little thing can come loose. It can be as catastrophic as the fire we've seen this morning on the boat or an engine explosion, of course. But most often it's something very little. So finishing is paramount.
It's an endurance test.
Yes.
It really is. And we saw that happen down at the World Championships in Inglewood last November. The number of boats that continue to have those issues. I think Miss Geico had a couple of those issues, and clearly Miss Geico probably had the most horsepower of anybody out there on the water, but that doesn't necessarily equal championships each and every time around.
No, one of the boats absent from Lake Race this year, I believe was at his daughter's graduation, Randy Swears of the Fast Boats team, last year at the World Championships. It's a 3-race format. Had a dominating lead. I mean, there was not another boat in the class that was going to catch him. Two turns to go, I believe, he broke a steering line. Couldn't turn the boat anymore. And he had no choice but to watch everybody drive by him. So, yeah, finishing is definitely, you know, especially when you're in the lead, Yulia. You're in the lead. You know you've got the race wrapped up. Nobody's going to catch you. Nobody can catch up to you. And then all of a sudden you start second-guessing everything. Did I just hear something? Was that an odd noise? Did that feel funny? And that gremlin will just, you know, irritate the heck out of you until that checker flag comes out.
We just had a hottie cam up there, Shano. Wanted to draw your attention to it. Of course, sponsored by Porky's. Open until 4 a.m.
I missed it that time. I was sidetracked up here in the booth, but
there you go, a little
we're getting a nice
replay
shot of a beautiful 400 formula out there. Young lady out on the deck, and I can't quite remember. Outnumbered out of Overland Park, Kansas is the boat, and featured on our hottie cam right now. And cruising across beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. So, you know, I can tell you, we have pontoon boat races and hottie cams at Lake of the Ozarks Lake Race. They don't have that anywhere else. that I've ever been in boat racing. So, you know, we're venturing into a lot of new grounds. I've never seen a helicopter land on a boat dock at any other boat race. We've never had a beautiful Russian co-announcer in the booth at any other boat race. So
Well,
we are
thanks.
pioneering things here at Lake Race that are just unheard of. And, you know, I am convinced that the horsepower here at Lake Race is pushing the clouds out. We're not going to see any rain. I'm convinced of it. It looks beautiful out here, and you know, hats off to our broadcast team. I just got a text message from Travis and Summer Richardson out on the West Coast in California, listening to us on their boat in Lake Havasu, streaming live. And for those of you familiar with our shootout here, Summer Richardson, the fastest solo woman driver at the shootout last year. I think she ran 140-mile-an-hour pass. Well, this spring, she ran 176-mile-an-hour pass on Lake Havasu, and she's looking to come to the lake to be the fastest woman on the water. Currently the queen of the desert out at Lake Havasu, and they're listening to us all the way out on the West Coast. So, you know, Lake Race is nationwide.
And those folks can watch us because of First Mate Remote Controls, our YouTube streaming sponsor. This hour of the 2016 Lake Race is sponsored by Marine Service Company. It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We're back after this. Sponsored by Marine Service Company. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, Yulia Whittington from the Ozarks CW in Springfield is with us in our Midwest Tinting broadcast booth. And taking a look at there's a champion right there, guys. TheBoatFloater.com dominating win a little while ago in the Super V Lights. And the crane is bringing them back up to land here as their day is over. But it was a victorious day at that. Julia, let's. You had a chance. We heard from him a little bit earlier, but he's certainly a guy that is going to impact these races later on. Myrick Coyle, you had a chance to catch up with him earlier.
Yes, that's right. And this boat is actually one of the local favorites. And the Performance Boat Center, that's their boat, right?
Yeah.
They're the main sponsor of the lake race. And John is a 14-time national and world champion and has been racing since 1984. It's actually before I was born.
We won't tell Johnny that. Johnny Tomlinson
Intense
and
going in the first corner
in that boat.
It's very intense,
And,
especially when the boats are close together. And
I think we're going
it all
live
depends on
right
the
now.
circumstances on the course. But they can be quite intense, and sometimes things go great and you can check out front and lead and win and have a perfect day, and sometimes you can go home with your tail between your legs.
And they actually won 2 weeks ago at Cocoa Beach, Florida.
Yeah, they had a great run at Cocoa Beach. I think about the third or fourth lap, they were able to overtake the WHM boat and get into first place, and they finished there in first place. But no lack of experience in that boat. It's actually, Myrick Coyle was crew chief for David Scott's boat for many years, a few 200-plus mile-per-hour passes. So this boat they're racing today is capable of 150 miles per hour.
Wow.
So, not near as fast as what either one of them are used to. Johnny Tomlinson is hands down the go-to guy when you want to go fast right now. He gets the phone call when anybody wants to experiment over 200 miles per hour.
Wow. That's faster than what I'm used to.
Yes.
I'm used to.
And, the list of accomplishments for Johnny and Myrick, unlimited. Mark Waddington and the entire crew, Brett Manier and all them at Performance Boat Center have put together, the class of the field. It is the best equipment, the best crew that money can buy, and they do everything they need to do to guarantee a win. And, in a very competitive class. So the other boat we see out there on the course with them now, the Gone Again boat, formerly Steel, with Ken Mungle and Lee Lockwood, they were in their first offshore race ever in Cocoa Beach. And, no strangers to speed either. They have another boat they run in shootout competitions that runs in the upper 180 mile per hour range. So this, a much slower boat than boats that they are comfortable in, but they have to turn.
Now I'm looking forward to seeing that race.
Yes, that, and the third boat, the HP Mafia boat. All three boats right now are 3D8 skaters. That is the choice of the field right now for Supercat racing, and all three boats you're going to see out there in Supercat class are 3D8 skaters. The HP Mafia boat is a local boat, father and son team, Anthony Smith and Anthony Smith Jr., or Little Anthony, as I've called him since he was about 7. He's not so little. I think he outgrew Dad a couple of years ago. So all three of the boats are fast boats. Without a doubt, the biggest fan base here is Performance Boat Center. They are plastered all over town. They have a gorgeous facility at the 21-mile marker of the lake. And even the other race boats go there to get their service work done. So the service team at Performance Boat Center is top-notch. And the same guys that work on that race boat are the guys that work on, your pleasure boats that you're out there driving around in. So Performance Boat Center is probably, without a doubt, the favorite to win today. I'd like to see the hometown boys do it. They got off to a real rough start in Key West. Engine problems. They turned the boat over. Thank goodness everyone was okay. So this is their second official offshore race. And, I'd like to see them pull it off. They're up against some pretty big odds. Definitely a David and Goliath battle out there. And then Ken and Lee Lockwood, perfectly capable of winning. The boat's fast enough. They have great equipment, and they're both experienced, high-speed boaters. So it should be a really good race.
Guys, let's check out our starting lineup for this next race, sponsored by Polylift Boat Lifts, building the world's best boat lifts. Check them out at polylift.com. The Super Stocks will be out on the water. Above and Beyond Roofing, Bob Unnerstall, Casey Boer. They're in the S8 boat. The S19 boat is FJ Propeller. That is Damian Kittredge and Gary Ballou. They're in, again, the S19. That is FJ Propeller. The PorcelainUnlimited.com. We heard from Ryan Beckley, the throttleman. Tanner Lewis, the driver. That is boat number S-111. Class 2 and 3, they are out on the water as well. They are in a 10-lap race. These are both 10-lap races coming up. It's the Bat Boat, No real description necessary. Elliott Gray, Jay Muller out there in boat number 211. Boat 212 is Global Restoration with James Watson and Mitchell Watson. And that is the red and white boat. Boat 310 is Big Thunder with Tim Porter and Loon Porter. The boat is white, and you'll see it out there on the water here in just a few minutes. Those are your starting lineups for our next race, sponsored by Poly Lift Boat Lifts, guys. And this should prove to be another very entertaining race. And again, both of these classes will be doing 10 laps. It's 43 miles on this 4.3-mile course.
You know, we just I have to mention to Gary Ballou, who I know is down there listening to us on the crane dock. Gary, if you're within earshot, you are the favorite of Yulia, our announcer, due to your mint shorts. I was earlier informed that those are not blue shorts that Gary Ballou is wearing, and Yulia was mentioning the fashion. So we have Gary Ballou in mint shorts and an F&J propeller shirt, and that is Yulia's pick for the S-Class. Due to those mint shorts that Gary has on today. So,
you've got
Gary,
some style, dude.
Good luck in your mint shorts. We just seen the Super Cats come by from their parade lap, and they're back in the milling area awaiting that Outer Limits pace boat to take off, and then we'll be back to some racing action.
Yeah, I understand there was a red flag out there as well, so we're going to go down to the docks right now, and Bob May will be joining us, sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts. Take it away, Bob.
Lake Race 2016 continues, and we're down on the docks. You know, a lot about racing is going on here, but we also have demonstrations going on with some water sports out here. Kirby Leisman is with us, and Kirby, you're with Wake Effects now. Tell us about what you guys did out here earlier before the races started.
Yeah, so this morning we went out and we did the opening ceremony, and we were able to go out and do some tricks on the water and show the crowd here at Beavers a little bit of what we do at wakeboarding.
Now, you've been doing this a long, long time. Tell us a little bit about your career.
Yeah, I've been wakeboarding for 20 years, and I've been coaching for 10. So I've just been able to take my passion and put that towards what I love to do every day and share that with others.
More and more people are getting into this kind of boating, and it's very specialized. Tell us a little bit about the boat that you use.
Yeah, the Mastercraft boat from Wake Effects is a very specific to water sports. Dude, it can be a great boat for wakeboarding, but also wake surfing, where it makes a big wave right behind the boat where you can actually let go of the rope and get a real ocean feel for surfing. And then some of these water sports boats you can actually even get a decent water skiing wake out of. So it's really a crossover. You can get just the right boat to do exactly what you want to do out on the water.
Well, let's hopefully get another break and have you go back out and do some more tricks.
I would love to do that. It's a great time out there.
All right, Kirby. Thanks again, man. Appreciate it. Well, it's all part of this lake race experience right here down on the docks with Captain Bob May.
Thank you, Bob. This update sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts. Race number 4 is underway. No correction. These are the Super Cats. These are not the Super Stocks. These are not Class 2 and 3. These are the Super Cats. Gone again. Kenny Mungle, Performance Boat Center, Myra Coyle, HP Mafia, Anthony Smith Jr., and Anthony Smith. So we are underway with this race. And again, those driver information sponsored by Poly Lift Boat Lifts. And Shane, this should be a very entertaining race with some big-time speeds.
It should be, and as we watch the green flag drop, Gone Again got an incredible start, and it looks like the Performance Boat Center, Jimmy John Skater is out front right now, putting up a pretty commanding lead on it, and what you're seeing there is just years of seat time and cornering experience. Like we were discussing earlier, the guys in the Performance Boat Center boat have probably been through a few thousand corners in racing environment, and the guys in the Gone Again boat have been through maybe 50. So there is no substitute for that experience. You hear them go by our broadcast booth. You've got the Performance Boat Center boat out front, Gone Again, still Gone Again, running in second, and that is a tribute to the late Jared Noble. He campaigned and ran under the steel banner, and Ken Mungle purchased that boat from him, and Ken's other boat is called Gone Again, so they just named it Still Gone Again. And very nice tribute that Ken did to the late Jared Noble, and doing a great job of representing and campaigning that boat. And we just seen the HP Mafia boat go around here, and our camera's on Performance Boat Center. 388 Skater out in the lead, comfortable lead right now at Lake Race. Without a doubt, the the class of the field right now. Those guys are just dialed in.
And Shane, this class will race 4 right now and race 6 later on, 6 laps apiece. So this is going to be broken up into halves, 12 laps total, but 6 laps here. They're on lap number 1 as we speak. How do you handicap this one, Shane?
The experience goes to the Performance Boat Center crew, hands down. But we see Gone Again right now dealing them some fits. The Gone Again boat is fast. I mean, that boat has won national championships, has won world championships. And until JR built a new 388 skater, the late JR, I'm sorry, built a new 388 skater, that was the class of superboat. The only other boat that really gave it a consistent battle was the WHU boat with Jay Mueller and Billy Moff. And the seat time those guys have is second to none either. So, this is our class where the top level of the offshore environment come to, show off, if you will. And this right now is the class that they all want to win in because it's the most tightly knit competitive class. And to win here is a significant thing.
It's our title sponsor. It's the Performance Boat Center and Jimmy John's Boat. Boat number 21, Myrick Coyle, John Tomlinson. They have the lead right now. You take a look at our turns 1 and 2 camera. A great picturesque view of the Performance Boat Center boat. Making a pass right now by our Midwest Tinting broadcast booth with the first lap.
Yep, and whatever speed Gone Again found, Johnny and Myrick found a little bit more of it because they opened up a big lead over those guys on that lap right there. And third place boat coming up, the HP Mafia, doing a great job in there for only their first offshore race in Key West. They didn't make it more than a lap before they ran into some serious trouble. So this is really their inaugural race. And, as we discussed earlier, finishing the race is huge. And then finishing the race under power of both engines is even better, and then placing on the podium is phenomenal. So the father and son team in there, Anthony Smith and Anthony Jr., doing a great job against guys with way more seat time than they have. So they'll come around as they get more and more experience behind the wheel of that boat.
Shane, we should also say here in the Super Cats that this is a completely different field from what we saw at Lake Race last year, which I believe was only Cleveland Construction. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they were the only Super Cat involved in this race last year.
I think we had Fast Boats, Randy Swears, Fast Boats Marine Group, or Sailor Jerry Rum. Was he here in Lake Race last year? Or was that shootout?
Maybe, but I don't think they were in...
they ran in the Run What You Brung category last year, correct? Yes. So these are all 3 new boats to Super Cat racing here at the lake, and that's great.
Which means it's not an unopposed class as we saw last year. These are 3 very, very capable boats, and the Performance Boat Center opening up the lead right now. It's, as I mentioned, in terms of trying to handicap this thing, it's a little more difficult because we don't have a lot of results that these boats have been able to post on these waters. That music tells us we have to step aside. It is the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We're back after this. This hour of the 2016 Lake Race is sponsored by Marine Service Company. Visit marineservicecompany.com. We're 3 laps in, and we're holding serve with our order. Performance Boat Center 1, Gone Again 2, HP Mafia 3. Does Gone Again have a shot at catching the Performance Boat Center? Again, this is 2 6-lap races. So we'll wrap this one up after 6. That doesn't mean it isn't over yet, and I guess it'll set up in terms of where they finished as to how they're released in the second half of this race in a little while.
Exactly, and to answer your initial question, Brendan, from what I'm seeing out there, Performance Boat Center clearly the class of the field today. The boat's dialed in, and he can pull away from them anytime he wants to. So it looks like he's gotten out to a lead he's comfortable with, and he's maintaining that. And the Gone Again boat, they're just out there getting some seat time in. But from what we're seeing on the course right now, Performance Boat Center, clearly the class of the field. They've got that skater dialed in. Johnny and Myrick are doing a phenomenal job in there. Mark Waddington and Brett Manier, Performance Boat Center, have given them the best equipment to work with, and they're showing it off out there for Performance Boat Center. So, I don't think anybody has anything for them today. They know this water. Myrick has been down here for, I've been down here for 35 years, so I think Myrick's probably been down here for 20. Johnny Tomlinson's been on this lake a lot, even though he's a native of Miami. He's no stranger to the lake, multiple shootout wins and races down here at the lake, and you can just see the boat. It's perfect. I mean, that's such a cliche word to use, but it really is. I mean, when she goes through the turn, she's laid out perfectly, just a little bit of mist coming out from the front of the sponsons. There's no jumping, there's no bouncing, and the same with the Gone Again boat as well. As we watch it make its way through the turn, it's set up and dialed in perfect too. Probably what we're seeing out there right now is clearly a better prop selection from the Performance Boat Center guys that was able to catapult them out to a bigger lead. And playing catch-up is tough, you tend to make more mistakes when you're trying to play catch-up, being in second or third or fourth place, and versus when you're out front. And when you're out front, you can pick your own line. You get the best of everything, and they look to be out to a comfortable lead and happily maintaining that right now. So barring any mechanical problems, it looks like Performance Boat Center will be your winner in this first heat. Now, that second heat coming out, who knows? Everything can change coming into turn 1. There can be, an incident. They can bump into each other. The motors can stutter a little bit, and then all of a sudden they'll find themselves playing catch-up. So it's hard to say what will happen in that second race. But right now, Performance Boat Center is out to a commanding lead and showing no signs of giving that up.
We saw the HP Mafia boat. They are running third right now. Big rooster tail you see on your television screen, but they've got some work to do to make up this deficit as we are 4 laps in, as Shane said, this 6-lap heat, part 1 of this Super Cat race at Lake of the Ozarks. I want to take this time for those of our hearing impaired viewers out there. Red Oak Resort and RV Park taking care of our closed captioning this afternoon, part of Lake Race 2016. And we look off to our northwest, and it's tough not to see the dark clouds that are starting to make their way. There's a hope that the bottom southern flank of that storm system misses us barely to the north. That's the hope right now, Shane, anyway.
I'm convinced that the speed we're going to see out of the Wake Effects boat and the CMS boat and Cat Can Do is going to create a vortex that blows the storm completely out of here. And we're going to have a party with Disco Dick and the Mirror Balls tonight at Beavers on the Dam like the lake has never seen. So I wouldn't let that sway you. If you're worried about a little bit of rain, I'm about as sweet as they come. I don't melt in the rain, so y'all should come on out this evening. Enjoy Disco Dick over here at Beavers and just have some fun. I mean, there's nothing wrong with dancing in the rain. And I can assure you the party is not going to stop if we get a couple sprinkles.
And I can promise you it's going to be a quick hit. If anything, it will be between 15 and 30 minutes and should be out of here. But just something to monitor. And again, that weather update sponsored by PDQ Marine. And we are on the final lap of this initial heat in the Super Cat competition. It looks like Performance Boat Center will have a comfortable lead heading into the second heat a little bit later on. but they certainly laid out a very impressive first run this afternoon. Their debut, if you will, in the Super Cats here at the 2016 Lake Race.
Yeah, they, definitely looking to put a good show on for the home crowd here, and they've done that. Just a beautifully prepared, set up boat for the Super Cat class, and it was all done at Performance Boat Center right here on Lake of the Ozarks at our 21-mile markers. So, I know I heard Myrick giving an interview the other day, and he made a very good point that I had never really thought about. The guys that work on and prepare and maintain that boat, they're the same guys that work on, the pontoon boat that I seen earlier today of Mr. Doris driving. That boat was over in Performance Boat Center's shop getting prepared for the race. Former multi-time national world champion David Scott, his personal boat, the 50 Mystic, was over at Performance Boat Center getting worked on. So, the same guys who have prepared this boat that you see running out front and dominating today are the same guys that work on your boat. And, it looks like they're coming in right now. The rooster tail's down. So Performance Boat Center, your unofficial winner
of heat number 1. And again, they'll be back out here in race number 6 in about an hour, 15 minutes or so, as you continue with us here. The Ozarks CW, MyZoo TV, ABC 7 down in Sarasota and Tampa, Florida. We're going to be joined by our friends in St. Louis and Kansas City coming up at just past the top of the hour, 3 o'clock. But again, unofficially, it is Performance Boat Center. Myrick Coyle, John Tomlinson, your winner in heat number 1. But they've got work to do if they're going to seal up this Super Cat class. It is Performance Boat Center Lake Race 2016. We step aside, more on the way after this.
Performance Boat Center is the largest performance boat sales and service location in the Midwest, with a full-service repair facility and huge parts inventory to help with any boat repair needs. Their award-winning sales staff offers competitive prices on the world's most luxurious new and pre-owned performance and pleasure boats, like Cigarette, Skater, Statement, Sunsation, and Princess Yachts. Visit their sprawling indoor showroom at Redhead Yacht Club in Osage Beach, or online at performanceboatcenter.com.
Boat lifts aren't one size fits all, and neither is our service. It's personalized for you.
No matter how rough the water gets, you can build your boat with Somerset.
Hi, I'm Brian Schuster with Somerset Boat Lifts, and we're lifting your dreams from canoes to cruisers.
SomersetBoatLifts.com.
Dreaming about owning a Playcraft boat? Don't dream. Live the lifestyle of never being afraid of a rough water weekend at the lake, because that's when a Playcraft Power Tune Extreme shines bright. Only Playcraft boats were engineered for this lake. Plus, Playcraft boats set speed records every year at every Lake of the Ozarks shootout. Playcraft Power Tune Extreme takes you where no other boat has gone. Take a test drive at Marty's Marine in Osage Beach today. Imagine your own slice of island paradise. Isla del Sol gives you the only private gated island condominium at the lake. Watch the sun rise and set to breathtaking views and savor the seclusion you can only get on a Hawaiian island. Isla del Sol offers luxurious condo living just minutes by boat to waterfront dining or a short drive to shopping and entertainment. Enjoy a lifetime of fun with your exclusive resort-style pool with splash fountains and more. Your unique island paradise at the lake. Isla del Sol. When it comes time for a new lift, it's time for an Econolift. They've provided quality boat lifts for 30 years using only the highest quality materials and the best service after the sale. Bill and his staff know that it's not enough just to make the best boat lift. They also have to stand behind it. From a personal watercraft to cruisers and catamarans, chances are if it floats, Econolift can keep it high and dry. So stop scrubbing your bottom with Econolift on Old Highway 5 in Camdenton.
If you pull to left with Econolift, then stop scrubbing your bottom. Stop it.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Bridal Cave. It's the cave for lovers and lovers of natural beauty. Rain or shine, Bridal Cave is the best all-weather entertainment at the lake. Take a guided tour on concrete pathways and see why so many people fall in love with the cave and get married there. Enjoy a refreshing 60-degree walk through room after room of millions of years of history. Bridal Cave is a family adventure you'll never forget. Google Bridal Cave. See you at the Fun Lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
Marine Service Company sponsors this at 2 o'clock hour of the 2016 Lake Race. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, we've been so pleased to have Yulia Whittington with us from the Ozarks CW. Yulia, your first race, your first boat race, and you've been fantastic, and I hope you've enjoyed this entire experience.
I have enjoyed it, and you guys have provided so much information. I feel like my brain has exploded. And I feel like I became a boating expert.
You know, I'm
just the start.
Maybe I'll have Shane's job next year.
I'm happy to have learned about the mint color, which I did not know that mint was a fashion statement. And I can assure you, if Gary wins today, I'm going to buy Gary Blue in the F&J
Boatfloater.com, dominating win a little while ago.
I'm going to buy some mint shorts
in the
and
super.
See how it works for me.
Make sure they're short shorts, though.
Baby steps. I'm not ready for that European fashion statement just yet, but mint nonetheless.
Yes.
So, where are you off to next, Yulia?
I'm actually going home. Nothing exciting.
To Russia?
Well, not to Russia. My home is in the Ozarks now. I've been here for way too long, too.
You know, I don't know if any of our listening audience has picked up on it, but
I have picked it up.
Found a very unique accent of, I can hear her going from a little hometown Missouri accent and a little Russian coming in there. And it's very entertaining. I'm spending a lot of time in Miami now, so I get an influx of all the different accents. So it's neat to see the Russian accent with the Missouri dialect to it.
That's right, y'all.
Well, with that being said, we're fixing to go back on television, so we better get our game face on here. And as we wish Yulia a farewell from our broadcast booth, and did an incredible job, and we hope to have you back for Shootout or Lake Race 2017.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed it, and I've learned a lot.
Do you have a favorite moment from this afternoon that you can think back to?
Favorite moment? Probably the last race, because the boats were faster. That's
faster and louder. That's the name
exactly.
Of the game.
Yeah.
And we do have our unofficial winner of our Super Cat, again, first heat, the Performance Boat Center, Gone Again, and then the HP Mafia. So that's order right now, Shana. That's something that we will obviously follow. They'll go off in that order coming up in our second heat in race number 6 a little bit later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the changes the guys make to the boat setup in the HP Mafia and the Gone Again boat, because they're going to look for some more speed to try to catch up to that Performance Boat Center machine. And as from what we've seen on the course, Performance Boat Center really doesn't need to make any changes, put a little more gasoline back in her and go back out there. So be interesting to see how they're scrambling on the docks for the next heat of that Super Cat competition.
It's coming up on the top of the hour, 3 o'clock here in Middle Missouri, Lake of the Ozarks. And again, we're watching the weather. There is a system coming this way, and we'll keep an eye on it and how it affects the races the rest of the afternoon. It's certainly in play, and it's something that we're going to obviously watch out for and keep you all updated here at the Lake of the Ozarks as to what is going on. I really thought we were going to get through the day without any rain, Shane. And now you're confident.
I'm maintaining
you keep the positive outlook, and I hope that plays out. But we're keeping an eye on it, and we'll let everybody know. And hopefully we don't. If we can get through this without any delays, I think we're in great shape. But we've got some big time races. For those of you that are expecting the big speeds, that's coming up a little bit later on, Shane.
Yeah, that's when we're going to see the 180-mile-per-hour boats making their way around the lake course, and the best talent in the industry will be in those boats out there, and it's going to be fast and loud and exciting.
We haven't talked about it much. We've got the Unlimited world champion in Cat Can Do coming through here. And I believe the champion from a year ago right here at Lake of the Ozarks.
Yes, defending Lake Race champion, defending world champion. and it's Can-Do boat running under the American Ethanol banner this year, which we seen on the side of Don Onken's beautiful Mystic at the shootout last year, which took top honors at 209 miles per hour. So American Ethanol making a statement in the offshore world, sponsoring 2 excellent boats that are capable of running at the top of their class.
Again, thanks to Yulia, thanks to Joe, our great partners with the Ozarks CW, and we're getting ready to welcome our friends to from St. Louis and Kansas City coming up in just a few moments. You're getting a look at the Bat Boat down there. I alluded to that earlier, Shane, and I mistakenly mentioned their race. They're coming up next. Those are the super stocks. That's Class 2 and Class 3, and we'll get to see the Bat Boat out on the water as well. And there's competition there, and they're putting Class 2 and Class 3 together. That's all one big competition along with the super stocks. 3 boats in each group. So we've got another large race with 6 boats out there, and they'll have to try to navigate around one another to find a way to get a win.
You know, the Bat Boat, without a doubt, the most photographed boat in offshore racing
No
history.
doubt.
And getting ready to do battle out there. One of my favorite things about the Bat Boat, our inaugural lake race down here, as we had mentioned earlier, it's a breakout category. And Elliot Gray in the Bat Boat holds the record for the most breakouts in a competition. So I think it was somewhere around 50 breakouts in that competition. I think Elliot finally just said, well, I broke out, I might as well have some fun. And he just let it rip and put on a great show for the crowd. And I believe it was him and HP Mafia back then in a different boat putting on that race. So, Elliot has a home here on the lake, no stranger to the lake. And the Bat Boat, definitely one of the fan favorites for sure. And getting ready to do battle out there on the lake race track.
Take a look at that giant crane out there, Shane. It's Big Thunder Marine, by the way, is our crane sponsor. Big Thunder Marine, back with 3 locations at the lake. Big Thunder Marina, Glen Cove Marina, and Tri-Toon Town. As we hit the top of the hour in the Lake of the Ozarks, Beavers at the Dam. It's the 2016 lake race. And we've got more racing action coming up for you in just a couple of moments. And the action is only going to pick up. It's only going to get faster. The races are only going to get tighter. And we love the fact that you're all here with us for this 2016 edition of Lake Race. Our title sponsor, of course, Performance Boat Center. Again, thanks to Yulia Whittington, who was with us in our first 4 hours of the broadcast. We'll be getting set to welcome in a new member of our broadcast team in just a couple of moments. We want you to stay with us here live from Beavers at the Dam, the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. And we want to welcome our friends in St. Louis on KPLR TV, Channel 11, and our friends in Kansas City, 38 The Spot. Welcome to the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. And we're so glad to have you with us on what is a spectacle here at the Lake of the Ozarks, the 4th running of the Performance Boat Center Lake Race, and an afternoon that's already been jam-packed with action. We've got more still to come over the next 2 hours. The weather up until this point has been picturesque. It's been phenomenal. We're watching some weather up to our northwest. We hope it doesn't affect us, but we'll certainly keep an eye on it. You're looking out live on the water here, Lake of the Ozarks, the Bat Boat in Class 2. And my partner, Shane Sherman, he's alluded to it, maybe the most picturesque boat and the most photographed boat in powerboat racing, Shane.
Absolutely. The Bat Boat, just a work of art. It's a gorgeous MTI catamaran, painted here in Missouri at Visual Imagination, but the detail work on the boat is second to none. If you get a chance to get up close to it on the road, by all means, take the time, get some photos with the kids. Elliot and Jay in the boat are just, gracious as can be with explaining and describing the boat to anyone who wants to come ask about it, and passionate about the sport. So just 2 great ambassadors to our sport and race here on Lake of the Ozarks.
That's Shane Sherman. I am Brendan Matthews. You're taking a look at some action from earlier today. In fact, we started at just past 11 o'clock here at Lake of the Ozarks. In our first race of the day, you see the pontoons out there in the water. And in fact, here at Lake Race is the only race that features the pontoons, Shane. And they put on a great show. It was Jim Doris and his 77 Playcraft coming away with the win.
Pontoon boat racing, Lake of the Ozarks, helicopters on docks. I think we're going to have some pig racing later on, and I believe the loser is dinner. So there's some pretty high stakes coming up in the pig racing going on. But, great band tonight at Beavers on the Dam, so don't let that forecast shy you guys away. But, as you mentioned, the pontoon boat racing, it is... I don't even know how to describe it because no one else has it. It's unique to us here at the lake, and it's just always exciting because they are just as passionate about jumping those pontoons as any of these guys in any classes.
And it's our Allen Roofing instant replay. I think that's the Allen Lawn Care boat right there, Shane. And they came away with the Class 6 win, an upset over Smith Brothers and U-Gun Learn, who were easily the favorites in that class.
Yeah, thanks to Elite Roofing for bringing us that replay because it really gave a good shot of the Allen landscape boat in perfect trim. Those guys, they fought hard all race, and that particular boat, it likes to get up on its pad, and they were forced to deal with the boat waves of the Smith Brothers the entire race, and it kept knocking the boat off the pad, which knocks off 2 to 3 miles per hour, and they had to really fight hard to get up in front of those guys and take that win.
Elite Roofing and Siding continues our replays from earlier in class number 5, was up 2. Dominating performance by Nick and Anthony Smith. They're the defending champions here at Lake Race. They're the defending world champions, and they do it again, Shane.
Absolutely. As we mentioned when we were at the original broadcast of the race, that is not a brand new boat, so it's had years of time to be dialed in, set up properly, tuned in, and the crew in the boat, it's not the first time they've jumped in the boat, and that makes a big difference. I think underway now, I'm seeing the Outer Limits Pace boat on the screen, bringing the super stock boats, the outboard catamarans, around for the parade lap, and in the background, I believe the skater pace boat, the 28 skater, Brett Miller's bringing Class 2 and Class 3 around for their parade lap as well. So that good-looking tan Outer Limits that's available for sale at Performance Boat Center, bringing down your S-Class outboard boats. You've got Ryan Beckley, Tanner Lewis in the S111. You've got Gary Ballou, and I don't want to butcher his name, on Darren Kittredge in the F&J propeller boat, and then Rob Understall and Casey Bohr in the Above and Beyond Roofing. I know Rob and Casey, both natives to the lake here, homes on the water. You'll notice their boat is an open cockpit boat, so a little different than the other two boats, but they're letting them run with the big boys.
And that driver lineup sponsored by Polylift Boat Lifts, building the best boat lifts in the world. Check him out at polylift.com. And he's been silently waiting here with us, and we want to welcome in the third member of our broadcast team from KPLR TV, Channel 11 in St. Louis. We're so glad to have them on board as we join you at just past the hour of 3 o'clock. You see him on Channel 11 News. You see him on Channel 2 in St. Louis as well. Mr. Patrick Clark. Patrick, sir, glad to have you here.
Thank you so much, fellas. This is a lot of fun.
Well,
Brendan.
We're glad to have you here, and hope you have a good experience. Race broadcast?
Yes, for the lake. I've been before to another race, but this is the first time here. Fantastic. The meet and greet last night, getting a chance to get up close and personal with those boats. I don't think people realize until you see them up close how massive they really are.
Yeah. Until you're standing beside a 50-foot long catamaran, you really don't get the grasp of how large it is. I mean, even the 20-foot boats, that's a large boat compared to a normal family runabout or a little bass boat or something. And then we have, 50, 52-foot catamarans here as well.
Yeah. You guys showed the bat boat there. I got a lesson earlier last night when talking with Elliot Gray about that, about how going into the turns, what it takes to make those turns.
And it takes so much, and there's so much skill involved, and you learn as you go. And with a lot of these guys, and you mentioned being out in the street party last night, you get a chance to really meet and greet with these drivers and learn what they're all about. There's not a lot of any other sport out there really where you're there on the front lines talking to these guys and learning about their craft.
I think that's something that's done very well by this organization is making it fan accessible. You get a chance to meet the drivers, the throttlemen, their families. It's very much a family-oriented sport.
Yeah, I know Yulia had a couple interviews, father and son. I know HP Mafia that just ran, father and son in there. I don't know if Smitty Smith and his son Anthony are running together, but they're both here running different boats, so father and son again. And like you said, I know the Wake Effects team. Rusty Rahm is one of the drivers in the CMS boat.
Yeah.
His wife Natalie's here. His son Casey is here. I haven't seen his daughter, but I'm sure she's probably floating around somewhere, plus the entire Wake Effects crew here, so a big environment. And then the Performance Boat Center team, Mark Waddington, the owner, his wife Rachel, Brett Manier, the partner and general manager, his wife Mackenzie, just the whole, it brings the whole family together and gives them something to go do. So it's a really fun event that doesn't separate out the families from different activities.
They have a little home court advantage, some of the guys at Wake Effects.
Absolutely, yeah. Without a doubt, Wake Effects and Performance Boat Center have the home course advantage for sure, as we see the stock boats make their way to the end of their parade lap and back to the milling area, and the bat boat with our little 28 skater pace boat making their way back towards the milling area. And as you guys at home can see the red flag on the television, that is the whoa flag, if you will. That is everybody stay behind us. And when they start to get the boats up to speed, someone will pull down the red flag and throw up a green flag, and that'll be the race is on and it's time to go. And it's at that starter's discretion inside of that boat as to when they let that race start.
Guys, the 3 o'clock hour of the 2016 Lake Race is sponsored by the Econo Lodge in Osage Beach, right in the heart of the Lake of the Ozarks, taking care of our entire staff this weekend. Thank you to the Econo Lodge. It's the 3 o'clock hour. It's the 2016 Lake Race, and we're back after this.
When it comes time for a new lift, it's time for an Econo lift. They've provided quality boat lifts for 30 years using only the highest quality materials and the best service after the sale. Bill and his staff know that it's not enough just to make the best boat lift. They also have to stand behind it. From a personal watercraft to cruisers and catamarans, chances are if it floats, Econo lift can keep it high and dry. So stop scrubbing your bottom with Econo lift on Old Highway 5 in Camdenton.
If you boat a lift with the Econo lift, then stop scrubbing your bottom. Stop it.
Performance Boat Center is the largest performance boat sales and service location in the Midwest, with a full-service repair facility and huge parts inventory to help with any boat repair needs. Their award-winning sales staff offers competitive prices on the world's most luxurious new and pre-owned performance and pleasure boats, like Cigarette, Skater, Statement, Sunsation, and Princess Yachts. Visit their sprawling indoor showroom at Redhead Yacht Club in Osage Beach, or online at performanceboatcenter.com.
Imagine your own slice of island paradise. Isla del Sol gives you the only private gated island condominium at the lake. Watch the sun rise and set to breathtaking views and savor the seclusion you can only get on a Hawaiian island. Isla del Sol offers luxurious condo living just minutes by boat to waterfront dining or a short drive to shopping and entertainment. Enjoy a lifetime of fun with your exclusive resort-style pool with splash fountains and more. Your unique island paradise at the lake. Isla del Sol. Dreaming about owning a playcraft boat? Don't dream. Live the lifestyle of never being afraid of a rough water weekend at the lake, because that's when a Playcraft PowerTune Extreme shines bright. Only Playcraft boats were engineered for this lake. Plus, Playcraft boats set speed records every year at every Lake of the Ozarks shootout. Playcraft PowerTune Extreme takes you where no other boat has gone. Take a test drive at Marty's Marine in Osage Beach today.
Somerset Boat Lifts makes it easy.
Boat lifts aren't one size fits all, and neither is our service. It's personalized for you.
No hassle, no fuss, leave the lifting to us. Somerset Boat Lifts makes it easy. No matter how rough the water gets, you can baby your boat with Somerset.
Hi, I'm Brian Schuster with Somerset Boat Lifts, and we're lifting your dreams from canoes to cruisers.
SomersetBoatLifts.com.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Big Surf Water Park. It's your premier destination for total family fun at the lake. Zoom down our amazing water slides, hang 10 in our unbelievable wake pool, or kick back and enjoy a relaxing trip down Lazy River. Bring your family or come with a group and have the biggest, baddest, wettest fun of your whole summer. Big Surf is right off Highway 54 in Camdenton. Google search Big Surf. Easy to find, hard to forget at the fun lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
Back live, it is the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race from Lake of the Ozarks. Beavers at the dam. The Bagnell Dam Strip is hopping this afternoon as we've got power boat racing underway. OPA, it's their second event of the year, and it's right here in the middle of Missouri at Lake of the Ozarks. And the Super Stocks, Class 2, Class 3, they are on the track right now. They are on course, and we're going to have some pretty good action here, Shane Sherman, especially from these Super Stocks, and that would be the FJ propeller boat just coming by our location. You see the Bat Boat on your television screen right now. Bat Boat in class number 2. That's Elliott Gray.
Definitely Elliott out there, and as I'm watching it on our screen, it looks way off of the pace. He doesn't look like he's running that fast. I'm wondering if he's having a problem or if he's just comfortable with the lead he has over second place right now. So not a lot of rooster tail coming out of Elliott's boat. Elliott and Jay in there. Well, upon a little better, they're probably running about 100. So F&J Propellers, they got that boat aired out beautifully. Gary and Darren running extremely well in that Doug Wright catamaran. And they just came across your screen there. So looks like we're zoomed in on the start-finish area. Here comes the Bat Boat right now into view. Elliott Gray and Jay Mueller in Class 2 in the Bat Boat. So no denying which one that one is as she comes around the track and makes her way down into turn 1 for a lake race. They appear to have a pretty comfortable lead over the second place boat of Class 2, which is your Global Restoration boat of James Watson and Mitchell Watson. Again, what we discussed earlier, a family contribution to offshore racing, father and son in there. And you see Elliott making his way through turns 1 and 2 with Jay Mueller on the throttles. If I'm not mistaken, they are also our defending world champions in Class 2 from Inglewood last year, Brendan. And if I'm not mistaken, defending lake race champions as well in Class 2.
You are correct. And in Class 2 last year in Inglewood, they were unopposed. They've got a little competition this year with Global Restoration, also in Class 2, Big Thunder in Class 3.
Yeah, Class 2 and 3, you see them boats. We're on the Bat Boat right now, but Class 2 and Class 3 boats, the 40 skater and the 32 skater, 2 different classes, but running very competitive. The advantage that the Big Thunder Marine boat has right now is he is running unopposed in Class 3, so he doesn't have to worry about breaking out on the speed limit. He can't lose. So he can go out there and have a lot of fun right now. The F&J Propellers boat, Gary Ballou and Darren Kittredge in there. Gary Ballou is, I believe, 13 or 14-time national and world champion. One of only 2 guys in the same company as Johnny Tomlinson to go undefeated for an entire offshore racing season, and actually joins the cockpit with Johnny Tomlinson in the UIM circuit in the Abu Dhabi entry over in Europe. And those guys do a very nice job running out in front of, without a doubt, the top level of the sport.
That FJ propeller bow that you saw, as you get a nice straight-on look there. Defending world champion as well from Inglewood, Florida this past fall. And they're going to put on a great show. You would think you're getting a look right there. That is the Above and Beyond roofing boat with Bob Understall and Casey Boer. That's an unmistakable look as well. We haven't had too many bright yellow boats out on the course today, and that certainly grabs your attention right away. Here's another look. This is from our Mystic finish line coming right at you here.
You know, earlier we alluded to Ryan Beckley in his interview alluded to the family and the helping out. This boat here, the Above and Beyond roofing boat with Casey and Rob in it, was actually Gary Ballou's pleasure boat that he sold to Casey, brought up here, delivered to the lake, and now it's here in the race and against Gary in his race boat. And then, of course, we have Ryan Beckley out there as well in his race boat, the 30-foot skater catamaran. But good shot of Rob and Casey running down there in that 32 skater outboard boat sponsored by Above and Beyond Roofing. And
I've just been told Global Restoration, are they out? I don't know if that was scratched out or not on our
watch.
Score
We're
sheet
on the
there.
Bat Boat now, so we should be now. Global Restoration.
Are they coming back?
Is coming up.
Yeah,
the front
that's what I
stretch
thought.
Right now. Yeah, they're right here running neck and neck with the Big Thunder Marine boat, and like I said, 2 different classes of boats right there, Class 2 and Class 3. A lot of history in that Global Restoration boat. That boat's been around since I believe 92, and every big name in offshore has owned that boat. I believe she was originally the recovery boat. She raced with Stuart Heim and Joey Imprescia. I know Bob Morgan, former the late Bob Morgan, a big Thunder Marine, owned the boat for a while, and a lot of history in that 40 skater right there that the Watson father and son team are running in. And, another skater out of the big Thunder Marine camp right now that their camera's on, 32 skater with Lane and Tim Porter in there, another father and son. So you've got two boats, both fathers and sons, both skaters, both here at Lake Race 2016. And I can assure you they are having the times of their life. I've had the pleasure of boating with all of those guys. And, it doesn't matter if we're racing a grocery cart around Hy-Vee or a race boat around the racetrack. They want to go racing. So they're just having a ball out there. And, they do it till they ran out of gas and come and put more gas in and go do it again.
I gather that these guys are very competitive. It's all a lot of fun, but everybody wants to win.
Oh, absolutely. There are bragging rights at stake here like you cannot imagine for every hour of bar racing that'll go on from now until Lake Race 2017. So another great shot of that F&J propeller boat. Gary, without a doubt, the best throttle man and outboard catamarans out there right now. And Darren doing an excellent job of wheeling that boat around there. Just, if you want to know what perfect looks like in an outboard catamaran, that's it right there, guys. It just doesn't get any better.
A boat like that is going how fast?
They're probably running 115 miles per hour down the straightaways.
Which the average person doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, get in a boat and go 100 miles an hour.
And again, it depends on where you're at exactly. It certainly takes a pretty distinct skill to be able to do it on a course like this with all the turns and be able to make. I mean, these guys are good, and they're the best in the world, and we have them here at Lake of the Ozarks. And you're absolutely right, Patrick. I don't think any of us that would be going out in a boat unless you're Shane Sherman. If you're out there just to have some fun, you don't necessarily have the vision of going $110, $115 if you're not doing what these guys are doing right here. And you're also going to get a look here on the horizon on some of the weather. Patrick comes to us here from St. Louis, and it's certainly no stranger to thunderstorms in the middle of spring, and it's starting to look a little dicey. And I wonder if at what point do they consider, is it going to take lightning for them to pull them off?
Yeah, lightning will definitely stop it, not due to the boats, due to the helicopter. Visibility and lightning will be the two things they'll be watching. If the rescue copter cannot fly with the divers, they won't allow the race to go off. So the rain won't stop it, but the lightning and the visibility will definitely stop the race. So, hopefully that storm will stay off to our outside out there, or pass through rather quickly. But
the one thing that will come through, and you see it's they call it a shelf cloud. It's the wind shift, and it will come through here, and we'll get probably an uptick in the wind by 20 or 30 miles per hour. It'll be a very brief wind shift, but you'll definitely feel it, and that could certainly make things a little interesting out there on the water for at least a couple of minutes.
What it's going to do with the way this course is laid out on this track, at this section of the lake, we really don't have any straight sections of the lake per se, but on this particular one, we've got a pretty straight shot, and the wind is coming head on into these race boats as they make their way down the front stretch. So, and there's about a 7-mile stretch that wind can build steam coming down through there, and what that does is trick the boat into thinking it's going faster. A catamaran works off the premise of getting air up underneath it, so in the event where there's zero wind, if the catamaran's traveling forward at 100 miles per hour, it has enough wind under it to give it the adequate or the equivalency of 100 mile per hour wind lift. Well, if it hits a 20 mile per hour headwind, it all of a sudden thinks it's going 120, even though it's still physically only going 100, and it's going to change the attitude of the boat. The throttle man's going to have to respond to that, adjust the trim accordingly, and so on to maintain the proper attitude of the boat.
We should tell you that the Porcelain'sUnlimited.com boat guys, they are out. So we've got 2 in the super stock, we've got 2 in Class 2, we've got 1 in Class 3 going right now.
And I just seen,
We'll step aside. We are in the midst of our 5th race. It's the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. We're back after this.
I could hear you a little bit there. It's breaking up. I don't hear you now. I'm still on the phone.
It's the Performance Boat Center Lake Race 2016, live from Lake of the Ozarks. You are watching us from all corners of the state. Springfield, it's My Ozarks CW, or the Ozarks CW, My Zoo TV in Columbia, 38 The Spot in Kansas City, and KPLR TV Channel 11 in St. Louis. And with us from Channel 11 is Patrick Clark. I'm Brendan Matthews. Shane Sherman, Insider Midwest Tinting broadcast booth. We're also expected to be joined by Mr. David Scott as well. He is on course on the other side of the lake getting an impression of this, and we'll check in with him right now. Dave Scott, are you there? Well, I don't hear Dave in my headset. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with him in just a little bit. As we are 6 laps in the Super Stocks, it's looking like FJ Propellers maintaining a lead, but it's, Shane, I wouldn't call it a dominating lead at this point.
Oh, I'd say F&J is definitely dominating for his class, and it looks like he's playing with the guys in the Global Restoration boat a little bit. And that's got to be aggravating for them because that Global Restoration boat, plenty capable of outrunning the F&J propeller boat. However, he's limited to a bracket class of 110 miles per hour in his boat. So while Gary and Darren can run off from him in that little outboard cat, he can't do anything about it without breaking out. So they're just having a little fun with him right now, as I believe they are running unopposed in the outboard class. I know the Porcelain's Unlimited boat came in a little early with an issue, and Rob and Casey in the Above and Beyond roofing boat still out there on the track. I think they had a small issue earlier, and it put them almost a lap down, but still out there putting on a great show. The boat's coming up the course right now. It's got a beautiful attitude. I'm guessing when Porcelain's Unlimited broke, those guys probably thought the race was over and slowed down because they got underway again right away, but they gave up, 15 or 20 seconds before they got back underway. And Rob and Casey doing a great job of getting the boat around the track. To my knowledge, it's the first time the two of those guys have been in a race together. And that boat used to be a race boat that Gary Blue actually converted into a pleasure boat that resides on Lake of the Ozarks now.
Now, when these guys are going, you say they're 110 miles an hour, and they have to stay within that, the constraints of that, right? And the GPS is recording all that information.
Yep, and downloading it back to race control. And at the end of the race, you'll see our unofficial results until those GPSs have all been reviewed to make sure nobody broke out or exceeded the maximum speed for that class. The Bat boat, again, he's in a speed restricted class of 110, so he can't break out, even though he's capable of running 160 miles per hour.
So you're really depending on your throttle man
Absolutely.
to keep you
Absolutely.
just going along, right, the same rate there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I was, the F&J propeller boat was having a little fun with them a lap ago, because he knew they couldn't go over 110, and his top speed is probably at 120 on a straightaway, so he could run off from him when he wanted to, and they couldn't give it enough throttle to catch him without breaking out of their class. So,
guys, I have been told in an effort to stay ahead of the weather that they are bringing the extreme class boats out on the water now as well, and starting that race in the extreme class.
Brendan, we can't see it on screen, but from our vantage point here at the broadcast booth, we can see the guys getting strapped into the boats. Looks like they're strapping Rusty and Jeff into the 03 Wake Effects boat right now. I see Bob and Randy on the deck with their life jackets on the number 3 boat. So that would be pretty accurate on what I'm seeing on the docks. I cannot see Kat Can-Do from our vantage point. I believe she's out at the end of the Polylift boat lift dock. But yeah, that would make sense that they're going to expedite things up a little bit. It is looking a little gray in the background. I'm going to maintain my optimism that it's going to go around us. However, that optimism is waning a little bit right now.
Well, I should say this. The storms have stalled from moving really quick from the northwest to the southeast, and they've sort of gotten into a holding pattern, which is good and bad. Good in the sense that they're a little delayed in getting here. The bad is, if they do get here, they might stick around for a little while. So that may be the point of attack here, to get the extreme class out there. Try to stay ahead of the weather. If you think you've got a 30, 45-minute window, maybe that's why you try to get those boats out here. We shall wait and see. They're not out on the course yet, and in fact, this race should be about winding down by the time they do get out there. It'll just almost be back to back.
Exactly.
Which doesn't happen very often.
And if that storm stalls, that'll give us plenty of time for the crowd to gather for Disco Dick and the Mirror Balls tonight at Beavers at the Dam. So, it's all good no matter how you look at it, whether we're going to have a bigger crowd for Disco Dick and the guys. I know they're all over at Lighthouse Landing listening right now. And getting ready for the show tonight. So don't let the rain scare you, folks. Get out here and enjoy everything Beavers has to offer. The boats are still here at the docks. The band is going to be excellent tonight, and there's still racing going on the track. And we're seeing the Bat boat make his way down the front stretch now on the north side of the course, and he is out to a very comfortable lead in Class 2 over the Global Restoration boat. Looks like he's got about a half a lap lead, about 2-mile lead on him. The Watson father and son team in that Global Restoration boat.
All right, not a lot of drama right now in the water. It's Class 2. It belongs to the Bat boat. Super Stock, it belongs to FJ Propeller. And both those classes are basically 2-horse races. And then we have the added boat from Class 3. That's the Big Thunder boat on the course as well. But there's a look at... That's FJ Propeller out there, and they're running just a fantastic race.
Brendan, I don't want to say it, but that FJ Propeller boat does have Julia's pick with the mint shorts on the throttle man in there, and they are running out front right now. So, Julia, if you're within earshot, I think your endorsement of the mint shorts has bequeathed some good luck upon Gary and Darren in the F&J Propeller boat, as they are running way out front in perfect attitude and without any mechanical breakdowns, will easily capture the victory in the first heat of the stock class.
The Econo Lodge in Osage Beach sponsors this hour of the 2016 Lake Race. And again, some dark clouds hover above, but right now we're dry, a little breezy, but the course is still in good shape. Boats are still on the water. Again, from what we've been told, although I don't see as much urgency down there right now, Shane, to get those boats out there as we did just 2 or 3 minutes ago. And I wonder about the validity of that, if they'll be out there as quick as we're thinking. And I wonder if if they're getting weather updates by the second as to what may in fact be going on, if their course won't change a little bit.
I know the CMS team has a full-blown weather station inside their support rig as well as does the
Sure,
Wake FX
sure.
team. So I'm sure they're getting it by the second there. But I see the crew leaning over the 03 boat with Rusty and Jeff in it. Speaking of those guys in the boat already, and Randy and Bob are on the deck of the number 3 boat. Literally, in less than 2 minutes, they could be strapped in and ready to go boating. So, it'll take that long, at least for the helicopter to refuel to get back out there.
Well, Shane and Patrick, let's check in again. Try to check in one more time with a legendary offshore powerboat racer, the one and only Mr. David Scott. Dave, are you there?
I'm here. How are you? Doing great, guys.
Great to hear from you, sir. Where exactly are you located on the course?
Actually, I'm located at the 2-mile marker at Chris and Siobhan McCann's house. I can see the entire race course, and it's absolutely been fantastic today watching this, I got to tell you.
How does the weather look from your vantage point, sir?
Actually, it looks really good. I think we're going to have some fast races. I can see the water picking up. Obviously, I know these extreme boats, and they're going to love all the chop they can get. So we're going to see some really high speeds coming down toward turn 1. Everybody wants to stick around and watch this, I can tell you for sure.
No question about that. And you mentioned that, there is a little more chop out there. The wind is definitely picking up here inside our Midwest Tinting broadcast booth. Dave Scott at the 2-mile marker. We're at mile marker 0 right on Bagnell Dam. Dave a little further down on the course. These boats out there on the course right now, Dave, what do you think?
Well, I think this is really going to be a great race to watch finish, but the next race coming up, I guarantee you nobody wants to leave, nobody wants to move from their TV sets, because what they're going to see coming up is going to be some really fast racing in some really fast water. So I can't wait for it, guys.
You heard the wind. That was the aforementioned gust front that was scheduled to come through, and here we go. We're going to try to batten down the hatches here, and we hope that you're still with us. But we've got big-time wind coming through the broadcast booth. We just lost one monitor, and we'll try to keep everything else up. That was a good 45-mile-per-hour wind gust there, give or take.
That was a good one there, yeah. Yeah,
I lost connection.
Dave Scott, do you still have us? I think Dave lost us.
Looking real good with those skirts pulled up a little bit. That was breaking up. I couldn't hear him. We lost connection.
Let's go to break if we can, guys. We can back in the truck as the weather has arrived at the Lake of the Ozarks. It is the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. We're back after this. welcome you back live to the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We still have boats on the course. Wrapping up Class 2. It is appears to be a runaway winner for the FJ propeller boat in the Super Stocks, but Class 2 still winding down here, gentlemen. And I should say we're all still standing.
The monitor, isn't it?
Well, one of the monitors took a pretty bad fall, and you can still hear the wind in our microphones. And in fact, just to kind of describe where our broadcast booth is, our Midwest Tinting broadcast booth, we are under an overhang that looks right out onto the water. So we're protected in theory from any rain, but not so much from wind, guys. We just learned that firsthand.
Yeah, and it's coming right up, as we're facing the lake, right into our faces, but right in the backside of our broadcast booth. And it's good 20 knot gust here right now.
And again, we speculated earlier about whether or not they were going to bring the extreme class out right after this race. I don't think that's happening. In fact, we see the MTIs right out here in front of us, Shane. They haven't moved.
No, they haven't moved at all, but I don't notice the helmets on top of the 03 boat anymore, which leads me to believe that they are on the guys inside of the boat. So it's hard to say. I got a little sidetracked there trying to catch papers and monitors and everything else that went flying around. I see the guys clapping down on the dock, so I don't think we're too far away from those extreme boats going out. From what I'm seeing right now on the course, it looks like it's clearing up the same direction the storm came in from. So, I think this is going to be very short-lived with this little bit of wind, and we're not going to see any delay in the action at all. So they are all still down there on the dock. The crews are right beside the boats, and I still haven't been able to find, I can see the Can-Do boat, but I don't have a good vantage point of the cockpits. It's hidden behind the Polylift boat lifts dock down there. So I know those guys are blowing around pretty good. I see them up there on top of that Polylift dock, and they're catching some good wind right now for sure. And it looks like the Class 2 boats are coming in off of the track. I see the Bat boat coming in. I see the F&J propeller boat coming in. And coming up the front stretch now is the Above and Beyond roofing boat. Looks like those guys are all pulling in. My lap count sheet somehow fell victim to the wind, so I'm not sure if they completed the race or if they actually pulled them in short to try to get these extreme boats out there. So we apologize for any inaccuracies, guys.
It looks like, but again, an FJ propeller win, a Bat boat win in Class 2. And, Patrick Clark with us as well from KPLR TV, Channel 11 in St. Louis. And, Patrick, I know a weather like this would knock out the Cardinals and Giants tonight, but it doesn't necessarily knock out powerboat racing.
No, not at all. Not at all. Our chief meteorologist, John Fuller, loves this. This is when the weather turns bad, he gets excited.
We got to get John on the horn here at some point to see if we can get up there. I'll tell you this again, the storms, we mentioned they were moving pretty rapidly from the northwest to the southeast. They got to just north of Lake Ozark in the Bagnell Dam Strip, and they started to stall out a little bit. And that's a little unnerving because, yes, the storms were delayed in getting here, and they were. But now you wonder if and when they do get here, how long they're going to stay. And there is some heavy rain. The good news is, at last check, there wasn't a ton of lightning with these storms, but it's sort of a touch-and-go situation here as we continue to have a pretty serious amount of wind. And, again, up next, it would theoretically be our sixth race, which would be the continuation of the Supercats, Shane, as they would wrap up the second heat of their 12-lap race that was led by the Performance Boat Center boat.
Yeah, and those guys are still out on the end of the Somerset Boat Lifts dock right now. So they're still in the water, and I believe the Gone Again, Steel Gone Again boat of Kenny Mungo and Lee Lockwood is right beside them in the slip. And I cannot make out the HP Mafia boat from where I am standing, but I've not seen them come out on the crane, so to my knowledge, they're still out there in the water as well. So I haven't gotten a report back from the docks, but it looks like the show is going on as planned right now. I'm watching Global Recovery make his way back into the docks, and I'm seeing the Skater Pace boat heading back out right now. looking for that Outer Limits pace boat. I was told that the Mystic Center Council was also going to be a pace boat, and I seen him idling out a moment ago. So I don't think that we're going to see any delay in our action at all, just a little excessive wind. You know, in Florida, we name all the storms, so I don't know, we'll call this Windstorm Amanda. I seen my friend Amanda walk by earlier, so this is Windstorm Amanda that we're experiencing here at Lake Race 2016, and it's going to blow through town pretty quick.
How does this change the way they approach this race?
The only thing that they're really going to notice a difference in is the headwind as they come down the front straightaway. They probably won't change any setup for that, just a little bit of trim adjustment inside of the boat. They won't be able to fly the boat as high, but then coming down the other straightaway, they'll be able to fly the boat a little higher because they'll have a tailwind. So it's not really going to kick up enough waves to affect these size boats at all. If we were back to the first race that we had today with the smaller boats, it would definitely be affecting them. The outboard catamarans would definitely notice a big difference with this size of wind because they're light enough to where this wind will affect them. The bigger catamarans won't notice much difference at all.
Guys, let's head down to the docks right now. And this was recorded a little bit earlier. It's Bob May and his update, sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts.
Legendary name at Lake of the Ozarks is the name Big Thunder. Tim Porter's here. You're driving the boat. Tell us about it.
32 skater. 32 skater. Bob, or Big Thunder, sold it brand new when he was still over there, and we purchased it back here last fall and thought we'd run it in the lake race today.
Well, it's good to have you here. Now we've had another father-son team running on the lake, the Watsons.
Yes.
But tell us about your son.
Well, my son came to the lake and met Bob Morgan when he's 4 years old, and he and Bob did a lot of things together. So he's lived and grown up here at the lake, and is quite well versed in these cats, and has a lot more experience than a lot of guys 21 years old have. And so we feel pretty comfortable today. We're going to do pretty good.
All right. Well, best of luck to you out there, Jim, and your son. We appreciate you very much for coming back to Lake Race.
Thank you very much.
All right. We'll be back shortly as we continue our Lake Race coverage here down on the docks. I'm Captain Bob May.
Bob May, his report sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts, and another gust of wind blowing through here. And I apologies to our television audience. We lost our monitors here at our broadcast post due to that last little weather event about 10 minutes ago. I don't know if you're looking out on the water right now, the white caps on the water. I mean, we talked about chop. Shane, it's starting to resemble a little bit about what you might see off in the Gulf of Mexico or in the Atlantic.
Yeah, we're getting some good wind chop now, probably between 6 inches and a foot out there blowing down the channel. Nothing that'll affect the capability of really any of these boats out here today.
Exactly. That's a great point.
I'm feeling a little rain blow in on us now. I noticed they put the covers back on the MTI boat, so they must be aware of a little rain squall getting ready to blow through here. I'm really worried about our Jumbotron up there. It's blowing around a lot.
No kidding.
It is. It's pretty serious wind we're experiencing here right now. So hard to say what to expect. Like I said, lightning and visibility really are the two things that will shut the race course down, and we're not seeing any of that yet. So we'll just have to stand by and see what the OPA race officials decide to do about this situation. It's definitely not favorable by any means from the broadcast area, but the racers will be okay to go out there if they decide to do so.
We're live in the Midwest Tinting broadcast booth. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, Patrick Clark from KPLR TV, Channel 11. Of course, we've also got 38th The Spot in Kansas City, our friends from the Ozarks CW in Springfield, Bayou TV in Columbia, Missouri, and ABC 7 down in Sarasota and Tampa, Florida, as we bring you, at least at this point, we have to call it weather delay. And again, we don't have monitors. I can't tell you for sure. But Shane, I defer to your expertise. But I wonder if they're not going to just lay back and see how this storm comes through, because it's just, again, this storm has just continued to stall. We can see the rain shafts not too far in the distance here. It's coming again. But if we don't have lightning, maybe they let them go.
And like you mentioned, Brendan, most of those rain shafts have looked to dissipate around us.
This is true.
So hopefully we're catching we're catching whatever's pushing those rain shafts around us.
Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, Patrick Clark from KPLR TV in St. Louis. It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race, and we're back after this.
More.
Dreaming about owning a Playcraft boat? Don't dream. Live the lifestyle of never being afraid of a rough water weekend at the lake, because that's when a Playcraft PowerTune Extreme shines bright. Only Playcraft boats were engineered for this lake. Plus, Playcraft boats set speed records every year at every Lake of the Ozarks shootout. Playcraft PowerTune Extreme takes you where no other boat has gone. Take a test drive at Marty's Marine in Osage Beach today. Beavers at the Dam, a family place with great food, a waterfront place with great docks, a fun place where you can bring your friends, a party place with great bands and entertainment all season.
Let's have some fun.
Everyone knows when the sun goes down, beavers come out to play. Beavers at the Dam on the Bagnell Dam Strip, the lake's hotspot, with something for everyone.
You'll always have a damn good time at Beavers.
Beavers, home for Lake Race, with speed, power, and excitement. Beavers at the Dam, rockin' the Strip.
WakeFX has the best water sports gear, lessons, rental, and apparel. We sell premier brands offering the best performance and quality in wakeboard, surfboard, skis, and paddleboards. We're headquarters for the best lake living apparel with brands like Quicksilver and Billabong. WakeFX is Lake of the Ozarks' exclusive Mastercraft and Crest dealer. New to WakeFX is high-performance MTI boats. Our Mercury Racing certified service department is professionally trained to work on all boats at your dock or ours. See us at Highway 54 and Passover Road or Topsider Cove near the Grand Glaze Bridge.
Polylift boat lifts.
Your boat is a major investment. Make sure it sits on a Polylift.
When you need a boat lift to raise your boat out of the water, choose the one voted best boat lift at the lake. Choose Polylift. Any size, built with the best quality construction, a lifetime warranty on the tanks, and the service to stand behind it. We don't just build boat lifts, we build Polylifts.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build Polylifts.
Big Thunder Marina is back, and with it the most iconic brands in performance boats, Fountain, Donzi, and Baja. We also have the popular Tri-Toon market covered with South Bay, Manitou, and JC Tri-Toons. When it comes to sports boats and cruisers, think Big Thunder and Monterey Boats. We're your full-service marina on the lake with sales, service, storage, and rentals. With 3 locations at the lake, Big Thunder is your boating superstore. Big Thunder Marina, Glen Cove Marina, and Tri-Toon Town. Call 573-365-4001. Follow us on Facebook or at BigThunderMarine.com.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Bridal Cave. It's the cave for lovers and lovers of natural beauty. Rain or shine, Bridal Cave is the best all-weather entertainment at the lake. Take a guided tour on concrete pathways and see why so many people fall in love with the cave and get married there. Enjoy a refreshing 60-degree walk through room after room of millions of years of history. Bridal Cave is a family adventure you'll never forget. Google Bridal Cave. See you at the fun lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. Coming to you live from mid-Missouri. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman from KPLR TV in St. Louis, Patrick Clark. And guys, we are in the midst of a weather delay right now. A rather impressive little squall. Wind portion of the squall line. We're now awaiting the rain portion of the squall line coming through Bagnell Dam, coming through Lake Ozark, and we've stayed dry up until this point, but it's starting to roll in a little bit. And again, we don't see any. Again, I haven't seen a red flag, so to speak, Shane. So it's anybody's guess if they still might bring these boats out. With that, having said that, the extreme class, all of the MTIs are still here docked, so that gives us at least some indication on what they're thinking with that class.
Yeah, I'm seeing the guys all make their way undercover right now, but I'm also seeing that tan Outer Limits pace boat out there in the area he would be in to lead them out to the milling area. So it looks like our starting line assets are still out there. I see a water patrol boat down around where Dave Scott is at the 2-mile marker at Chris and Siobhan's house. I see a water patrol boat out there with his lights on. I'm assuming he's probably just regulating traffic of people trying to go flying out of here. It's tough to say what's going to happen right at this moment. Like I said, we've got some pretty serious wind and a little bit of sprinkling, but nothing that would stop the boats from running. I don't see the helicopter anywhere, which could indicate that he's out refueling, or it is a smaller helicopter than we normally have. This may be too much wind for him to even fly in.
I think that's the big concern right now, right?
Yeah.
There's no reason for that helicopter to be flying in this type of wind, and we're getting another one of those little gust fronts come through. You can see the cloud deck representing that wind shift rolling through the Lake of the Ozarks right now. So we'll continue to monitor it, and we've got some coverage though. And Patrick Clark was here getting ready for all of the events yesterday at the street party. And Patrick, for you, was your first experience in getting that whole taste of the lake race scene.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Got a chance to meet with the Global Restoration Services team, father, son, as you guys are well aware
Absolutely.
of over there. They were running today 105 miles an hour, I guess, with their other teams just 5 feet away from them. Navigator Hannah Slater is counting the laps. I guess that's really key to make sure you got everything in there. But what's interesting to me is your throttle man is Jim Watson, and then his son is the driver, right? Who's only been driving, mind you, for a year legally. He's 17.
And let's hear some of that coverage from yesterday.
I was nervous after our first race, knowing his disciplines and how he handles himself in the boat. I'm very comfortable with him.
Well, it's a lot bigger, obviously, and it's got a ton more horsepower than my car and stuff. It's just quite a bit faster and stuff. It's a lot of fun. Steering, it's a lot different than a car because you have to take wider turns and stuff, but otherwise still turn like a car and stuff. Still got like a throttle is like kind of like the gas pedal, so it's pretty similar.
Yeah, so he's confident in what he's doing. Obviously, he spends time doing competitive shooting. So this is a kid who has a good head on his shoulders. It sounds like.
And you said it though, a kid. But we see that though, and it's a sport that lends itself to youth being able to go out there. Obviously, you can't go out there just willy-nilly and throw a helmet on, jump in a boat. It takes a lot of time behind the wheel, a lot of time with experienced instructors. But these events are no stranger to teenagers putting up big numbers and being very impressive. And we've seen that for years, Shane.
Yeah. I've got a picture of me sitting on my grandmother's lap in a little 500 horsepower flat bottom down here in the mid 70s. So I started boating when I was young, and the teenagers, the ladies, we mentioned Summer Richardson earlier, 176 miles an hour. I mean, my top number is 181. So, I know the GPS on Summer's boat was 186, so she's already been faster than I've been on the water. And that's a young lady wheeling and throttling the boat herself out of the West Coast. And, the young kids out here, I remember my first race was in 97, so I would have been 22 years old, unless, of course, some of the young ladies who I would like to date are listening, and that means that my first race was in 07 when I was 22 years old.
Very, very good. So for a guy like Mitchell, though, he's probably been driving since he was a kid. I'm sure his dad has supervised that and taught him the ropes.
Sure. I mean, I don't remember being over the age of maybe 10 or 11 when my grandfather ever drove the boat anymore. I was driving it exclusively, with him in the boat, of course.
Yeah.
And I believe the current rules are either 12 or 14 years of age to operate the boat with an adult on board. So you're able to get into it at a much younger age than auto sports. But, even in auto sports, in the grassroots level, the go-karts and the mini bikes and stuff, I see the kids 7, 8, 9 years old getting into it. And, with Mitchell in there, I'm sure over the years it's been, remote control cars and just anything you can get behind the wheel of it, just something that kind of gets into your blood, like Dorsey Schrader mentioned earlier. It gets into your blood. You want to drive something, whether it's on your hands and knees pushing your cars around on the carpet as a little boy, all the way up to an offshore race boat at Lake of the Ozarks. So it's in your blood.
Guys, Captain Bob May is standing by. He's got another dock report for us, sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts. Hello, Bob.
All right, we're here with Anthony Smith from HP Mafia number 69, and you guys have just finished one lap, or series of laps, but you got to go back out again. Tell us how to go the first run around.
Well, it ran pretty good. They've split us into 2 different races today, 6 laps each. The first race was all right. Could have been better. Needed a little more testing, but boat ran good. We did a prop change, and we're going to go out and see what she'll do on the next race, and hopefully a little bit better this time.
All right. Now, you guys are from Jersey, too?
Nope. We're right here from Lake of the Ozarks.
All right. I thought so. I thought we'd seen your boat out around in other times. So have you, what other races around have you been to?
Well, actually, first race last year was Key West World Championships. Didn't go as planned, lost a motor, and flipped the boat coming into the first turn on the Sunday race, but got everything put back together this winter, changed some things on the motors, made a little more power, and I think we're ready to hit some more races this year, but we run a little bit of SBI racing. I think if we can, we're going to try to do marathon racing and try to maybe go down and do Key West again this year.
And what about the shootout?
Yeah, we actually got some big power we're building right now that we're trying to get in there, but we'll see what happens. We'll probably run it either way, though.
All right, very good. Anthony, thanks a lot. Good luck in your next run, and we appreciate you coming back to Lake Race.
Thank you. No problem. I'll see you guys.
Another dock report for you. We'll be right back shortly. This is Captain Bob May.
All right, Bob, thank you very much. That's Captain Bob May and his report, sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts, as we bring you in here live to our broadcast truck just outside Lake Race 2016. It's the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race, and we are in the midst of a weather delay. Now, the good news that we have heard, guys, is that this thing will begin again. They're hoping sometime after 4 o'clock to get the big boats out there, get that extreme class out on the water to try to post the number. Again, the weather, it hasn't behaved so far. So I'll defer to the unexpected nature of some of these storms, but I think the good news is we still have a shot to finish this race up.
I think so. I mean, based on what we've seen before we stepped inside the trailer, it looked like the storm was breaking down a little bit, getting around us. We just caught the tail end of it here at the broadcast booth before they brought us inside. So, hang tight. My personal guess, 10 minutes we're going to be inside. So that's my meteorologist guess with absolutely no background to base that off of. But I'm going with 10 minutes. We're going to be back live racing at Lake Race. So if you guys are out there watching and listening, hang tight. It's not over. We're going to get back to some live racing action here on Lake of the Ozarks.
Memorable live racing action.
Yes, absolutely. So, don't count it out yet. The teams are all still here. The boats are all still in the water. All of our safety assets are still here. Thank you guys out there listening for hanging on out there in that rain. And as soon as we can get some clearance, we'll get back to some racing. But what an eventful day we've had so far, Brendan.
It certainly hasn't been dull. It hasn't been boring. You have to say that much. You never know where we're going to pop up next. But the racing, we think, is still going to happen. Whether or not we're out in our broadcast booth or here in the truck, I think we're going to have boats on the water before it's all said and done. We can still have a chance, guys, to recap what we've seen here so far. Our first race of the day, we saw the pontoons out in the water. And as we've alluded to, for those of you folks maybe just joining us, Lake Race, it's the only race on the OPA schedule that puts the pontoons on the water. And it's incredible, the speeds. I've had a lot of people in St. Louis and in Kansas City. You folks maybe own a pontoon here at the Lake of the Ozarks. It's incredible the speeds that these pontoons have been able to reach. And I know, Patrick, you weren't on our broadcast yet at that point, but you take a look at those pontoons. And again, these weren't originally designed to be crafts that are going up 80, 90, 100 miles per hour. It's crazy.
That pontoon will go that fast.
We've seen it here on the water at the Lake of the Ozarks. Not so much here this weekend, not at this event, but yes, they're going over 100 miles an hour.
I think the record was 114 last
year. I believe so.
Yeah.
This is not your grandfather's
pontoon. No, and it's funny. We were talking earlier about the different geographical areas of the country that talk about Lake of the Ozarks, and that's one of the things they bring up is you have to be careful up there because you'll get outran by a pontoon boat. They're like, what? Like, yeah, they have 100-mile-per-hour pontoon boats on Lake of the Ozarks, and these guys come up with their cigarettes or other boats that are 70, 80-mile-per-hour boats and get outran by a pontoon. You don't expect it. It's just not normal. But nothing about Lake of the Ozarks is normal. It's a very unique, special place, and it's put us in a unique, special place inside of this broadcast trailer right now while we're waiting for this weather delay. So, one of the other things that we wanted to touch base on again the water conditions here versus what the guys seen in Point Pleasant, New Jersey a couple weeks ago, 4 to 6 foot seas out there, flat, calm conditions here today. So hats off to all the teams that made that adjustment, because it's two totally different ends of the spectrum for boat setup. They, like I said, they were in 4 to 6 foot seas out there. They probably were seeing 70% of their maximum potential on speed. And then here, they are seeing 100% of the maximum potential on speed. So what a great hats off to the crews for making that change.
So these racers will see, like when they get on a Lake Michigan or other lakes of that size, Lake of the Ozarks size, similar conditions.
The Great Lakes can be anything. It can be ocean conditions and it can be flat, and the same with the ocean. Like last year at Inglewood at our World Championships, the later the day went on, the more the seas kicked up. So what they thought they could be set up for in the morning, some of the teams were making changes throughout the day because the seas were kicking up from basically a flat calm sea condition up to maybe a 2 to 3 foot sea condition, which totally changes everything. It's always at Mother Nature's dictation. Generally, as a rule of thumb, the Lake of the Ozarks race will always be smooth because we are controlling the traffic. We don't have a tide. We don't have a swell to contend with here. And we don't have a running current. So other than the boat waves, we don't really see any water conditions that we can't control. And once we take that out of the loop, it's a flat, fast race. And that's why lake race has always been called the fastest race in offshore, because we have long straightaways and flat water. So it's all about, just maximum top speed. And as soon as we get these unlimiteds on the water, the Cat Can Do boat is one of my favorite ones to watch. It's an older boat. It's very wide. It has one of the widest tunnels in racing. And the driver and throttleman sit opposite each other in those sponsons. And that's the way they did it back then.
American Ethanol guys.
American Ethanol, correct. And versus the newer catamarans, they move everybody together in the center in a pod. Well, these guys still sit out in the sponsons, so it makes the boat even look that much wider. And when we get that head-on shot that we can only get here at Lake of the Ozarks, it's 5 foot wide of nothing but air up underneath that boat, and she just up on the air just dancing around, and it's a neat sight. Yeah. It's a really neat sight.
Guys, Captain Bob May's got another dock report for us. It's sponsored by Somerset Boat Lifts. Hello, Bob.
It's 2016, and let's talk about this boat right here, the Smith Brothers boat that has already run. Tell us how you finished. First of all, we've got Rick Smith and Mike
Yawoski.
I needed to ask you that. So tell us how'd it go out there today?
Went really well. Mike's helping us out driving for us because my brother Peter couldn't be here this weekend due to business commitments. We're from the New Jersey, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area, and it's a bit of a haul to get out here just to do one day of racing. So Mike has raced before, and we knew he'd do a good job for us, so we brought Mike with us. We had a great time. Boat ran great the whole time. Had a real tight battle with the boat next to us here, which is a local boat, and another boat from New Jersey that we battle with frequently during this season. So
Is this your first time to Lake of the Ozarks?
Not my first time. I was here about 4 or 5 years ago with the Biscayco team, but haven't been back since. Love it here. Absolutely an awesome place. It's a performance boat haven of the world. Where else can you drive down a highway and see a skater, cigarette, sensation billboard on the side of the road? Just a great place to be here. Great fans, great support. Love being here.
Thanks very much for you guys coming back out for Lake Race. We do appreciate it. Have a good rest of the time while you're here.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you for everything everybody does.
We're going to try to beat the storms. We're doing more Lake Race dock reports for you right here. I'm Captain Bob May.
All right, Bob, thank you very much. Those reports recorded a little earlier this afternoon before the weather hit at the Bagnell Dam Strip. Beavers at the dam. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, Patrick Clark from KPLR TV Channel 11. And we appreciate all of our television partners hanging with us this afternoon. And we still think we're going to get the extreme class. It's going to be cutting it close. We're with you until 5 o'clock this afternoon. But we have word they're going to give it a try. And we'll see how it all plays out. Guys, I did want to, kind of gloss over some of the results from this afternoon. We mentioned in the pontoons, it was Jim Doris and his Playcraft, the number 77 boat. In class number 7, Shane, the Bay Rat, Pete Galbraith, ran a great race and knocked off the defending world champion hanging and banging.
Yeah, wire to wire, led the race in the Bay Rat boat. So, hats off to those guys. And the Zalecki brothers did a great job of making their way from the back of the pack up to a podium finish in the little squirt boat.
Squirt,
yeah. So, some local lake guys made their way onto the podium, and they fought for it all day, and that was very exciting and fun to watch. And, but the Bay Rep boat he had it figured out today. So, wire-to-wire leader and winner in that Class 7.
In Class 6 and in Class 4. This was race number 2 this afternoon. We saw our 2 biggest upsets of the day. It was Simmons Marine, really a commanding win over the Smokin' section, the defending Lake Race champion in Class 4. They get knocked off. And in Class 6, we had Smith Brothers pegged, the defending world champions. We had You Gonna Learn pegged as a possible favorite. They won earlier in the year on the OPA circuit, but it comes down to the Allen Lawn Care boat 617. Andre and Billy Allen. Again, I have to consider that an upset. Now, maybe they certainly had the best boat on the water, but I don't think any of us thought they were going to have the best boat on the water.
The boat they were running, a Velocity hull, was definitely, this was their favored water conditions. It's a better in smooth water than it is in rough. It is a pad bottom boat, and once they were able to get up alongside of Smith Brothers rather than fighting through that wake and able to get that Velocity up on its pad, they were able to see some better speed and eventually get around them. So, for the conditions we had here at Lake Race today, they had the preferred boat, and they did a great job of running it. They were able to control the chine walk, keep the boat up on the pad, contend with the side-to-side waves, which is unique here to Lake Ozark, and walk away with a victory.
I talked to him last night, and he talked about how it's NASCAR on the water.
Yeah, and he did a great job of that today because he was side by side with a lot of deck-to-deck racing to get around the leader, and it essentially is. I mean, especially in their class, where I would liken it to more of a restrictor plate track where they are limited to a top speed. So, if you can only go 70, you can't outrun your guy because you can only go 70. Yeah. And he did a great job of maintaining that 70 as long as he could. So hats off to the Allen Landscaping boat, and they had the right boat for these waters here today at Lake Race.
Our another really commanding win is our third race of the day. Was up to, and as I take a look at my notes here, the boatfloater.com boat, they got off to really commanding leads, and it was never really in doubt that they were going to come away with the checkered flag.
No, both of those guys had their boats set up perfectly. And like you just mentioned, Brendan, right from the drop of the green flag from the hit, they took the lead, never looked back, and they were able to pick their lines every single time through the turns, and just it paid off great for them today. They had their boats prepared perfectly, and it gave them a checkered flag in both of those classes. And then what did we see after that? Superstock, the outboards.
Yep. And from what we could tell, as the weather hit, win for FJ Propeller, a win I think for the bat boat in Class 2.
That was what I seen. I didn't get any official results, but the FJ Propeller boat dialed in perfectly. Gary Ballou, multi-time national and world championship winner. So great job for F&J and the bat boat.
Guys, let's step aside. It is the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. We're back after this. And welcome back. It is the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race, live from Lake of the Ozarks. Beavers at the dam. It is a weather delay right now. We had 5 races, about 4.5 races in the books, because our Super Cats, remember guys, they still have to finish. They have 6 laps to go, and my instinct tells me they're going to combine the rest of that Super Cat class along with the Extreme class when they get the boats back out on the water. Again, we do not have a set time as to when that will be, but we think it's within the hour. We're certainly hopeful of that.
Yeah, that would definitely be a great use of the remaining time we have and get those guys back out on the track and put on a nice show for the fans to run the Unlimiteds and the Super Kits all together at the same time. So,
the meet and greet last night, these guys talked about a couple weeks ago, we were talking about NASCAR, like on the water, that there was actually some paint traded as they're out on the water.
Oh, absolutely.
Some guys bumped.
Yeah, I seen Scott Porta running around the pits here. He's runs the Papa Pillars boat, and him and Gary Ballou changed some paint down in Cocoa Beach. You know, it's not uncommon. No, not at all. Not at all. It's not uncommon at all for these guys to bump and bang into each other. We haven't seen any of it here on this racetrack. It's a little early in the year, but it happens.
Guys, let's step aside. It is the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race live from the Lake of the Ozarks, and we're back after this.
We're now in a break.
Polylift boat lifts.
Your boat is a major investment. Make sure it sits on a poly lift.
When you need a boat lift to raise your boat out of the water, choose the one voted best boat lift at the lake. Choose Polylift. Any size, built with the best quality construction, a lifetime warranty on the tanks, and the service to stand behind it. We don't just build boat lifts, we build Polylifts.
We don't just build boat lifts, we build poly lifts.
Beavers at the Dam, a family place with great food, a waterfront place with great docks, a fun place where you can bring your friends, a party place with great bands and entertainment all season.
Let's have some fun.
Everyone knows when the sun goes down, beavers come out to play. Beavers at the Dam on the Bagnell Dam Strip, the lake's hot spot with something for everyone.
You'll always have a damn good time at Beavers.
Beavers, home for lake race with speed, power, and excitement. Beavers at the Dam, rockin' the Strip.
Wake FX has the best water sports gear, lessons, rental, and apparel. We sell premier brands offering the best performance and quality in wakeboards, surfboards, skis, and paddleboards. We're headquarters for the best lake living apparel with brands like Quicksilver and Billabong. Wake FX is Lake of the Ozarks' exclusive Mastercraft and Crest dealer. New to Wake FX is high-performance MTI boats. Our Mercury Racing certified service department is professionally trained to work on all boats at your dock or ours. See us at Highway 54 and Passover Road or Topsider Cove near the Grand Glaze Bridge.
Big Thunder Marina is back, and with it the most iconic brands and performance boats, Fountain, Donzi, and Baja. We also have the popular Tri-Toon market covered with South Bay, Manitou, and JC Tri-Toons. When it comes to sports boats and cruisers, think Big Thunder and Monterey Boats. We're your full-service marina on the lake with sales, service, storage, and rentals. With 3 locations at the lake, Big Thunder is your boating superstore. Big Thunder Marina, Glen Cove Marina, and Tri-Toon Town. Call 573-365-4001. Follow us on Facebook or at BigThunderMarine.com.
When it comes time for a new lift, it's time for an Econolift. They've provided quality boat lifts for 30 years using only the highest quality materials and the best service after the sale. Bill and his staff know that it's not enough just to make the best boat lift. They also have to stand behind it. From a personal watercraft to cruisers and catamarans, chances are if it floats, Econolift can keep it high and dry. So stop scrubbing your bottom with Econolift on Old Highway 5 in Camdenton.
If you pull the left with the Econolift, then stop scrubbing your bottom. Stop it.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Big Surf Water Park. It's your premier destination for total family fun at the lake. Zoom down our amazing water slides, hang 10 in our unbelievable wake pool, or kick back and enjoy a relaxing trip down Lazy River. Bring your family or come with a group and have the biggest, baddest, wettest fun of your whole summer. Big Surf is right off Highway 54 in Camdenton. Google search Big Surf. Easy to find, hard to forget at the fun lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
It's the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. And we welcome you back to our Midwest Tinting broadcast booth. Brendan Matthews, Patrick Clark, and Shane Sherman. All of our television partners, we appreciate you hanging with us. And it was a heck of a ride out here. Some very intense thunderstorms, a lot of wind that came through Beavers at the Dam. Not a lot of rain, not a lot of lightning. And we think there's a very good chance that we're going to be able to get racing going again. We've still got the Unlimited class, and we've got the finale of the Super Cat class still on the way. And Patrick Clark with us from Channel 11 in St. Louis, the CW in St. Louis, and of course, you see Patrick on Channel 11 News. You see him on Fox 2 there in St. Louis as well. And And Patrick, from your perspective here, you were here last night, you saw the street party, you're here today, and this isn't necessarily how a powerboat race. I mean, it's weather in June, and anything can happen. But what have you been able to take away from this, spending the last 24 hours here at the Lake of the Ozarks?
I tell you what, it's been a lot of fun. It really has. Getting the chance to meet some of the drivers and their families, and to see the passion from these guys and ladies and young men, who are doing this. It was infectious almost. I mean, it was fun to be around, to learn about the boats, to see them. I still can't imagine 180 miles an hour. How?
Yeah, the shootout record down here is 244.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it's moving. It's fast.
Wow.
But it's I guess it's all relative to what you get used to. I speak to a lot of yacht captains who think that 50 miles per hour is fast because their boats cruise around at 15.
Yeah.
And then, I go down and speak to, a Randy Sism or John Tomlinson or somebody, and 150 is normal. And, 190 is fast. So it's just all relative to what you get used to. I'm sure to a NASCAR driver, cruising around at 150 is, we're taking it easy for a while.
Right.
As these guys progress their way up through the ranks over the years, they just get more and more comfortable with the increase in speed and the faster boats and the more horsepower. So.
Everybody was very accommodating, and I thought that was really nice about the meet and greet. The lake rolled out the red carpet.
Yeah, they sure do.
And just to learn more about it, just to get up close and personal and to see what it's all about. I get it. I'm hooked.
Yeah, it's awesome. And not to change the subject, but a good sign is I'm seeing the helicopter back on top of the Somerset Boat Lifts dock here behind our broadcast booth. So that means they have clearance to fly, and that'll put our medical assets in the air and get us back to racing.
And let's give you a quick weather update sponsored by PDQ Marine. Locations at the 1 mile marker and on Bagnell Dam Boulevard. There are still some showers out there. Don't call them thunder showers. There's no lightning with any of these cells. But here, guys, is where you really feel the difference. The temperature was in the mid-80s earlier this afternoon. We've dropped into the low 70s, and that might be a little bit generous. It feels like we could have dropped into the 60s. There's a bit of a chill now, a little bit of a chilly wind blowing down the lake. But the rest of the afternoon, I think we're going to be better. At least we hope so. Still some showers in the area. And again, 72 degrees. That weather update is sponsored by PDQ Marine. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, and Patrick Clark from KPLR TV in St. Louis. And again, a lot of our friends that are watching us in St. Louis and in Springfield and in Kansas City and in Columbia. This is an event that after Memorial Day, it really kicks off the summer at the Lake of the Ozarks. And for those of you watching us in any of those destinations, something tells me you've been to the lake at one point or another. And you may not have been to the Lake of the Ozarks since Bagnell Dam was what it's become again. And Bagnell, there's been a revitalization here on the Bagnell Dam Strip. Shane?
Just telling some folks the other night, one of the things I looked to when I was a kid was coming over here and getting a new iron-on shirt from, my grandparents would bring me over here as a kid back in the 80s.
Yeah.
And the strip, skee ball, the bumper cars, all that stuff, that was the destination. And there was a few years where it kind of lost its luster a little bit, but several local businessmen have stepped in and bought up some property and opened up, great new restaurants, some new festivities in here. We've got Beavers. One of my favorites, Casa Grotto Pizza right up on the strip. Wild Bacon, Wild Bacon, the breakfast place up there. Stewart's is a staple on the strip, and it's really revitalizing the Bagnell Dam Strip area.
And I'm sure you folks, if you haven't been down here in the last 3 or 4 years, the new expressway through the Lake of the Ozarks. And it's, I know talking to people, our very own KB, who has been one of our executive producers of this broadcast, and, talking with somebody like him who, going from Osage Beach, which I think a lot of people still associate it as the hub of the Lake of the Ozarks, and certainly one of them, but the ability to go from Osage Beach to here in 10 minutes, where it was 5-6 years ago, it took you 30 45 minutes to get, depending on the traffic, to get to this portion of the lake. The freeway has changed. I don't know if you had a chance, if you were driving on that at all, Patrick, but it's completely changed the landscape of this area.
No, it was a nice, quick drive. And that was the thing, getting around. I remember thinking that. I was like, oh, you can't get in this way. You'll have to go all the long way around.
Right.
But nope, you got there in no time whatsoever. The family-friendly atmosphere of it, I think, is what it just feels like a nice, safe place.
Absolutely.
And as you said, Shane, you come back and you see, Dog Patch or some of these places like, oh, yep, I'm walking down memory lane here.
Yeah, it's the freeway, as Brendan mentioned. I mean, Camdenton to Bagnell Dam in like 19 minutes, and it's a great thing. And I'm sure you guys can hear in the background the sound of some horsepower. That was the Performance Boat Center Supercat firing up and making its way back out to the milling area, and we're getting close to being under action, guys.
This hour sponsored by Sunshine Daydream. It's the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. We step aside right now. We got racing action coming up next. Stay tuned. This hour of the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race is sponsored by Sunshine Daydream. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, and Patrick Clark from KPLR TV in St. Louis, bringing you coverage of the 2016 Lake Race. We've been in a weather delay for about the last hour. Right now, we have a chance to visit with the captain, Bob May, once again. His dock report is sponsored by Somerset Boatless. We say hello again to Bob May. Bob.
Lake Race fans, you've seen this boat before. This is What's Up 2, and with us, Nick Smith, the driver. And Nick, congratulations on winning your heat today.
Thank you. It was a great day on the lake. It was beautiful. There was a lot of fans that came out for it, and there's some racing still to go, and another great day on the lake.
Tell me about your experience with this boat. How long have you been running this boat, and then tell us just a little bit about it.
I've been running this boat for 7 years. I got it in 2009. It's a 24-foot Carrera. It's powered Chevy power. It's a 510 big
big block, Oldsmobile big cheap heads on it. Makes about 800 horsepower, and I love her.
What was your time out there? Was it timed today? How'd you do? Do you know yet officially?
We're in a speed bracket. So what happens is we can't break out of our speed bracket, kind of similar to drag racing with a bracketed time. And we run in the 75-mile-an-hour class, and we should be good today. I mean, we were right on the money.
Yeah, very good. Well, I know I was watching some of the videos that was going down, and guys were right out in front of everybody, so it was very good.
Yeah, that's what we try to do.
All right. Nick, thanks again for talking with us. What's Up 2 winning their class today at Lake Race 2016. We'll be back shortly with more Doc Reports. I'm Captain Bob May.
Thank you, Captain. It was Up 2 there a moment ago, and the performance they had earlier today, Shane, I'd say, to me, maybe one of the best performances of the day. Again, the very recognizable boat, but somebody that's won before, somebody that's going to win again. As he said, he had a great run before the weather hit, a great run out there on the Lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, and they've been running that boat for a lot of years. They know how to make the changes necessary to the different water conditions, and they proved that today. You know, they went from a very rough water race up in Point Pleasant, New Jersey, to a very flat water race here at Lake Race in Missouri, and they adapted well to both.
For those of you in St. Louis or Kansas City or in Columbia or Springfield or anywhere else, mind you go to the Lake Race Facebook page today, and moving forward, you can see any of the races that you missed. And you might have missed one, you might have missed two, but they're on the Lake Race Facebook page, so check that out when you have a chance if any of our coverage passed you by this afternoon. We are live inside the Midwest Tinting broadcast booth. Brendan Matthews, Shane Sherman, Patrick Clark from KPLR TV in St. Louis, and this is it. And we officially see the MTIs heading out, so it answers the speculation. We're going to have the conclusion of the Super Cats, and we are going to have the Unlimited class out of the water at the same time. Gentlemen, this is going to be a good time.
That's an exciting sound.
It sure is, isn't it? And it's the calm before the storm. And in this sense, it's not a storm courtesy of Mother Nature. It's a storm of some of the fastest boats in the world that you folks are going to get to witness here in just a short period of time. So, Shane, if we can, let's preview a little bit, at least from the extreme class perspective. It's going to be a 12-lap race for them, taking up more than 51 miles. But we've got two MTI boats in this group. Before we talk about our defending champ, let's talk about the MTIs a little bit.
Well, we've got the 03 boat and the 3 boat. They look very identical. One is a 48-footer, one is a 52-footer. The number 3 boat is the 52, and that has team owner Bob Bull and throttle man Randy Sissom, also the manufacturer and owner of MTI, the builder of those catamarans. And then the 03 boat is sponsored by Wake Effects, and the throttle man in there is Jeff Harris, and a first-time offshore racer, Rusty Rahm, in the driving duties of that 03 boat. And, you couldn't get a better boat to get your feet wet in offshore racing than jumping in one of Bob Bull's CMS boats. Absolutely the best stuff that money can buy and the latest technology to get out there on the track with. And Rusty's going to make his debut here at Lake of the Ozarks in that Wake Effects-sponsored CMS boat. So that'll be the easiest way to tell the two MTIs apart. One has a large Wake Effects banner down the side. That'll be the Rusty Rahm and Jeff Harris entry. The other one painted identical and crewed by Bob Bull and Randy Sissom.
Before we begin our final race of the day, Patrick Clark, you were out and about all last night into today, and you got a little more coverage for us about some of the behind the scenes that are going on before Lake Race.
Yeah, last night at the meet and greet, which again, such a nice job, a great way to get to introduce to the sport and the drivers and the boats. One of the guys I met last night, Kenny Mungle, rhymes with jungle, down from Houston, Texas there, where they've seen some rain lately. They've had some flooding, but he's in, I guess, this Super Cat class, and talked a little bit about, I thought at first he was giving me an Abbott and Costello routine, because he said, well, I got my boat gone again, and we're still gone again. I said, well, wait, what do you mean? He said, well, I'll let him describe what his boat situation.
To us, it's family oriented. I've got my grandbabies here. I've got my oldest son, my daughter-in-law, nephew. My father's sitting down there under our tent. So it's a family affair for me. I come here, I want to win and I want to go fast, but most of all, I want to have a blast with my family and enjoy it and have a great time. That's what it's all about.
So I guess still racing, they bought a new boat, and so Kenny says, I'm going to buy their old boat, but he still has the old boat in addition to the new boat.
Yeah.
Does sound like an Abbott and Costello routine.
You need it, and the Still Gone Again, it's spelled STIHL in reference to the power tools, which that was the sponsor of the boat. The late J.R. Noble campaigned that boat, and it just all worked out upon Kenny purchasing the boat, and he was looking for a name throughout social media and stuff of what to name it, and it just all came together really well. And hats off to Kenny for giving that tribute to the late J.R. Noble of keeping it Still Gone Again. And I thought it was great. An excellent name for the boat, and Kenny's a great ambassador of the sport. He's just done wonders on the shootout circuits with his little boat, the 32 skater, and I expect him to do the same thing in the offshore world with the 388.
Kenny and Lee, they are back out on the water right now in that Gone Again boat. They were running second in that 3-boat heat from earlier this afternoon in the Super Cats. This will be the conclusion of that 12-lap race. For the extreme class, they will run all 12 of their laps right here. So we'll have 6 boats out on the course. We've got approximately 27 minutes of television coverage still with you. Shane, I think we're going to be able to squeeze this thing in.
You know, Brendan, what I have noticed is they've foregone the parade lap, and we are underway right now. As you see, the 03 boat with Rusty Rahm and Jeff Harris leading the pack into the turn, but Bob Bull and Randy Sism have that ever-important inside line, and right on their heels is the American Ethanol boat. So all 3 of those boats within about 2 seconds of one another, and racing is underway in the unlimited classes, and the MTIs are putting on a great show out front right now, and Cat Can Do is within a rooster tail of those 2 boats. So, the American Ethanol boat. And coming up our front stretch now, you see Rusty Rahm and the Wake Effects boat with Jeff Harris on the throttles, and some big Mercury turbocharged horsepower in those boats. You know, those guys are probably seeing 150, 160 right now. They'll burn some fuel off and pick up some speed as the race goes on. And there's our Performance Boat Center boat making its way through turns 1 and 2. Already got a pretty nice little lead over the Still Gone Again boat. Looks like to be a repeat of the first session of racing.
I think so.
You know, about the same distance and about the same pecking order right now for those 3 Super Cats out there with Performance Boat Center out front.
Now, the MTIs are manufactured here at the lake, am I correct?
Actually, man, they are. They're up in Wentzville, Missouri, about a 130, 40-mile ride from here, but they do all their testing and setup and dialing and everything right here on Lake of the Ozarks. Randy Sism, a native Missourian, has raced all over the world, Dubai, Qatar, Norway. He's raced all over the world. And his manufacturing facility is up in Wentzville, Missouri, where all the MTIs are built, the catamarans and the V-bottoms.
Yeah, he was talking about that last night, the Mediterranean racing over that way. Fascinating.
Yeah, he's had a great resume of powerboat racing dating back into the mid-'80s, and gotten to do some really exciting racing. As you see them unlimited boats making their way back down in there, and Randy and Bob out to a little bit of a lead over their teammate, with Rusty Rahm and Jeff Harris closely behind in second place, and the American Ethanol boat.
Can we call it American Ethanol Cat Can Do, Shane?
Yeah, it's definitely the Cat Can Do boat.
Can we call it American Ethanol Cat Can Do?
American Ethanol
we just
Cat
combine
Can
them.
Do. Yeah, we can do that. I think that's fitting.
That's a defending world champion here, and they're running third. And Bob Bull and Randy Sism in that CMS number 3, ahead of the 03 Wake Effects boat with Rusty and Jeff. It's going to be a race. One thing about, again, American Ethanol Cat Can Do is what they've been able. They talk about, they pass the endurance test. Shane, they're able to go out there, and it's you sort of think of the tortoise and the hare, slow and steady win the race, and they're by no means slow, but they've found a way to manage this course very well, and manage the course very well down in Englewood at the World Championships last year. And they're running third right now, but do not count them out.
No, not at all. Not at all. And as we watch the Performance Boat Center make its way into turn 1, it looks like Still Gone Again is closed a little bit in on them. So, that's great for those guys. Every lap that goes by, Kenny Mungle and Lee Lockwood are getting a lot more experience, a lot more comfortable in the boat. HP Mafia in third place. They are definitely not that far off the pace. I'd say 2 to 3 seconds back, so they're definitely in contention at this point. But right now, it's a repeat of the first heat. Performance Boat Center out front, still going again in second, and HP Mafia in third.
From the Mystic finish line, there you see the Performance Boat Center. Jimmy John's boat running number 1 of the Super Cats right now, holding that lead over the Gone Again with Kenny and Lee. Now we look at, go ahead, Patrick, excuse me.
You talked about Keith Holmes in the ethanol, American Ethanol team. He said they converted, I guess, a year or two ago, and he talked about getting more torque, more speed out on the water because of that.
Absolutely, and they've been able to show that, and they've been very formidable, and we've seen them down the lake of the Ozarks. We've seen them down the lake here, Shane, for quite some time.
Yeah. Keith has been around for a lot of years. He raced with the late Bob Morgan, and when they switched to that ethanol fuel, an alcohol-based fuel, it's free horsepower. It burns cooler, and it just makes more horsepower and more torque without any extra strain on the engine at all. So it's a great thing.
He was pretty passionate too, talking about it. What goes into the lakes, with petroleum and whatnot, and that's why he decided to make the change. Maybe it's not for everybody.
It definitely, is a curve where a lot of guys are against it because the boats are not set up to handle that ethanol in their fuel systems yet. But once all the manufacturers realized what small negative effects ethanol had versus the great positive effects that it has, they started making the changes in the different lines and rubbers and plastics that they needed to use in the rigging process to adapt to handle that ethanol-based fuel. So I think overall it's a plus for the industry as a whole, and definitely a plus for the racing industry because it's free horsepower.
Performance Boat Center, a third of the way home on lap number 2. Coming through turns 1 and 2. But there he is. Shane, you mentioned it. Gone Again. Hanging back a decent distance away. Not giving up anything right here.
He is doing, Kenny Mungle and Lee are doing a great job in that boat, and they're doing exactly what they should be doing. They are taking the exact same line. They're learning the boat. You can see each turn they come through is a little quicker than the one before. And these guys are accustomed to a shootout, which is just a straight line speed contest. So turning is something completely new to them, while the speed, is not that foreign to them. The turning the boat at that speed is very foreign to them, and they're doing a great job, just an excellent job out there. And, Johnny Tomlinson and Myrick in the Performance Boat Center boat, just, class of the field by far. The boat is set up perfectly, and the propeller selection and the weight selection and weight placement of the boat today is spot on. They couldn't ask for anything better than what you're seeing there. So, like we mentioned earlier on the F&J propeller boat, between Johnny Tomlinson and Gary Ballou, they have over 30 world championships combined. That's why their boats look perfect. They know how to do it.
When they're coming around a buoy, they're doing 100 miles an hour easily, right?
Oh, when they come into the turn, they're probably running 135 to 140, and they're probably exiting the turn at around 100 to maybe 110. Wow. So they'll scrub off that much speed through the turn.
We got to step aside. It's the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race, our final race of the day. More action next. Stay with us. And we're back here live. It is the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. This hour sponsored by Sunshine Daydream. And the performance right now by CMS, Bob Bull and Randy Sism in the extreme class. It's a 12-lap race, guys. We're on lap 5. The Super Cats, remember, they are in the midst of their second 6-lap heat. They raced earlier this afternoon. This concludes the 12 laps. They're on lap 4 right now and still a lead, I believe, for Performance Boat Center, but they've been followed close behind by the Gone Again boat here in this second heat.
Yeah, they have. Gone Again has fell back a little bit as the lap traffic has caught up with them. But that's also given the American Ethanol Cat Can Do boat a chance to catch up to the second place CMS boat and Wake Effects. So the traffic definitely a factor here. The Unlimited's able to lap the Super Cats pretty easily, probably an easy 30 to 40 mile an hour top end speed difference. So make their way around this lake race course a lot quicker. And as they left our vantage point here, from what we could see, that traffic was a factor. And as you can see right now on the monitor, Cat Can Do American Ethanol is neck and neck with Wake Effect CMS as they make their way out of turn 3. And this is getting some tight racing right here. And American Ethanol Cat Can Do is really laying down some horsepower now. And they have made their way into second place around the Wake Effect CMS boat. So back to our leader, the CMS number 3 boat with Bob Bull and Randy Sism making their ways through turns 1 and 2 and out to a comfortable lead. But we just seen a lead change with the American Ethanol Cat Can Do moving into second place.
It sure did. And as I was saying earlier, Shane, this is the point in the race when American Ethanol Cat Can Do, they make their move. And we've seen it time and time again. And not to say they're waiting for something technically to go wrong with the CMS boat, but they're positioning themselves if something were to happen that they could make a move at some stage of the game here. Yeah, they are solidly in second place right now in that extreme class. As you get a great look there from the turns 1 and 2 Wood Supermarket camera.
Yeah, and another strategy in the class is, like we've discussed so many times, you have to finish. So they could have very easily been running, a 90% capacity the first few laps, and now at midway, they're just letting it all hang out because you're seeing a lot more speed out of the boat, which is consistent with the fuel burning off and getting a couple laps under their belt. But whatever they've done, they've picked up the pace considerably in the American Ethanol Cat Can Do boat, and they put it into second place here at Lake Race.
They're constantly talking because they sit at opposite ends there on that Cat Can Do boat?
Absolutely. They're on full communication inside there, so they're talking to one another the entire time. And same with the guys in the center cockpits. They're on a headset similar to ours, and they're communicating the whole way around the track, especially when they get into lap traffic, because they want to make sure each of them know exactly what the other one's getting ready to do as they overtake or get overtaken. We can see the number 3 CMS boat on our screen there now, making its way back up the straightaway into turn 1. Pretty comfortable lead as they come into turns 1 and 2. And they've had that lead since the beginning of the race. And no strangers to victories here on Lake of the Ozarks. Randy Sism and Bob Bull have had plenty of them down here in shootouts and offshore competition. But the American Ethanol Cat Can Do boat are really laying down some big speeds right now. So I don't know if they've got enough to catch that lead boat, but they've definitely worked their way into second place.
And they finished 7 laps. They're on number 8 lap right now. As we say that, the Super Cats are winding down the finale of their race, and as we'll try to get a shot of that Performance Boat Center boat as it wraps up its afternoon, trying to stay ahead of that Gone Again boat. There's a look at the American Ethanol boat running number 2 right now in the extreme class.
You would never hope this happens, but if goodness gracious forbid, their headset goes out, I guess they would have to rely on hand signals. We're turning. We're get ready.
Yep, that's exactly what they rely on. And these guys in these boats have raced together enough, with the exception of the Wake Effects boat. This is the first time those guys have been in a race together Most of these other guys have raced together enough; they just know.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, it's down to hand signals, and that's it when your communications go out. Not so much of a problem anymore in the closed cockpit boats, but in the older days of racing, when we were in open cockpit boats, a little bit of salt water or a little bit of rainwater, something would get in that connection and short it out, and that was all she wrote.
Well, talking with Myrick yesterday, they talked about their race a couple weeks ago, I think, in Cocoa Beach.
Yes.
And it's just the amount of sea water, salt water, everything that just gets everywhere in the boat. I guess they don't have to worry about that as much here.
No, this is this is considered easy because you don't have to deal with all the salt, and basically the salt gets everywhere and you have to get it off of everything or it creates a problem, and freshwater racing is much easier than saltwater racing.
Corrosion.
I was just going to say, guys, unofficially, I think we have a win for Performance Boat Center. Again, they've made their way back to the docks now, and it looked like they had the race wrapped up. Again, winning both of these 6-lap heats. And there's American Ethanol Cat Can Do turning it up a little bit here, Shane Sherman.
Absolutely. And they're laying it down now. They're opening up a pretty good lead over the third place boat. But I just don't think they have enough today for Bob Bull and Randy Sism in that MTI 52-footer unless we have some mechanical issues.
We are on lap number 9 right now. We step aside. When we come back, the conclusion of the 2016 Performance Boat Center Lake Race. We're back right after this.
Performance Boat Center is the largest performance boat sales and service location in the Midwest, with a full-service repair facility and huge parts inventory to help with any boat repair needs. Their award-winning sales staff offers competitive prices on the world's most luxurious new and pre-owned performance and pleasure boats, like Cigarette, Skater, Statement, Sunsation, and Princess Yachts. Visit their sprawling indoor showroom at Redhead Yacht Club in Osage Beach or online at performanceboatcenter.com.
Imagine your own slice of island paradise. Isla del Sol gives you the only private gated island condominium at the lake. Watch the sun rise and set to breathtaking views and savor the seclusion you can only get on a Hawaiian island. Isla del Sol offers luxurious condo living just minutes by boat to waterfront dining or a short drive to shopping and entertainment. Enjoy a lifetime of fun with your exclusive resort-style pool with splash fountains and more. Your unique island paradise at the lake. Isla del Sol. Dreaming about owning a playcraft boat? Don't dream. Live the lifestyle of never being afraid of a rough water weekend at the lake, because that's when a Playcraft Power Tune Extreme shines bright. Only Playcraft boats were engineered for this lake. Plus, Playcraft boats set speed records every year at every Lake of the Ozarks shootout. Playcraft Power Tune Extreme takes you where no other boat has gone. Take a test drive at Marty's Marine in Osage Beach today.
Boat lifts aren't one size fits all, and neither is our service. It's personalized for you.
No matter how rough the water gets, you can build your boat with Somerset.
Hi, I'm Brian Schuster with Somerset Boat Lifts, and we're lifting your dreams from canoes to cruisers.
SomersetBoatLifts.com.
Your dining destination is just down the road. Enjoy the relaxed atmosphere of the lounge with a seared tuna or cheese board to start a memorable evening. And the dining room is the place to be, with exciting menu options that will have you salivating. Eating is only half the journey, so we hope to have you dine with us soon to experience fine dining being redefined. That's JJ's at the Copper Pot.
Next stop for fun at Lake of the Ozarks, Bridal Cave. It's the cave for lovers and lovers of natural beauty. Rain or shine, Bridal Cave is the best all-weather entertainment at the lake. Take a guided tour on concrete pathways and see why so many people fall in love with the cave and get married there. Enjoy a refreshing 60-degree walk through room after room of millions of years of history. Bridal Cave is a family adventure you'll never forget. Google Bridal Cave. See you at the Fun Lake, Lake of the Ozarks.
Inside the Midwest Tinting broadcast booth, it is the finale of the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. And what a battle we have here at the end. The defending Lake Race champion, Team CMS, and the defending world champion in Extreme, the Cat Can Do American Ethanol boat. What a battle we have here, guys. We've got 10 laps in the books, so we've got another 3 to 5 minutes of racing left. Shane Sherman, can CMS hang on?
It looks like it right now. I can tell you Cat Can Do American Ethanol is trying everything possible. That last little lap down through here before the I'm seeing Cat Can Do in the infield right now on the monitor. They've either broken down or they think it's over, but I can tell you before we came back from break, coming into turn one, Cat Can Do caught a little air underneath there, and enough to clear the props out. I mean, no big air by any means, but they were trimmed out to the max and had the boat fully aired out, got a little bit of a roller, and got the boat airborne. And now I'm seeing them idling back in out there as they just showed on our monitors.
Yep.
So
their day is done.
Yeah, it looks like the race is over. I just seen the CMS boat throw the rooster tail up as a congratulatory and a thank you type thing. So I think we are in the books, guys. And based on the last pass by here, that would have given the win to Bob Bull and Randy Sism, and second place to American Ethanol Cat Can Do, and third place to Rusty Rom and Jeff Harris in the Wake Effects 03 boat. And I don't know if the Gone Again boat had an issue or just pulled into the middle of the course, but they're definitely idling in right now. If that's the case, that would have put HP Mafia in second place.
This is correct.
And Jimmy John's Performance Boat Center definitely first place in both races without question. But it'd be interesting to hear what happened in Super Cat, if Gone Again indeed had an issue, or if they just pulled into the middle of the course after the race versus coming to the crane. So I know HP Mafia came back under their own power and straight to the crane. So it'll be interesting to hear as we see the number 3 boat, your winner in Unlimited, making his way back in, and the little 28 Skater Pace boat there in the center, and the 03 Wake Effects boat in the background there. So what a great, safe day of racing we've had here.
Absolutely, and that segues perfectly into some thank yous for the folks that make this possible and make it possible in a very, very safe manner. The Lake Ozark Fire Protection District, the Rocky Mount Fire Protection District, Eldon Fire Department, Lake West Ambulance District, the U.S. Coast Guard, the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary, Lake Ozark Police Department, the Miller County Sheriff Department, Camden County Sheriff Department, the MSHP, Lake Regional Hospital, Lake Ozark Public Works, and the City of Lake Ozark. They all make this possible. A lot of hard work goes into it. It's a labor of love for so many people, and what a tremendous afternoon it was. Missouri Highway Patrol and the Water Patrol Division as well for all the help that they did for us today. And guys, we have a repeat champion with Team CMS, so congratulations to them. And following, as you alluded to there, Shane, following the Performance Boat Center boat, it is HP Mafia coming in second after the possible breakdown there of the Gone Again boat.
Yeah, that's great for them. So local guys finishing second here in the second heat of racing, and I don't know where that'll stack up overall with the points. My guess is it'll put them in second, because if Gone Again did not finish the second heat and it goes by distance, HP Mafia completed all of the laps on both races with a second and third. Gone Again did not complete all the laps on both races with a second and third, putting HP Mafia overall into the second points finish in the class, commanding lead for Performance Boat Center in Superboat class from beginning to end on both heats.
We've had some great television partners today, among them certainly KPLR in St. Louis and Patrick Clark. And Patrick, your first experience with this, it's now coming to an end. How can you sum it up in words?
Oh, man. Well, much like the lotto, you have to win, you got to play.
Absolutely.
And these guys, I guess, they got to show up if they want to get the points all season long.
Absolutely.
Impressive, the amount of horsepower in these boats, and just the fortitude it takes to handle these boats. I don't think, I had no idea. Going into a turn at 100 miles an hour, of course you couldn't, do the throttle and the steer it as well.
Oh, not at all. You let the other guy do that. So, and then the unlimited boats, they're coming into a turn at 150. And At least that's what they say. I think they're probably coming a little faster than that. But, great job for all the guys out there. And, foremost and most important, everybody had a safe day. And we had a great day of racing at Lake Race.
So let's thank everybody here, all of our great staff behind the scenes, KB, Dennis, Carol, and Ken. For Bob May down on the docks, of course, for Yulia Whittington with the Ozarks CW, our friends with MyZoo TV, 38 The Spot in Kansas City, KPLR in St. Louis, our ABC 7 affiliate down in Sarasota and Tampa Bay. Thank you for being with us today in what was a wild afternoon of racing action, some crazy weather, and all in all, another amazing weekend at the Lake of the Ozarks. For Shane Sherman, for Patrick Clark with a KPLR TV in St. Louis, I'm Brendan Matthews. Folks, hope you enjoyed all of the experience, and we hope to see you back here next June at the Lake of the Ozarks as the lake race tradition continues to grow. Our winners in the extreme class, Team CMS, defending champions, they take home the crown once again. An unbelievable weekend here at the Lake of the Ozarks. For all involved, we hope you've enjoyed it. It's been an honor for us to bring it to you, no matter where you've watched us from around Missouri and around the world. We say so long from Beavers at the Dam and Lake of the Ozarks, the Performance Boat Center 2016 Lake Race. Good day, everyone.